We're hanging out here at the Champions Round Table, and we've got Furia and Na'Vi. We've got SDY and Simple on my left. Of course, Maui hanging out with me. We're going to try and pick their brains about what's going to be a very interesting quarterfinal. Of course, Art and Safe from Furia. So, gentlemen, I mean, we were talking about this before, Maui. How do you start this conversation? Both teams, very exciting. Obviously, very exciting for you, qualifying for that main stage with the home team hero kind of vibe. We've described it as a passing of the torch. We described it as, you know, the old guard and the new, you boys being the new. Can we just get a little taste of what this quarterfinal means to you before we go further?
It's on our home, so it means everything for us. That's what we fight for. That's what we are preparing for the whole year. So that's the biggest moment for us. Yeah.
And on the other side of things, I saw your tweet last night. You know, it's like, look, you know, we're here to win. You know, I'm going to prepare and do my hard work. Does it linger on your mind, the fact that the crowd's going to be against you?
I mean, we played already against BIG in finals when it was 15,000 in Cologne.
Oh.
And it was great when nobody screamed.
Yeah, like a librarian.
Yeah, but it's going to be interesting how they're going to cheer, like, overall. They're going to sing songs, you know.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to...
The drums.
Just gonna be dancing and happy, you know. That's what I'm excited the most.
I feel like you guys are really used, though, to being the crowd favorites. So when even is the last time people were rooting against you?
I think it was Cologne 50-on-50.
Right.
So 7 years ago?
Yeah. No. The last one.
Oh, the last Cologne, the most recent one. Oh, okay.
Yeah, against FaZe, yeah.
Okay.
But it was 50-on-50. But the last time when we lost, it was, Cologne 2018. Oh, the one that we won, and we had crowd against us.
Yeah, and I mean, I know you're a bit of a showman, Simple. I know you like it when, you know, the whole crowd erupts when you do something no one's seen before. So that part of it's going to be interesting. I'm interested. And for you, Safe, I mean, this is going to be one of the biggest stages you've ever played on.
Yeah, definitely the biggest. Yeah, it's going to be crazy. And I think the difference between, like, normal stage and for us Brazilians is that we have the drums, so it's like a football match. So it's completely crazy. So that's pretty nice.
I've never heard anything.
Yeah, it's
never heard anything like we had, and for the group stage as well. Did you like the group stage atmosphere?
Yeah, I love it. We had a lot of chances to play in front of this crowd, even in this arena, and I'm looking forward to a bigger one because it's insane. Like, you feel everything, the drums, the vibe, like it's going on your...
Yeah,
you know?
goosebumps?
Yeah, like a goosebumps.
And especially on new arena, there's going to be 10 or 15,000 outside of arena.
As well.
Like in football,
And the arena going to be 360 as well. So
360, oh. So I know it's like 16 plus 15. We're talking like the most human beings watching.
Wait, arena you said with 360?
Oh, the Jonas? Yeah, it's going to be 360, I think. We're going to be in the middle, so it's going to be a lot of
stuff. You definitely feel surrounded.
It's like on TI?
Yeah, like international.
Wow.
We tried it once in CS, like that Vegas event. Do you remember?
Yes. Oh, yes. 2017.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out, but this could be sick. We should probably talk about this quarterfinal a bit, Maui.
Yeah, let's do it. I think the first thing we wanted to know from you guys is obviously you're facing off against Na'Vi, but not the best track record. You have beaten them this year. I think at the EPL groups, last several group stages ago, you beat them. But for the most part, Na'Vi's been beating you guys pretty consistently. So I guess what are you going to change up?
I guess different times, like the momentum we have right now and the way we're playing, it's way different. We started the year a little rougher. And after that, we just get the pace up and we just work hard to make it to this major the best we could. And we are feeling way readier than we ever have been before.
And Furious style, from your guys' perspective, you're obviously watching the demos now. No one quite plays Counter-Strike.
Yes, I like to rush.
Like these guys, yeah.
I like when they rush.
Yeah,
but if crowd gonna be loud and I don't hear when they rush, it's gonna be bad.
That could be the strat. Art's just gonna get them all hyped and then he's just gonna bomb it through a smoke. I've ruined it.
Yeah, my freeze time is gonna be like this.
Yeah. That used to be Carrigan's strategy. He'd get the crowd going and then he'd call a fast break. He actually used to try that. Yeah. Okay, interesting. And what about the same question for you guys? SDY, what's your opinion when you watch Furia play? You know, like it is a different approach.
Yeah,
these boys don't even smoke yard on T-side nuke. You know, like they're doing it their own way.
Yeah, it reminds me the old times of CS region because we used to rush a lot in CS region as well, like do some executes and set strats. So I feel like they play in this way that you need to stop them in the early game.
Right. Like so start strong.
I like how Furia create new smokes with rushes, you know? Like outside smoke, the first one to main, that was your first smoke. And the next thing you did the smoke between city red and this small box on nuke, you know? You do it на квадрат, как это?
Blue, mini blue box.
Yeah,
On nuke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On nuke?
Okay.
No,
Yeah.
like when you go out a city on the left side, you have small
The
box.
small box on
Yeah,
the,
and there is smoke. And you
shots.
can do different rushes. So yeah, I mean,
Like
I
innovation.
I like when they do a lot of fast rounds in some crucial moments, you know, especially when enemy has no economy. That's interesting. And we took a lot from like these nades and some fast rounds as well.
There you go. You guys are inspiring Na'Vi. Did Na'Vi inspire you? I'm sure you've been looking at those demos. I mean, these boys play a very, when it's on, it's a very sexy Counter-Strike as well to watch. What's your opinion on Na'Vi CS?
Yeah, I think when I started playing CS, Simple was already playing like majors and stuff. So I've been watching Navi play from the beginning, and I guess Safe as well because he's been playing CS way before
Yeah,
than I
for me
was.
as well. But when I joined Furia, I had to stop watching those guys because it's a completely different style. But I can say for Simple, I used to watch him a lot as well. And he's an inspiration, of course, for many people. And for me, it's no different. So yeah, it's going to be nice to play against him.
Have you guys noticed any change in Na'Vi since they switched in-game leaders to electronic?
Interesting question.
Yeah, I'm interested.
Yeah, I think that's a tough question for me because mainly I watch games just for fun of it. So when I'm watching people play, just because of the game style is so different, and sometimes I get some like new plays, new stuff. But overall, I don't really watch like the entire match technically way, like technical wise. I just watch for fun.
Yeah, I said the same thing.
Is it the same for you boys? I'm always interested. Like when you're watching the games, you know, there's probably a difference between watching the game to watch the game and watching the game to develop or learn. Like, is there two different brains you're using when you're looking at a team?
Yeah, but from my perspective, I'm looking more on some individual setups, you know.
Right.
But like from perspective, learning the whole game, it's the job of our coach and our captain.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But it's different. It's very different. Our game very different with new IGL, but the structure is still the same.
So basically, electronic is just kind of taking the blade system though, and he's just moving it
he
forward,
always
right?
had good mid calls, electronic, and the beginning of round is easy because we have our textbook, we have our strategies, and we just need to follow and don't forget what we need to do in round. And after it's his individual IGL skill when he need to move our team.
So electronics mid-rounding is going to be tested against Furia's mid-rounding, which always is very... I mean, I'd love to know how it works in your team. I mean, because when I'm casting you sometimes, it's so clear that you come up with an idea of like, you know, 60 seconds. You get the space, you work out what you control you have, and then you kind of... You've got like 3 options you can choose from, and you make that call. Is that something that's coming straight out of your mouth, or is it usually the call from the start is the call at the finish?
Yeah, that's like a fun question. Like when Simple said about that, they have like textbooks for the start of the round. We have some like set plays that we do from the start of the round, but at the same time, we just some rounds we just like take space fast, and when we do that, it creates a lot of opportunities that most teams don't have. So the mid round calling gets very chaotic in a good way for me because we have so much space and so much messing around with the players' positionings that I can call a lot of different rounds. So that's like the fun part of it.
Me and Chad, when we're casting you, we always kind of say like, Furia are creating the chaos, and it's like the chaos you want. You want the team you're playing against to kind of lose you, get confused. But also, I think you might be one of the best teams at having a very good idea as to what your enemy's intentions are. You know, like it's one of the things you guys keep track of very well.
Yeah, the most important thing for us is to control micromanagement over map for the whole time, and we're trying to focus on that pretty much every second of the round that we play in.
Yeah, and
So
you just keep, and that's a team effort. Everyone's just relaying the information.
Yeah, we just need information.
Yeah,
because sometimes when we don't have information, the game changes. You know, you need to find some space, new space. You need to be more aggressive to get this information.
Right. Yeah, and that's why we love watching CS, is because it's always that like how quickly you can remove information, how quickly you can change it, and it's all
So I wanna,
Chess.
speaking of that, so for you guys, obviously, Art, you're the one getting the most information at the beginning of every round, but I think Yuri's probably like the second guy. Who's the third? Who's the third guy that's going to get information for the team?
It's hard to say. Depends on the map. I usually put myself in that situation because it opens more space and gives more freedom to the players to focus on their game and not on getting space or information or just communicating. So I put myself in set rounds. We have a play. I usually put myself in front so I can do my own stuff and help them to play afterwards. So usually doing that for. I think Drop does more than Yuri, to be honest. So
Yeah, I think Drop communicates a lot
Yuri.
inside the team.
Yeah, I think Drop would be the guy who you're like seeking for, like looking for information, trying to help the team. I would say that's Drop now.
I have a question. For example, you go in first, you kill him, they're trading you. For example, you're 4-on-4. You always AGL the team?
Yeah.
All the time,
I talk more
you
when
you
I
go
dead.
there, you go there.
Yeah, no,
Not that much now.
yeah,
I
like
think-
depends on the map.
Yeah, not that much now because I think Drop step up a lot lately, and been trying to communicate more, and Yuri as well. I mean, everybody's trying to communicate more,
Mhm.
but I feel like before when I joined the team, Art was doing that more, and now we're trying to help him. You know, we cannot just leave to him to
Yeah,
I think that-
I'm interested. Does it work the same way here? Is it kind of more of a team effort? When
Yes, more team effort, yeah.
Interesting. I wanted to maybe go a bit more meta as well. Like I wanted to talk about the game we're all playing because in Rio, not only has there been crazy upsets, no vitality, no phase. Do you think that the competitive level of Counter-Strike has just got higher? I'm trying to make sense of everything that's going on here. Is it to do with, the 2 years of online play, catching everyone up?
I would want to know actually with the legend. One narrative we were pushing was that the teams coming from the challenger stage had already warmed up here, and then the legend stage team, some of them a little cold. Like even you guys had a bit of a slow start. I'd say. Do you think now that's an even playing field, or is everybody warmed up now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, when it's legend stage and teams who is from legend stage came in Brazil, like you have plus that you already saw the game of other opponents, and you have the minus that you don't know how you're gonna feel when you're gonna play on stage because other teams played. So it's always like different sides. Yes.
So do you think that's what happened to FaZe?
No, not really. I think even after player break, it felt like they're exhausted. I don't know, I don't know why
Like
they're
they just-
exhausted because they had player break, but they start to play bad, and I saw that they will have good boot camp. They will come and show better game, but just I don't know what happened.
And a lot of CT sides. Like it seems like
Yeah.
anyone can get like 6 or 7, 8 on T side. You're in a very good place.
Yeah.
Do you like the way the game's currently playing?
I think they should change the A1S.
Yeah.
And remove ancient.
No.
No.
The panther likes the jungle. Yeah.
You pick ancient?
I like
The mind games are starting already.
It's hard on T side to plant the bomb even.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
at the same time, that I don't like the T side, I don't like Ancient. I don't like the way that we're just playing the same maps over and over again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like those two, for example, we don't play it, you guys play it, it's the same thing over and over again.
Yeah,
You guys
yeah.
do the same thing, you take long control fast and slow the pace down, or just going back to B, or just finishing A, or taking very slow control of the map
Yeah.
and just doing like fakes. It's just the same, like
Yeah.
nothing new. So I like those two, like that. Mirage is like that as well.
Yeah.
Vertigo is kind of okay because it's kind of new, but for me, I just would like to join new maps.
Do you think that?
This can.
Do you think that's? I think some of these maps then have been solved. Like, not all of them. Like, we see innovation on some of the newer maps. Like, but do you think that the Dust 2's Mirage, there is a de facto best way to play? Like, there's not like a team can approach it differently and catch you off guard. There is kind of, in a pro player's mind, there is an obvious answer and approach that you have to do. Is that what you're saying?
So. I
No?
don't think so.
You,
No,
so you
like,
could mix it up. You could start picking Dust 2 and blow our brains with an incredible,
Yeah, I
approach.
just think that there is metas for the map,
Yeah.
and some teams can master them. Like I remember Inferno, where the meta was playing like safe city side and just giving banana control every round, and then the meta changed for taking banana every round the city,
Yeah.
and then it kind of was like how Navi even played before, that they just like try to hold half wall control for a little bit more. So this kind of metas is all you can do because the map is the same for so many years.
Yeah.
Like there's two, I think that I don't play the map, but after they changed the thing from mid, gave more CT space to play, and that's nice. But the map, the CT meta is already too strong, so
Yeah.
I don't think that's a good thing.
Why does it seem like, in your guys' perspective, that so many players that are coming up that maybe are less experienced, like you kind of look at a team like Spirit and they have 3 guys that all started playing Tier 1 this year. How come they caught up to speed so quickly despite it being such a deep game?
I think they're just like they're good, you know. I think they have playing CS for many years and grinding, but they were
Yeah.
just not Tier 1 and not showing off, you know.
I think before the Tier 1, they've been playing for a long time as well.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
I mean, now
think-
that they're in Tier 1, people see it. But before it, there's a long road to get to it.
Monez has more hours than I do.
Right.
And then almost double his age.
I'm sure you've got a good perspective.
Yeah, I can talk about my perspective from Spirit because they have really good structures that they believed in. Like every player in the team know what they're working for and they why it's working even if it's bad maybe in some way.
Yeah.
So that's why.
And you've played under Chopper, right?
Yeah, we played with Chopper.
So
Like
you
he's
know, like,
great AGL.
he's a good age at IGL.
Yeah.
It's always interesting because they were getting like 8 T rounds on Ancient. I was watching it.
Yep.
It just
Yeah, they're really good at some of the T sides now.
Yeah, the coach Hali actually have a pretty good set strats from the beginning of the round. He understand how the nades working properly
Yeah.
and the timings, everything like that. So if
Could
Spirit
you,
doing set strat, it's pretty dangerous.
could you compare what it's like to play under Navi versus playing under Spirit? Because, I mean, both teams are in playoffs.
Yeah, the difference is, as I said before, it's a macro game. Like overall on the map, like we didn't focus when I was in Spirit on the things that much. We was more focusing on the set strats rounds and things like that. Micro.
interesting. Super interesting.
You guys played Spirit actually too. So
Yeah.
I mean, how does it feel in
was
the
a
server against them? What is it? Yeah.
They're good, like individually
Yeah.
wise. Their aims is nice, like they're aware of everything, and I didn't felt that they choke, so they're like very young, and I
Oh.
did not felt that, so that's a good thing. So it's always a tough match against them. We lost for them in the last major, and we almost did this major, so they're very strong.
They have good individual players as well. They can step up.
How about zooming out on the rest of the playoff picture? I mean, we got Cloud9, Mouse, Fnatic.
Outsiders.
Outsiders, yeah. Does any of those teams? I mean, you guys obviously have your individual matchup ahead of you guys, but if you made it to the if either of you guys made it to the grand finals, do you have one team on the other side of the bracket you think is probably going to be that other team that meets you?
Probably Cloud9 maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd say Cloud9 as well.
I
They
mean,
look good. They look really
I mean,
good.
if outsiders go in semis, they can surprise Cloud9 because it's CIS against CIS. They know
Yeah,
how to play. But
crazy.
I mean, Cloud9 just need to not lose on stage because last major and major before they lost on stage.
Which, it's so perfect. Which leads me into something I wanted to ask. I didn't know if it was appropriate, but I'm just super interested to hear your opinions about the mental game. You know, it's so hard to put words to it, but we know your mental state has an effect on how you play. You know, like if you're tilted, you know, we've seen Liquid, like a couple of stack nades on a Liege and he just tilts and disappears for a whole map. You know, like controlling your mental
Yeah.
is a part of being a professional player. So my question, I guess, I'll keep it open-ended, is just, you know, what has been your experiences with the power or the effect that your mentality has on your gameplay? Have you found answers? Have you analyzed it? Have you looked at it? You know, it's such an interesting part of the game in terms of having a strong mind when things aren't going your way. Start with you, Simple. Do you have anything for us? Are you just a robot? You don't feel anything during the games? Or?
No, of course I feel something, but I'm just always telling myself that we are ready because we had a good game plan. We were practicing and preparing for this game. And at the end, you just need to do what you practice for. And like all people screaming and a lot of fans, you just think only about your game.
Do you doubt your ability ever?
Uh,
That's a hard question, I realize, but
No, usually it was after break, for example, when I didn't play with Navi, when Hattrick played. When you come back and all other teams already played a lot of hours, they played scrims, and you just come in to play against them, and they destroy you. You understand you need time.
yeah.
and you start to do, maybe I start to play worse or something like this, but.
And like the mid-game ones, you know, like because I mean, obviously we might be getting a bit dramatic in the commentary booth, but you know, when we take a timeout, sometimes we think they're taking a timeout just to fix it up, you know, like just reset, shake it off, you know, every round is a new round. How does it feel on your side, Art? Do you ever kind of get in your own head?
Me
Especially as a leader, you know, sometimes the call's not working and you're like, is it me?
Yeah, I think the toughest part for me, it's understanding that I need to get the hype up and make my teammates comfortable and not show any bad emotions.
Right.
So that's the hardest part for me because I get very angry during the game, like kind of tilted with like when I do like a bad call or the bad play. I need to get my head cooled off so I cannot that leak for my teammates and just let them be like motivated and make them believe that we can win. So that's the toughest part for me because I also think about the game and think about myself and the threats and also think about my teammates. So it's a very hard game, a very hard thing to do, but it's very important as well to make my teammates, everybody feel comfortable and hype them up and give them courage. So I think that's also a very big part of the game.
Yeah, like the power of belief.
Yeah.
Making sure everyone believes that you can come back. It's like you know, it's how you say something, not what you said, it's how you said it. You know, like it sounds like an angry girlfriend, but it's like actually part of Counter-Strike.
Yeah,
you know?
it is.
Like you have to, you know, even we were saying in the car, like the way in which you make the call, or if you sigh before you say it, like, to be, you know, you're going to get under someone's skin. It's like
confidence is very important, yes. I think
it's
everybody
crazy.
can agree with that.
Yeah. How about you, SDY? I mean,
Yeah, for me the most important thing probably through the game is to stay calm no matter what. Even if I lose some crazy shit or if I win something insanely good, I will still stay calm and
just stone face.
Yeah, like don't feel anything. Like it's the best thing for me for sure.
Yeah.
I guess one more thing that I would have to add is like, okay, what do you see then when you see these in-game leaders like Cadian that are just the most emotional possible?
Yeah.
Like,
or Apex. I mean, sometimes
Apex.
I get pissed off watching it. I'm like, I couldn't be your teammate. He's going like, wow, it's like 3 rounds into the game.
Yeah, for me, it feels like it's super exhausting. Like, I cannot do it for sure, because on the second map, I will be dead already. Like, I don't have anything to do.
Amazing, amazing. I was checking the time. We've got maybe time for one more question, Mal. Have you got anything left in the chamber?
I guess if you guys, I think if you guys beat Na'Vi, who would they have next actually?
Heroic
or Spirit?
Or Spirit.
Okay. I mean, how do you think the crowd's gonna like? Actually, I just want to know in general. How do you think the crowd's gonna help you guys at this whole thing?
It's actually crazy because they check that. But it's also very crazy that when we played the first match, it was kind of the pressure was bad for us because it was too many pressure like on our
we
side.
weren't used to it.
Yeah,
like the first match.
It was weird.
We're trying to adapt, you know.
And if you mess up, you feel like you're letting them down.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You have to get out of that mind space.
But after that, like after the first match against Big, that was the opposite. We kind of embraced that, and it was very nice to have that feeling when we are down like 10-1 against Spirit, and we made one round. They are screaming like we won the major, and that gave us confidence.
Yeah,
That's
I think
crazy.
trying to translate that energy that they bring to us into something positive to us inside the server is something that we always try to do. I think after the first match against Big, we have a lot of discussions about it as well with our staffs and things like this, and trying to translate that energy into something positive that you can like do a comeback or something like that when things are doing so well. And I think we did it against Spirit. So I think it's going to be something positive for us.
And I think this match is going to be something positive. I'm very excited to see how this Counter-Strike interacts with that Counter-Strike in front of 16,000 people in an arena. Yes, please. Yes, please. I think we should wrap it up. It's been a pleasure, gentlemen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Cheers, boys. And that's Fury and Na'Vi, one of our quarterfinals.
Meu Deus, Poçozão no Rio de Janeiro, mais quente que isso, sou torcedor brasileiro que vibra de coração, corpo e alma pro verdadeiro Cristo Redentor bateu palma, que bala, que abalas estrutura. estrutura da arena ou na sala de casa dos vizinhos dá até pena. Quem não entende acha que é loucura ou zorra, mas é louco mesmo, louco por CS porra. Jamie Time não, agora é rap time. Harry faz a perfeitinha que eu vou de frontline. Faço parecer simples, tipo que o Cipo faz no CS. Cada verso é uma bala, só acerta HS. É que o coração bate no ritmo da C4, tipo Olof no fogo, defusando e queimado. A torcida nunca para porque silenciado. Só o bico da M4.
Welcome to Brasil.
Nós tem a energia que faz a arena toda tremer.
Nem põe o abafado.
Até quem não fala português é capaz de entender que
nós ama isso aqui.
É paixão verdadeira, você pode perceber que nós não para de torcer, se ganhar, se perder. O importante pra nós é nunca ceder.
Hi, guy, gringo here. Won't lie, don't get the lingo here. Might not be made in Brazil, but I'm still feeling welcome. Refill on the caipirinha vibes, I've already felt them, and now I dealt them. I'm just a stick in it, no kid, but I diffuse the situation. It's lit in the Trebo Nation, no shit. This time I got back up, and we gonna slay. Build a fast stack up with MMAK, cause if you wanna see 30 rounds, he's spitting fire today. Brother, turn the beat up, what can I say? I see a noise, hearts beating at their chest. Hold your color, we're left watching unimpressed. Like a pendulum where all the swings are blessed. But to play in this park, you'll follow what you guess. Yeah, it's popping off. Let me hear De Janeiro light it up like a Molotov. Guess you can't get enough. The professor never lets you off, but that's the price of your art. Stay up at night after dark, imitating legend masters of their craft. Not just flashes in the pan, you're the go with the star. All the doja giving shaft. You took all the Janeiro, nobody gets the graft. We call that
É que tem
verdadeiro.
umas partidas que são sensacional. Juro que na vida nunca vi igual. Tem game que poderia nunca acabar, que dá emoção até liquidar. É só bala que ejeta a cabeça do corpo, com espírito, fúria e garra até o último sopro. Sempre tem aquele herói que salva quando parece perdido. Mesmo 9-0, sonho nunca tá morto. 0-0 é o número de vezes que nós desistimos. Por isso orgulho do império que construímos. Se eu tô no mic eu tô pesado tipo B.I.G. ou tipo Get Right no tempo da NIP, Can you see? Esteja preparado, bebida ao Brasil, bicampeão já conseguiu. O país do fute ficou no passado, agora é CS, nunca desistiu, nem nunca desiste. Senta e assiste que a caminhada foi dura, mas nunca perdemos a postura. CS é cultura, se é made in Brasil, é made na loucura.
Welcome to Brasil.
Nós tem a energia que faz a arena toda tremer.
Nem põe o abafado.
Até quem não fala português é capaz de entender que
nós ama isso aqui.
é paixão verdadeira, você pode perceber que nós não para de torcer, se ganhar, se perder. O importante pra nós é nunca ceder.
Someone's gotta fall off, there goes gravity. Not so many spots, this shit insanity. Legends have strength, call it vitality. I'm fazed by the pressure, Grand Slam mentality. Down underdogs, which greyhound is larger? Imperial marching, like they're your father. Every last dance needs a backup dancer. Or maybe an OG to push them harder. Fnatic rock up with a good team finally. Cloud9 the same, but a way bit more timely. James the Time Lord nowadays rarely gets so timey-wimey. Call a Doctor Who for you, outsiders feeling fighty. Bad news eagles in their time to get all flighty. Refresh your ambitions, sprout big dreams, that shit inspiring. We loving and we fighting. IEM, Rio, bright light, straight fire and then lightning. Yeah, it's popping off. Let me hear De Janeiro light it up like a Molotov. Guess you can't get enough. The professor never lets you off, but that's the price of your art. Stay up at night after dark, imitating legend masters of their craft. Not just flashes in the pan, you're the goat with the star. All the doja giving shaft. You took all the Janeiro, nobody gets the graft. We call that verdadeiro.
Intel Extreme Masters Rio is brought to you in part by Intel, Legion by Lenovo, DHL, US Air Force, 1xBet, and Monster Energy.
majors don't always go to plan. And just ask that to the likes of FaZe, Vitality, or even Cloud9 yesterday. The majors is about the hard work, the dedication, and the passion that all these teams put in to try and be the champion of the biggest tournaments in CSGO.
Definitely so, and you can't even have one bad day, a bad clutch, a bad moment, and it could all be over. We saw that in Cloud9 yesterday, and we also saw the outsiders just sailing through to the semifinals after losing two of their key players just a couple of months ago under the helm of the villain of Rio, James.
And James, they even built a statue for him here in Rio. The guys in the crowd, they love him. They say he may be the villain. But MOUZ yesterday, they got the crowd completely on their side. This is a team that was not built with money. It was not built to be the superstar team just yet. They built it from the ground up, piece by piece, and found success with so many talented young players.
Yeah, and hopefully Banks, Heroic, and Navi, they watched the games yesterday.
Oh, they need to, right? Because when it comes to Heroic and Na'Vi, the gods can certainly bleed, and they've seen that. And they need to be very careful, especially for Na'Vi. Going up against Furia, the Brazilian Fire, all that crowd going to be on their side.
Yeah, and that's just it. Can you thrive in this passion? Can you thrive in the pressure cooker that is the Jeunesse Arena here in Rio de Janeiro? Can you play to the beat of the drum of the Tribonera? We're going to find out today. This is the Intel Extreme Masters. We're live from the Jeunesse Arena in Rio de Janeiro. The second quarterfinals of the CSGO Major kick off right now. Vamos.
From the earth to the heavens, we are truly made of madness here in Rio. And day 2, plenty more chaos set to be ensuing. Of course, we're kicking off the day with Spirit versus Heroic. Then later on, we are ready to raise the roof with Furia entering the arena to take on none other than Na'Vi. Shock, you managed to teleport over to the
Yes.
You've had a great experience outside in the fan zone. What is it like out there?
It's insane. It's very warm. We're not very used to that, of course, but it's really awesome. We've got to open the show twice now over there, and just as crazy. The lines are so long, and everyone's just vibrant with happiness. And I think especially today, you can feel something is in the air.
It looks like a concert over there.
Yeah.
Like, are people partying? Are people watching the CS? Or is everybody just having a good time?
They're having a good time because you can do all kinds of things, right? You can meet pro players, you can have a drink, you can just sit there and chill. But I feel like they're going to want to be inside here later today.
I was bummed that I missed Carnival here, but I think that's just going to be a great substitute.
Yeah, it literally has that festival vibe with a huge stadium, or a huge stage rather, outside there. Yeah, definitely going to be checking that out later on today. We were talking about the results, obviously coming off of yesterday. Really, the young guns firing up. Of course, we were talking about outsiders, but I want to pick your brains on that Cloud9 versus MOUZ matchup. I did not expect it to go the full distance. I did not expect MOUZ to be sealing that one out.
This was an incredible showing by MOUZ, taking down Cloud9. Huge favorites, Cloud9, I would say. I don't think anybody was really pinning MOUZ to win this one. A lot of people had Cloud9 to make it to the finals, to potentially win the trophy, but it was the Academy youngsters from MOUZ that showed up. We saw a great performance from JDC, exertion to close out that last map with his defense towards Cave. This is everything you would have dreamed of for these kids when they were in that Academy League just last year, just earlier in this year for some of them, and we have seen that it makes sense to invest in the future, the youth.
Yeah, absolutely. It's panned out for them, and I thought it was so impressive that they were behind, right, eventually. Yeah. They were behind. They fought their way back. C9 mounted a comeback even, and it didn't pan out. And for them, I mean, it's crazy. And then for the side of Cloud9, I got to talk to Hobbit afterwards. He was actually extremely gracious, almost, I want to say solemn, kind of like, it happened again. Very unfortunate, of course, for them.
Yeah, the fact that when you were doing that to Loser's interview, I was watching it, and he was giving so much respect to MOUZ as well. JDC, he was hella humble when I was interviewing him earlier on in the media day, saying, you know, I know a little bit of Portuguese. Bullshit. He knows loads of Portuguese. He's completely fluent. Yeah, sorry. First time.
Am I bringing out the worst in you?
Yeah, maybe. But I love that. I love the moment that he had with Nivi down on the floor as well, because he was really addressing the Brazilian crowd that were, you know, super supportive of MOUZ throughout that series.
And I think that crowd is a big factor for why Cloud9 crumbled. We've seen that their emotions, they wear them on their sleeve. They can't handle it when the crowd is against them. That's why Dallas earlier was a godsend to actually get a crowd behind them. But when they have to fight this moment, they have to be able to be stronger and rise above, because MOUZ did get that audience on their side.
Yeah, it was crazy. You saw it. It was like small steps towards that support for MOUZ. More people kept flooding in. They got ahead in that second map. They closed it out, and then it was just insane. And Hobbit also said as much, right? It's not an easy environment to play in, and that's why you can't take anything for granted here on this stage.
I love how we also got a star Dexter moment to close that one out as well. That 3K on the final round to seal out the map. Yeah, beautiful to see Daddy Dexter really stepping up as well.
Yeah, I think Dexter's story
story is one that has had so many trials and tribulations, and yet he's actually risen above and actually changed the way that he called. That's what I think has been most impressive. Tactically speaking, he has renewed his game and actually incorporated what some of these academy guys said, because they told me after Dallas, they said, Dexter, no more. We need to change this, and they did. Their T-side is getting better and better every single tournament.
And what about the other IGL? I saw you tweeting some things.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll say it. I think Nafany is the problem with Cloud9. I think you can't have this team with 2 players that are going to be top 5 at the end of this year, Axile and Shiro, and to find a result like this. This has happened all year. They have 1 trophy this entire year. What tournament or what team can have such star power and see this few results?
Yeah, kind of heartbreaking to see, I guess, the crumbling on the side of Cloud9. But I do want to check in with our casters, Anders and Moses, to see what they're shaping up today to look like.
Yes, thank you, Freya. I'm here with Anders. We're standing outside with the Fan Fest behind us. It's starting to fill in. It's starting to get a little bit crazy. Obviously, later on today, we have Na'Vi taking on Furia. That's going to be an absolutely amazing game. Obviously, at this point, with Cloud9 being eliminated yesterday, this is Na'Vi's event to win or to lose. But before that, we have Spirit taking on Heroic.
Yeah, that's going to be one hell of a game. I mean, obviously, Spirit, they made it really far in Antwerp, so they know what it's like to be here. Heroic, I'm sure they have a lot to prove. I actually think this is the most 50-50 match we have in the quarterfinals, so I'm excited for this game.
Yeah, this match should have tons of fireworks in it. We're pumped to get it started. We're pumped to see who's going to be moving on because the results of this major have been absolutely bonkers, and we just can't wait. Back to you, Freya.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, we've literally only been here for 1 day in the arena and already so much chaos, so much craziness, and I'm expecting way more to be occurring going down today. Heroic versus Team Spirit, that's going to be the first matchup on the cards, but man, you want to be inside this arena for the last game of the day. Na'Vi versus Furia. I can't even imagine how loud the stadium's going to get, Matthew.
Yes, you are correct. This is going to be absolutely bonkers. And unfortunately for Furia, I can't think of a better adversary than Na'Vi being against the crowd. We heard it in that shoulder content we had prior to this series where Simba was talking about the Cologne moments where they silenced the entire cathedral against Big. Furia, they know what's coming for them.
Like a week ago, Freya, we were in here to watch the Arctic Monkeys play. I have a feeling that this arena is going to be louder than a concert when Furia play against Na'Vi.
And that was hella loud.
Yes, it was.
The crowd really delivering in spades. In terms of the next matchup coming up, the one that we're going to be pre-facing, obviously Spirit taking on Heroic. I'm intrigued for this matchup because there's quite a lot of similarities I'm seeing, but quite a few differences as well. How are you expecting this one to shape up?
For Heroic Spirit?
Yes.
Yes, this is one that's a bit of a coin flip. It's tough to say who is actually going to be coming out on top because both teams have seemed to have found themselves with similar upwards trajectories into this event. And with Spirit right now, this is a team that I just want to relate it to Chopper just seeming to always find a way to cram in as much essential info to his team as in such a quick fashion to make them major ready. He's done it twice in a row now.
It feels like it's the stories of both these teams to try and get the respect they deserve. I mean, now it's back-to-back playoffs if you're Kayan and the likes of Heroic, and for Chopper it's the story of outliving Dexter, right? A lot of people pointing the finger said, you know what, Dexter's the only reason why we're excited about Spirit. He's the one superstar. He leaves the team. That's going to be it. They're going to fall through. Absolutely not. What do? They find this absolute diamond in the rough of Wonderful, and you have players picking up the slack. So for them, it's the battle of proving that they could survive Dexter. And hell, Dexter isn't here. They're here on the stage.
Yeah, and I think that's a really interesting kind of nugget coming into this one as well. The fact that Heroic have made one slight roster move too with Yabi. Obviously, he's familiar with the playoff stages as well for the side of Copenhagen Flames. But we see, you know, that the last time they faced off was back at the Legend stage of the Antwerp Major. And we're going to see, I guess, slightly different looks coming out from each squad.
It is a different look, but to touch upon the Wonderful point just a bit, it feels like just Chopper is, even though some of his crops wilted, even though Dexter fell off, he found another diamond in the rough. He just he planted the seed, he sowed it, he's watered it, and now Wonderful is one of the best oppers left in the Legend stage. I mean, in the Champion stage, that is. This guy, I will just say right now, he's the best support opper left. There's some stars out there right now, but if you want just that pure support style that can fit into any system, Wonderful is your guy.
Do you know what I love about Wonderful? What I love about this major is that I think we are finally rethinking this whole narrative of if you're young, you're getting on the stage, you're going to be frightened. You're not going to be able to play your best Counter-Strike. Mouse came yesterday, taught a lesson to Cloud9. They looked like the ones that were comfortable on the stage. They were playing, they were in that flow state that you're only supposed to get to with experience. Who are we to say Wonderful won't do exactly the same thing and deliver like he owns the stage, like he belongs there? To me, this this is somewhat a sign of the new generation. Hell, it took me a long time to know how to play on the stage. Feels like for them it's instantaneous.
Well, we will be seeing if they will be delivering on the server today very shortly indeed. But before we do that, let's get some thoughts from Banks as he managed to check in with both our teams.
Hello, Patsy. How are you doing?
Nice.
You ready for a big day?
Yeah, sure.
Do you think when it comes to the individuals that Heroic can match up with their current form?
Yeah, it's okay because we already played on Antwerp with them. Now it's best of 3. It's a nice test for our team to play in front of crowd with such a good team.
You guys always seem so relaxed and so calm as a team, though, even with the crowd being against you. How do you do it?
Nice, it's okay. We already know how to play in front of a crowd that's cheering versus you, and it's difficult for us. So we're prepared for it and we're waiting.
I look forward to seeing it. Good luck, mate. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
How you feeling for this stage game? You're going to have the crowd on your side for sure. They seem to be loving you guys.
I'm excited to get started.
It makes a change, right, than having the crowd on your side.
Yeah, I mean, it's already goosebumps just walking in here. So.
What does it feel like when you're stood on this part, right? Because you're just like, it's all surrounded you. It's very different to normal tournaments.
Yeah, I've never tried something like this. I think it's like one of the other majors that I've been, where you sit in the middle, and it's just a way different feeling, just the entire crowd just being all the way around you.
Good luck. Thank you very much. My favorite over here, Cadian with a smile on his face. How you doing, bro?
I'm good. Just had myself a little bit of goosebumps, you know.
Yeah, that's what he was just saying.
The arena's not even like full yet, but we made the entrance and the fans liked it, and yeah, that's awesome.
You ready to bring your hype?
For sure, for sure. I'm not going to let the Brazilian passion down. I promise that much.
I love it, mate. Good luck. Thank you very much.
Champion stage, I got Maui with me, and we've got a bracket to fill in. I'm sure you've just probably done your pick'ems. Locked in?
Of course.
Final answer?
Yes, I'm ready to go.
All right.
Ready to kick these off.
Okay. We just spoke a little bit with the Na'Vi boys, and they're talking about Cloud9 and excitement for potential deep run. They are some of the strongest individuals. Axel's looking like a world-class rifler.
Yep.
Shiro looking like one of, if not the best AWPer right now. It's insane how good they're looking. And how does that interact with Mao's?
Well, Mao's already have made their feel-good moment. They qualified for the playoffs. But, I know that Dexter left a lot behind in Australia. He left his family, his children, but he's going to be able to see them rather soon.
What do we make of this one?
This one's a little tougher.
It is.
Yeah.
Outsiders, Fnatic. Like, my first port of call would be Fnatic because I feel like you might put them in the same box you put Mao's in.
In some ways, yes, but their opponent is a little bit weaker.
I think I'm casting this one. I'm very excited for this one. Just to see if Fnatic have got another level. Let's head over to this next one.
Sure.
Heroic Spirit.
It's tough to pick here, actually, because they have some youngsters that, like we heard with Na'Vi, I mean, they are just so strong, and you might even give the op edge today to Spirit, because Wonderful has been playing amazingly.
Did you watch Cadian recently?
He's been good too, though.
Yeah, he seemed like he's...
Right.
I was going to say back, but he's sharp.
He's playing some of the best CS I've ever seen him play.
Right, precisely. Precisely.
Yeah. So this is going to be an incredibly high-level game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'd give my edge to Heroic, but if you want to argue against...
I would go with Heroic as well.
And, I mean, the one that I'm sure a lot of the arena are waiting for.
Yes.
Furia Na'Vi.
Oh.
I mean...
Couldn't have drawn it up better for a grand finals.
Yeah. It would have been nice to see them on either sides of the bracket. I mean, let's talk first about the Furia boys.
Right. I think that this team is hungrier now more than ever, doing it in Rio. I do think that's going to bolster their chances. I actually think it might be enough to take a map off of Na'Vi.
Yeah.
So that's... But
it's the pedigree of these boys, isn't it?
Exactly. It's tough to play the best player in the world.
Yeah.
I think everybody can attest to that.
Logic is going to overpower the heart here?
Yes, we're taking Na'Vi in this one.
All right. Oh, man, that semi-final. Okay. Whew, we start at the top. We got Cloud9 Outsiders, a CIS battle.
Even online, you would see that Jane-led lineups.
And they know how to play.
Well.
I think Simple just told us, right? He's like, those boys know how to play against each other.
Right. Yeah. The new org smell, it's still lingering there for Cloud9.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. Oh, my goodness. So, I mean, this is quite a run into our next semi-final, because this is going to be, in my mind, a banger. I mean, on paper, it just looks like it's going to be a Counter-Strike carnival.
This is an
incredible three-mapper, a banger.
Three-map one, and it might just come down to the mental game on map 3.
Yeah.
That really might be all it is, because Heroic might play the better CS overall in the first 2 maps, just barely. Na'Vi will edge out one just barely, and then that might break the Heroic confidence for the finisher, right?
They're familiar with Na'Vi, no?
That should give them a little bit of a boost here. They've beaten them before, but online.
Yeah.
And I think that in a prep-heavy game, which this one will be, Groove is an incredible coach, but Blade is the best.
I love it. We'll leave it on Coach Diff?
Yeah.
Okay, wow. Na'Vi, the predicted, courtesy of Maui Snake, IEM Rio 1xBet champions.
Well, Maui and Alex's pick'em's already a little bit skew with, but it's time to see if a Heroic can redeem them coming into this first quarterfinal of day 2 here at the IEM Rio Major. It's Heroic taking on Team Spirit. They're already absorbing the energy in the arena, and we're kicking it off after this.
Introducing the Black Friday Madness. The biggest sale in ESL history. Special weekly deals just for our fans. Shop now at shop.eslgaming.com.
The Danish heroes ready to take flight, but it's Team Spirit hungry to be their kryptonite. Both coming into Rio as legend status and both ready to make their debuts here in the Jeunesse Arena. Gentlemen, we heard it just before the break. Cadian already feeling the goosebumps, feeling the vibes, coming into this beautiful stage.
And this is one of the key of this matchup, Freya. You just named them the Danish heroes. When have they ever been heroes walking into an arena? They've been booed in their own town. In Copenhagen against Astralis, they had the crowd against them. Here in Brazil, they're cheered on. They're the heroes. They're the ones soaking up all the energy. Talk to Cadian in the 2v2 multi-set we had. He said it's incredible. It's incredible for me, for our boys to be together, to have the crowd on our side.
Yeah.
Talk about a journey. Talk about a redemption arc for them to be the heroes of the arena.
And to see them actually be favorites from the crowd when usually I'm used to the fall finals where everybody's just
absolutely
going all in on them. They're the villains.
Get off the stage.
It's so surprising. It's a great look, and it's one that I think is going to help because this is a team that has an emotional leader who has been playing fantastic CS. Cadian feeds off the energy of the crowd, and you can see at this event, he is the highest rated player for his team right now. I'm going to actually need the crowd to help him out because if they don't, he might pop a blood vessel. This guy's face goes so red sometimes, but I know that energy does actually, at the end of the day, it makes Heroic who they are.
Yeah, he's truly been feasting off this atmosphere that we've had from the beginning of the Challenger stage all the way through here to the playoffs arena. But Stan, he is a name that we do want to be putting under the spotlight, as we just saw there, lowest rated player on the side of Heroic.
Yeah, for the wrong reasons, unfortunately, Freya. For the longest time, we were on the lookout for what would make Heroic go to the next step. What would make Heroic not a quarterfinal team, but a semi-final. Hell, even lift trophies in your wildest dreams. And all indicators pointed towards Stan. You see the numbers he had in the last two majors, that is Stockholm and Antwerp. He was the star. He was so instrumental, always having good start in games, putting Heroic on tracks for W's, being a very reliable asset for Cadian. He hasn't been here quite yet in Rio. The superstar hasn't arrived, but I'll put the caveat. If you start your journey today and the playoff, that's fine by me. I'm cool with that. If you only want to play on stage, do your thing.
All is forgiven and forgotten if he's able to right his wrongs. When I looked closer at Stan's demos, I was just curious about the fact that he's just missing shots. His movement looks lazier. He doesn't look as decisive with where he wants to go next on the map. And that makes me kind of think that actually with this Heroic lineup, maybe the communication isn't as good now as it was with Refresh, that he's not always sure where the next fight is coming from. And so that kind of foresight that he was able to have with the last roster, it just seems like that's eluded him.
Now, we've been doing temperature checks so often on Yabi that you think he might have a fever at this point, but the fact that he came into Heroic, you know, to make them a title contender, how much, I mean, we haven't seen that playing out, obviously, they haven't managed to lift a trophy, but where have you seen kind of that impact from Yabi, I guess?
Yabi is a better individual player than Refresh was. There's no doubt about it, but there is a bit of a step down that Heroic had to take with this. You can see the first results that we had when he first joined the lineup, especially Cologne, that's last place. They didn't win a single series at that one, and yet they were able to actually start looking better lately. Showdown, it was online, but they look confident, they look comfortable, and Yabi's starting to fit his roles, and we're starting to see that skill blossom and make Heroic a team that doesn't have a weak link.
And I think it was very important for Heroic to quickly right the wrong of Cologne. I was sitting with Yabi after the elimination, and he looked so deflated. You have to put yourself in his shoes, right? He's this 19-year-old boy who's bringing in, supposed to be uplifting the team. With Refresh, they had great results. What did they do? They bombed out of one of the most important tournaments of the year. Absolute catastrophe. You need to be mentally strong enough to understand this is okay. This was just our start. I'm going to find my pace. I'm going to find my rhythm. But you also want your teammates to believe in you. You want your teammates to believe they made the right choice. Not be looking left and right thinking, oh my God, why did we remove Refresh? Is this what we're going to have to play with? So I think Yabi had that on his shoulders that could have tanked him massively, and I'm happy to see him actually fight back, have some resilience.
Yeah, let's check in with one of his teammates. It's the talisman of the squad in Cadian.
Well, I've got Cadian here with me. Of course, Heroic is about to go up versus Spirit, which is going to be a crazy match, I think. I want to ask you about Javi because he's hauled in as kind of the person to bring more of an X factor, right, to get to that title. How do you feel he's been doing?
Good, good. I think he's been progressing steadily. We were one of the few teams to make the change prior to the summer break, like in the end of the last season. And maybe it hurt us a little bit for the last tournament, Cologne, and for the start of this one, this season. But, you know, we wanted to aim for the major. And I think that the progress has shown that right now our path to be ready in shape for the major has been perfect.
Yeah, okay, awesome. I'll let you go soon, but interesting fact is that in 2013, you were at the first major, and you're the only player left to have that tenure. When you kind of look back, whilst looking forward to this matchup, it's kind of crazy, right? But you're back here, and you're battling for a spot in the semifinal.
Yeah, you still please don't find any photos from back then. You know, I was so young. I was so young. But yeah, I mean, that's definitely interesting. I think it shows a little bit of the stubbornness that I have in me and that I don't want to give up, because maybe some of the other players, when you talk about like Dupree, his stat is a little bit different. He was also the first one, and he's had like the playoff runs at basically every major. And mine is a little bit different. I've had like a few years where I was missing out, but now I'm back, potentially better than ever, both in terms of the team I'm playing with and individually. So yeah, I'm super excited to play, and the crowd, it's amazing here.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. By the way, I think we still have a selfie from back then, so I will just look for that one. But good luck today, Cadian.
Heroic are the most proactive, the most dynamic team on the TD side in all of Counter-Strike. And we're going to look at 3 rounds from early in the tournament up against Fnatic. They'll be on Mirage, but the map doesn't really matter. You watch them on any map, and you're going to see similar trends. So let's hop into this one. We've got a 2-man ramp push over here from Shush and Tezes. Stavin's connector, Cadian's in towards window, and Jabby's on Catwalk. Now, speeding this one up, refresh Thrasher, sorry, here is going to speed up over towards ramp. He doesn't expect Tether to be that aggressive, and he's going to go down. Now, this is the next gun round in this game, and pausing here, another crazy setup comes out. 3 in towards mid, Shush, Stavin, and Yabby on short, as well as 2 in towards the apartments area. Now, hopping on towards apartments, we're going to see that Mezzy here has no idea that Heroic have changed their look so much. He's going to peek in. He'd never expect Cadian to be here this round, and goes down for free, netting them the second entry in the second round in a row. Now, this is the following gun round, and yet again, another setup comes out from Heroic. A 3-man mid-stack, a nice cheeky setup, and Tezes is even off Catwalk. There's no one really defending B. And what we're going to see happening is Roy just peeks out. He has no clue there's players in this vicinity, and he goes down as well. So what we have here is 3 rounds, 3 completely different looks, 3 entry kills, and that's why it's so hard to call against Heroic, because they're throwing you so much at you throughout the game. Back to you guys on the desk.
It was a more proactive approach from Heroic. That's been something that has been a tradition from them, and actually something that Spirit Magic recently spoke about this, saying they're actually pretty inspired by that. They like this proactive approach coming out of Heroic. But for Spirit, it's not the CT sides necessarily that have been the shining light, have they, Maui?
No, I've actually loved the T sides. I think that right now, Chopper is calling the best T side on Ancient of any single team. And I think these ratings are very much so evident of the fact that when they're on the offense, everybody is eating Maniac.
Man, I mean, look at Patsy's number. That just completely bamboozles me. The fact that he could have a above 1.3 rating on the T side, this is diamond. This is pure gold for an IGL. The fact that you can have a player that is not afraid to take, hey, let's say 40 to 60 duels, 30 to 70 duels, because this is the reality of the Counter-Strike we're playing today. You could have the best strategy, you could have the best utility. You need someone with the courage to go front and make the difference. When Patsy plays like that, the trades happen, and then this is where the experience kicks in. You see a T side like this.
I want to throw Wonderful's name into the ring, because he's truly living up to his name at only 17 years old. What an impact this AWP has been having.
It's actually ridiculous. Like, how many Diamond players will the CIS region give us? Like, when does that stop? When do we stop?
I don't think it'll ever stop. I think they just grow on trees. They just grow on trees over there. Oh, man. Wonderful has such a unique style, though, too. This is what I love about him. It's that this guy, he uses Simple's sensitivity. He copied his sensitivity. His fellow countrymen. He decided he wanted to be like the GOAT, but he plays nothing like the GOAT. He's so much more passive. But this guy, he reminds me when I watch him more of Brokey. You put this guy behind a single piece of cover in a post plant, and he is like a cone of vision that can just delete anybody from the server if they peek him. And Chopper, he's so good at getting him into those deep positions. They're so good. People like Patsy at taking space, so Wonderful, can activate in the mid-late round.
Okay, I'll be devil's advocate for right a second here. You make the parallel with Brokey, and I can appreciate that. For Chopper, it's a luxury to have a player that's not going to need so much space, but still deliver. My issue is, if Spirit hit a wall, is Wonderful the guy that actually going to break the code and change the course of a game? Usually it's a trade-off. If you have a player that's a little bit more passive, following the rules, and can do with little resources, he's usually not the guy that's just going to take the game by the horns. We'll get to see that today.
Yeah, and that's what I'm really excited to see, because it hasn't been, too long that Wonderful's actually been on the side of Team Spirit as well. But somebody who has been on the side for a hell of a long time, it's the in-game leader himself, Chopper. And man, what a rise he's been having in this major as well.
Talk about a player, or I should say a leader. See, I almost did it myself. Talk about someone that does not necessarily get the credit he should as a leader. You have some of the numbers here. These are his ratings in major attendances. You have to remember he was back in the days with the Vega Squadron. Look at the power-up from an individual perspective. But just the price on his name, I don't think he's getting a lot of credit.
Oh, yeah, but the fact that he's actually made it now to what is his 7th major and has gotten better as an individual. Usually when you see these older players, Chopper 25, not that old, but I mean,
be very careful on that
one. In CSGO terms, it's ancient almost. But either way, you don't usually see this kind of growth coming later in a player's career for them to become better as an individual. Usually it's the calling, it's the comms, it's how they're able to play off teammates. That's what improves because they get a better macro understanding of the game. But Chopper's done what no other IGL generally does, and that's that he's improved his own ability, and that's been an X factor for Spirit in these games.
I've never seen him that confident. And this is not a term that I'm used to describe Chopper with. I've seen him falter individually. I've seen him be a liability individually. In the past with Spirit, I've seen the pressure get to him. I see him being nervous. In this tournament, I felt like he's been on one. He's been so focused, so safe. And you can also kind of feel it in Spirit's T side as well. He makes good decisions because he's in a good headspace. And that, to me, is a key factor.
Yeah, certainly cool, calm, and collected from Chopper coming into this IEM Rio Major. But let's get a few thoughts from Wonderful heading into this series.
I'm here with Wonderful ahead of Spirit's Clash versus Heroic, which is going to be a very intense match, I'm sure. First up, though, I'd like to ask about how you feel you've been doing. Of course, a very big environment for you to step foot in. How do you reflect on your own performance so far?
Actually, my first tournaments was not so good, but when we played RMRs, I got the feeling that I will play good on Major, and I came in Major, and my first games was good, but versus what we played, I forgot what we played. With whom? No, last game. With Liquid. We played with Liquid, and first map was good for me, and 2 last maps was not good because, I don't know, I just missed a lot of, but now I think will be good.
Okay, overall, what do you think it is that you have to focus on? Like, what needs to happen for you to have a good game?
I just need to drink coffee and sleep good, that's all.
I love that. When it comes to Heroic, it's going to be a very stressful matchup in this environment with all the fans and all that. How do you feel you match up versus them, and how do you feel about your chances?
I think it's going to be a good game. Like, literally, yeah, I think it's going to be 3 maps, but maybe 2. Who knows, who knows. But yeah, it's going to be a good game, as I said. That's all what I can say.
Okay, yeah, of course. When it comes to the map video, you have one in common, for instance, in Nuke, where you both do very well on. You have a very top-heavy map pool. How comfortable are you going into the map video versus them?
Actually, Heroic is very comfortable team for us because of map veto, and I don't know what to say more. Okay. Like it's just comfortable team, yeah, for us.
I think that says more than enough. Thank you so much. Good luck today.
Get your 8 hours of sleep a night. That is apparently instrumental in becoming a world-class AWPer. But just bouncing off what they were talking about in terms of the map veto and potentially, you know, a win condition for Spirit coming into this, they've been looking great across these 3 maps on our screen.
Yes, as we can see on our screen, it has been 14 maps in a row on Nuke, Ancient, and Vertigo since the RMR that Spirit have been winning on LAN. This isn't even online results. They are beating everybody when they're sitting in the server, in the room against them. And that is a key for this matchup. If Spirit can get 2 of these maps, you have to give them a very strong chance to take down Heroic and pull off the upset.
So where are they going to be going in terms of this video? What do you expect Spirit to be picking into?
Look, I think the choice is between Vertigo and Ancient, quite honestly, if you're Spirit. I do believe that Vertigo might be a slightly better pick just because of the open nature of the T side. That's exactly what they're going for. The T side Ancient could feel just a little bit claustrophobic if you don't find the opening. Now, that's an overpass for Heroic. We talked about it in the green room. We said that could be a punish.
Yes, it is a punish pick for Heroic. They could have gone maybe Mirage, they could have gone Overpass, but I think the decider has to be Nuke between these 2 teams. They've both shown so much comfort on it lately, and there we go. We get it. This is a very expected veto.
And they have 2 of the maps you mentioned.
But yeah,
they do.
Exactly. We haven't seen Spirit bleed on 2 of these maps in over a month. This is them giving themselves an opportunity, a chance. Wonderful talked about how comfortable this veto is for them, and you can see it right there.
This is where the map pool actually defines some of the story, and sometimes an underrated topic for us here at the desk, because I think this is a way in to kind of overturn the hierarchy of Counter-Strike. You have the top teams who play the Inferno, the Mirage, the Dust 2, they have no words. If you're a team, why don't you just become a specialist of the Vertigo and Nuke the Ancient, and you push people in the veto and you apply pressure and you end up fighting for a spot in the semifinals with both Nuke and Vertigo in the pool. How blessed is that?
So I'm reading between the lines here, but does this mean this is going in the favor of Spirit, gentlemen?
I'm on the Spirit train.
Yeah.
I'm on the Spirit train. I do believe in Wonderful. I believe in Chopper. I think he's speaking in terms of IGL ability. Are you leaning to Spirit too? I thought you were going to follow Heroic.
No, I'm going Heroic still. I'm still taking Heroic in this one because I just think that they're the better overall team. I do think that these maps are very comfortable for Spirit, and I expect it to go the distance. But when it does, map 3, Heroic, they have so many reps on Nuke. It was one of their best maps for such a long period of time. Cadian has so much comfort in the mid-round calling on it. He has so many tricks for himself, and we talked about that op difference between Cadian and Wonderful. I know that Cadian, not always propped up to be the best opper in the world, but he's proactive, he's aggressive, and that's where I think he's going to have the edge. When it comes to map 3, he will make sure that he makes the playing field however he wants.
Well, we're going to see if it ends up being the full 9 yards here in our third quarterfinal here at the IEM Rio Major. Vertigo, Overpass, and Nuke on the cards, but not before we throw this one to a quick break, because when we are back, we'll be welcoming the teams to the arena.
Rio de Janeiro, casa do 18º Major de CSGO. Nós prometemos paixão, fogo e adrenalina. O Brasil trouxe a loucura. E o Counter-Strike abraçou isso.
There is absolute pandemonium live from Rio.
Oh my goodness, Torsi. He got both on the knife.
A estrada terminou para alguns, já outros se destacaram ao longo do caminho. Após duras batalhas para decidir os challengers, era a hora dos Legends se enfrentarem.
No way! Best player in the world just styles on Tapson.
Now he's on the bomb, that Molly. And I think it's too late. He can still stick it. He can stick that.
One more would be great. Find him! Oh my God! No way!
Fans still filling up the Jeunesse Arena here in Rio in anticipation to kick off day number 2 of the IEM Rio Major. Now, we were talking about the differences that we've seen since the last Antwerp Major between these two squads. Of course, we were picking up on Wonderful, the absolutely exponential impact he's had on the side of Team Spirit. Totally forgot to mention, this is his first major playoffs. Like, this guy, he's got to get used to, this, to the crowd on the stage.
Thankfully, the system isn't designed about making Wonderful a focal point. He's just doing it in the system that Spirit have devised. And that's why it's so impressive that he's actually doing this well. Because usually support operas, you don't really give him too much credit. You say, this guy's just going to throw some flashbangs. Maybe on the CT side is going to do work. But he's actually been an exceptional T-side player. When they've actually unlocked the map for him, it's been impressive to see him in late-round situations because he's so flicky. He's so consistently fast. But that's why I also have some hesitation and some reservations against him, because I do think that this crowd will get under his skin.
Yeah, and I think with this play style, the question for me is, can you work your way back into a game that starts poorly? And obviously, this is one of the fundamentals of any good player that want to have a great career in Counter-Strike. You have to be able to work your way back in the game, even if you get shut down at the very beginning. Usually, when you have star operas being put in positions, it's like opportunities arise for you to come back into the game. But if you don't provide that, if you actually just have more of a passive way, if you're following through it, I feel like sometimes you can feel the game is just passing by. You're trying to run to get the train, you just can't catch a breath, the game is going too fast for you, and this could be a concern for Wonderful.
Let's dig into Spirit's map pick of Vertigo. Obviously, it was one of 3 that you were saying, you know, they've had this incredible LAN win streak on it. What has been so dominant then for Spirit on this particular ground?
What I've loved about Spirit is that I just fixate on Patsy. This guy is, to me, the premier ramp taker in the space right now. You'd probably put him up there with people like Yakinder, people like Nafany, people that just seem to own that space. I think Patsy's better than all of them. I think this guy actually is able to read what opponents are doing in terms of the utility that's flying at him, and in a split second, make a decision. Should he swing? Should he back up? And sometimes giving space is the best thing, even if you are an entry fragger, and that's why I've been loving Patsy. He looks so cerebral, and I think that ramp, he's going to make it his home. He's going to own Tessie. He's going to own Cadian and Stown. I would bet that he's going to find at least one double entry there on that T side.
And it's not even unilateral. That's what's great for Spirit. You talk about Patsy and Wonderful, the job they do on the A side, and then you have Siren towards mid and Magix on B. Well, very reliable defenders, but I think this is some of the underrated topics when it comes to Spirit. They have 2 very strong defensive players. And just consider Magix for a second and his arc. Today I had kind of an aha moment when I realized he's 19, he's been in Spirit for 3 years. We already consider him a veteran. We never talk about Magix as a rookie. We never say, you know, he's going to have the jitters. We have already adopted him as a mainstay in the top-level Counter-Strike, and he is 19-year-old.
I've seen Magix wear 2 different logos for Spirit, at least 15 different styles of jersey, and yet he's under 20 years old.
I know.
What's going on? Like, I feel like there's been like he's in a time machine or something like that, but what he has is experience, and I feel like Spirit has been able to put him wherever they need, and he's been the perfect glue guy for this team.
And look how he's grown as a person. Look at the moments he's been stepping in front of the camera. He's been adopting this role of a villain, an anti-hero, kicking chairs. Well, that one I credit to Trace Turner right there. That one's for you. But look at how he's developed, right? I feel like it's part of his persona. It's part of the hero he's becoming, right? He's embraced it, and he's only 19. And when Dexter left, he was one of the few ones to kind of pick up the slack and do more, do better. You look at his numbers. They are better than before. He rose up to the occasion. And again, under 20. How mind-blowing is that?
Yeah, that is insane. Magix has also had one of my favorite quotes of all time. Spoke to him at the RMR after qualifying for this very major. Asked him, what were the goals coming into it? Magix says, goals are for noobs. That's it. End of the interview, Finn. That's exactly what he said. But the fact that he was, you know, and then in a HLTV interview, he was talking about, he just wants to enjoy the arena. He's not coming in and setting too high expectations for his team. It's about enjoying the experience. Sure, there might not be as many cheers as he hoped for, but the fact he's coming in with, I don't know, I like the personality on this guy.
I mean, look, you have to realize as well, this core of Spirit minus Wonderful were an overtime away from greatness in Antwerp. They had what was labeled as one of the craziest series against FaZe Clan, and that's a parallel you can draw with Heroic as well. I was looking at you know, the teams that have actually put Heroic away from the contention of the running at the majors, and we were talking about G2 in the first occurrence in Stockholm, ended up being a runner-up, and Na'Vi as well in Antwerp, same situation, second place. And both these situations, Heroic were this this away from winning. On the second map against Na'Vi, on the third map against G2. And I think for both these teams, the answer is here, or maybe in your heart, depending if you're more like a thinker or more a feeler. But the answer, it comes from within.
What's so funny, I think, about Spirit and how they fit into the CSGO ecosystem is that Chopper looks at the semester rubric at the beginning of his class, and he says to himself, oh, that final is worth 70% of my grade. That's a major for him. He doesn't care about the rest of the circuit. They bombed out of the groups in ESL Pro League just a couple months ago, but when they actually ramp up and they know that it's finals week, when they know they have to cram, they get it done, and he actually uplifts these players, because if you look at some of the names there, Siren, Patsy, Wonderful, you would just think these are FPL stars, but Chopper makes them look like a cohesive team that actually know what they're doing on a macro level on the T side. That's why it's so impressive, and it's also why Chopper deserves so much credit for how much this team has done, and consistently at 2 majors now.
Chopper's also got a little bit of a love story in the server today. Cadian, apparently his favorite in-game leader of all time. He's been focusing on him with this kind of new rebuilder spirit, and I guess we can see that in the kind of more proactive approaches that we see both sides pulling off.
Yeah, but I don't like that somehow. You know, listen, you know, I'm a romantic. I can always appreciate a little bit of emotions here and there, and I love when people are being genuine. But you're going on the stage against Cadian. I don't care that he's your hero. I don't want I don't want him to be your hero. I want him to be a noob for you. I want you to school him, to teach him a lesson. You know, goals are for noob and all that stuff. Like, what is this? Don't respect your opponent against you. That worries me. That worries me just a little bit.
To put it succinctly, you can respect your opponent. Don't be a fan of your opponent. You can't let that happen, or you're going to start playing worse. You're going to start thinking that that guy that you've already been idolizing is now in your head, that he's just one step ahead of you because he's been there for longer. You have to believe that you're better right now. And I mean, Maniac, I want to actually hear, do you think Chopper can overcome that? Because that's another edge that I give to Cadian, and it's another edge I give to Heroic.
Psychologist Matthew in the
Honestly,
house.
I think Cadian has shown fragility in that. So I think both IGLs have to overcome that last step. But I do get what you mean. And it's something that I have experienced myself as a player. When you're going up against someone that you look up to, and you're getting done on the server, you're getting to 13, to getting to 14, there's this very strange things that happen in your brain where you somehow cannot believe you're about to do it, and you sabotage yourself.
Yeah.
You're being a little too proactive, you're trying to force in the game. You have to be able to maintain your nerves. But I think this is something that the CIS school of thoughts in Counter-Strike has been able to do. They have produced such cold-blooded killers in the game. That is beautiful to see, and this is going to be needed today. You cannot let what is happening here, this crowd, you cannot let it get to you. Eyes on the prize.
Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful crowd, but yeah, you've got to be focused on what's going on inside the server. Matthew, I do want to throw one more question your way, because we were heard from Shox in the interview, obviously Cadian gracing the stage of the first ever CSGO major.
That's true.
You were there as well, man. How has Cadian grown since then?
I know, Cadian has outlasted me by a very, very long margin, and you have to respect how stubborn he is. There's something that kind of shines in his playstyle as well. He stayed true to himself, disregarding the critics, but that is true. I played against Scared at the time. I even played with Cadian for a little bit, but obviously now he's on to greener pastures, much more success. I found my place here in that very much desk. I think we're good. Everybody's doing what they're supposed to do.
We don't want you to go away, Matthew.
It took Cadian a while to find his footing,
So what you're telling me is I should go back.
I mean, you played with him. I actually briefly competed against him when he was on Rogue in North America. Like, he had to go all the way to another continent to find a footing again in this space, and I think this journey is one that it deserves admiration, because going away from this space and taking this job on the desk, because this is a great job. Like, if I got this job, it's hard for me to go back to being a player and try anything else in life, because this one's fabulous. But he knew that he wanted to hunt for glory. He wanted to hunt for a legacy, that there was a job unfinished in this space as a player, and for him to come back in this form. For me, Cadian, he is one of the top 5 IGLs of the past 4 years now.
He's a captain.
Yes.
Sometimes I like to do the distinction between an IGL, which is a bit more strategic, a bit more tactical, but he's a captain. He's a leading figure for Heroic. He has built this team, this little bubble, against the world for a while. We have to remember the turbulent times of Heroic, where people were pointing the fingers, throwing accusations. He stayed tough with his crew, and I think they have created something unique in how they look at each other, how they talk to each other, how they play with each other, and he bears responsibility of that. He has created a unity that goes way further than the 5 players, and this is one of the scariest aspects. When you play against Heroic, you know they're going to be moving together because they see the game the same way.
Yeah, that's why we always refer to them as such a well-drilled machine coming into series. Maui, you gave me a bit of nostalgia there, though. I had forgotten that Cadian was on Rogue, and I'd forgotten at the London Minors him bawling his eyes out, finally qualifying for what was the challenger stage of the major at the time. It meant so much to him.
Yeah, and we've seen Cadian hit the lowest lows in his career We have yet to see the highest highs. I do hope that this is a tournament where they can get close to it. I don't have them pinned as a championship favorite by any means, but they're a team that no one is going to doubt in any series moving forward. Doesn't matter if it's Na'Vi or Fury in the semis, they have a chance. Doesn't matter if it's outsiders on that other side of the bracket, they have a chance. Doesn't matter if it's Maus, they definitely have a chance if it's getting Maus. I'll say that.
That's the last step for Heroic. Like, you see this glass ceiling they've had. Who's going to punch through that? Who is going to punch through this glass ceiling? They've been continuously in playoffs of the last 3 majors. They've belonged to the very best of the game, but somehow we struggle to imagine them lifting the trophy that's right here. Who is it going to be? Is it Stone? We've painted already some of the demises he's been having in Rio. Is it Cadian, who's having better numbers now? Could Yabi be the solution and the difference maker? We are just looking. We are looking for a sign. We're looking for someone to redefine the limits of what Heroic can do. Because up until that point, and I'm going to allow myself to be a Debbie Downer for a second, all they have done is what they usually do. Heroic is in the playoffs. That's it. That's what they've always done. Who is going to push them through that?
Yeah.
Who's going to make a new record, a new standing for them?
Yeah, I think today is the day for them to be proving that and much more. Obviously, we are experiencing a couple of technical issues. I know production are working very hard to resolve those swiftly. But in the meantime, let's check in with Banks, because I hear he's down on the arena floor.
In the madness that is the fan section here. Let's go! Fury's not even playing yet, and we already got crazy Fury fans. But I have to ask you, man. You are in the Fury area with a Na'Vi shirt. Do you want Fury to win or Na'Vi to win later today?
Na'Vi.
Why Na'Vi?
2-0.
Wow, he thinks 2-0. You're a brave young man.
Oh, 2-1.
Or 2-1. Okay, he might want 3 maps with it. I like it. My man, here you got, a Brazilian flag with Furia on. So you're obviously on the Furia camp. But what about this game? We got Spirit going up against Heroic. A lot of Brazilian fans are supporting Heroic. Why?
Because Brazil is the best CSGO in the world now.
But why is Brazil supporting Heroic? Everyone's cheering for Heroic right now.
Because we love Cadian. Cadian is Brazilian now.
Yeah! You've stolen Cadian, you've made him Brazilian.
Yeah.
I love it. But he cheers?
He cheers up like a Brazilian.
He's got the energy, the passion. That's what they love here. I love it all as well. It's fun. I'm going to keep moving. So, guys, give me some room. I'm going to come through. I'm going to enjoy all of this. I know we got some musical stuff going on here, for sure. Hey, there they are. There's a big... These are the guys. Woo. I'm going to try to squeeze through. All right. We ready to go to some music? Yeah. Ready to bring the hype? Come on! I absolutely love this. This is brilliant. All right, we'll keep moving up. A little. So, you got Liquid on your head, but they're not here. Yeah. Sad times. What about in this matchup? Where are we rooting for? Heroic, Spirit?
Here I'm for Heroic today. Because Furious playing after this game, so we come for Heroic today because this t-shirt remember Brazil.
Nice, you like that because they got the jersey to suit it. Now I want to ask as well, if Heroic win and Furia win, who do you choose?
Furia.
Are you guys going to give him the buff, the energy?
Yeah. I don't know how much, so-so, but they say,
all right, we keep moving. Hello. What is this? What is this?
Mini Vuvuzela.
Go. We have absolutely everything going on here. I'm going to keep moving up and try and get through this madness. Hello. How are we doing? We're going up to the top. How are you?
How are you?
Good?
Good, muito bom aqui. A Fúria vai ganhar o campeonato aqui.
Vamos Ash, vamos TK essa aqui, ó.
I don't understand any of this. We're going to make sure we get back to this stage and back to this game, but hey, it's a party up in here.
Banks, you are certainly bringing the party indeed, but I hope this audience in attendance has saved some of their energy as it is time to welcome our two teams to the arena. The crowd certainly rooting for their favorites. It's Heroic to take center stage first. Yabi leading the charge. Definitely not his first rodeo at a major, but the first time he is wearing this Heroic jersey coming into a major.
They embody the passion that Brazilian Counter-Strike is made of.
It's beautiful stuff. Cadian also leading the charge there. We heard it from the audience, the fact that they're rooting for him because he feels like he embodies that Brazilian spirit, Mari.
That energy, it's electric, it's contagious. His team's going to need a bit of it today because they've fallen short on these sort of stages before. But if they have this kind of backing, if they have balloons in the audience, I have to believe in Heroic.
Man, this audience is truly bringing the party. But now it's time to welcome the arch nemesis, Team Spirit. By far the youngest squad in attendance here with an average age of just 20 years old. Obviously wonderful dragging that down, being a star AWPer at just 17 years of age. The first time he is walking out into any arena like this must be pure goosebumps for him, Maniac.
Talk about a baptism by fire for Yonderful and his lads. The villains, they'll play against the crowd today. They'll play to silence them. They're not here to make friends.
It really has been the story of the Young Guns as well throughout day one of the major. I don't know. I think they're going to be lapping this energy up. I think they're ready to give it to Heroic.
Hey, we've seen Patsy playing with the crowd before at the last major. He's been waving at them. He's been shushing them. He's going to have to make sure that they quiet down a little bit because Spirit do have a chance in this one.
Well, the teams have entered the arena full force, so it is time to get our third quarterfinal underway.
Going into the Heroic match, I think it's gonna be a fun series because they're a team who is pretty entertaining to watch and to play with.
The upcoming match against Spirit will be insane. I cannot wait to play in that arena. The passion of the Brazilians are insane and you can feel it when you're playing on stage.
When we were building our roster, we've been heavily watching into their play style, and we do know them, how they play, and we hope we can counter it.
I think it's really good for us to be able to have this more experience than them. We know as a team that we are really comfortable on the stage and able to play in front of these big crowds.
The Rio Major as legends. Now it is time to truly cement their legacy as Heroic, taking on Team Spirit in our third quarterfinal here in the Jeunesse Arena. Matthew, you were saying you feel like the map veto, it favors Spirit in this one. Do you feel like the nerves are going to play a factor for them at all?
I think they're going to fuel off the fire that the crowd is throwing at them. I think this is how Spirit operates as a team. They've done it in the past. They could do it again here. I have full confidence in Spirit. I think we're pushing it all the way.
This game is pretty close for me, Freya. I'm not really sold on either team being the heavy favorites in this one. I know Maniac's confident Spirit. I will give the edge to Heroic in this one. They have shown me more consistency over a longer stretch of time. They have many players who have been on big stages, and I think the fact that the crowd is on their side, sometimes those single percentage differences, they are paramount.
The fact that we're talking about Spirit coming into this having incredibly strong T sides, but then we look at Heroic, we know they're super proactive on those CT sides. Do you think that's going to make a difference in terms of, you know, quelling what's been a win condition for Spirit?
I think that actually Spirit is well aware of what Heroic is going to be throwing at them. So it comes down to Chopper, it comes down to some of the preparation to make sure that they have the counters in place. If Magix is going to talk that talk, I want to see him walk that walk.
He was certainly strutting his stuff coming onto this very stage. And what a beautiful statement this is. We're not packed out here. I expected to be packed out coming into our fourth quarterfinal. But the electricity, the vibes they must be feeling on this very stage, Machu.
It is a blessing. It is a blessing to be here. Again, it's never given to you. You have to deserve it. You have to earn it. Now, this is one best of 3, but it's about pushing boundaries for either of these teams. Spirit came and had this very bold statement. They said, you know what? We want to do semifinals. We thought that is a crazy statement, thinking about the field, thinking about the opposition they would face in Rio. For Heroic, last time around, it was quarterfinal. They want to push further. They want to show that they've grown. They want to show that they're better, they've improved. But now is the time to showcase all of that progress.
I love the Heroic. They're already talking strats in that huddle, really getting the guys together. I mean, the energy in this arena is absolutely electric, Maui. And for Cadian, attending the first ever major, now attending the first ever major in Brazil, that's got to be a momentous occasion for him.
In terms of achievements, Cadian, he knows what it means. He's been on the desk before. He's talked all about the narratives, but what he's focusing on is doing better than the last time around. To fall to Navi in the quarterfinals at the Antwerp major, that still lingers in his head. That's the reason that they made the move to get rid of Refresh, to add Yabi. He said that they wanted to peak for the major, that they want to have that chance at a rematch, and I think that Spirit has to be a stepping stone in their way.
Yeah, they've got to be clawing up that summit. Machu, you were talking about it in the green room, the fact that the last 2 majors that Heroic were played in, they have played against incredibly tough opposition, those of who they've fallen to.
That is correct, but you have to remember, in a different setup. I want to put a spin in this situation here. If you're Cadian, you're showing up here in the Jeunesse Arena, we are in Hero. Everybody is looking at you to win. You're everybody's favorite, which means you could let everybody down. Which means if you're not showing up, this could be all for nothing. All of these cheers, all of the crowds, nothing. You could disappoint everybody at once, and he is the pinnacle of the Heroic playstyle. If he is falling out of rhythm, that could be it. He could be asphyxiated by all the pressure that is putting on them. That's my spin on it.
Not only as a captain or an in-game leader, but as a player too. If Cadian starts missing some of those gimme shots and he starts letting the team down in that regard, who's going to come up, Maniac? Because I've seen so many times an opportunity for Stown or Testis to show me that they can be the difference maker, and they don't rise up to the occasion. I think now it has to be Cadian. He's the one that has to shoulder the burden. He was the best player in that quarterfinals against Navi last major. I think he wants to be that best player again today.
He's also the best player when we're looking at the statistics coming onto this round of Vertigo for the side of Heroic too.
That is indeed correct. Look at this. You can see the man. Look at him embracing the situation. A little bit of a page out of the Carrigan's book, was obviously not here to clap with crowd.
Well, he might be the king, Danish in-game leader. I love as well the fact that the crowd are donned in those Brazilian Heroic jerseys. But it is time to truly kick this one off. It's over to Jason Hernandez to get Vertigo underway.
What a beginning it will be, what a match we have. The third quarter-final. We need to find another semi-finalist here. It's either going to be Heroic or Spirit. We're starting on Vertigo. Jason, how do you feel today?
Oh, I'm feeling lovely. This is a way to get things started on this beautiful Friday afternoon. Heroic and Spirit, as you mentioned, trying to get to those semifinals, also trying to get past the semifinals, get into the grand finals. That's where both of these teams have been stopped at the majors in the past. Oh, and right out of the gate, fast play towards the B-bomb side. It's Shush. Initial contact, him and Yabi able to take down the first 2, and that is Spirit put back, all ready to plan B.
Yeah, they wanted that knockout punch to the B-bomb site right away, and they did not get it. They've lost Chopper as well. 2 versus 5. Heroic. They have no incentive to do anything. They can play the rest of this round in a really calm fashion. It's about as good of a start as you could have possibly wished for. Not much to do at this point if you're on the CT side.
No, but even on a bigger scale, it's, I mean, just right out of the intro of the game, Katie and hyping up the crowd, getting everyone pumped up, it would be really painful just to drop that energy right out of the bat in the pistol round. So the fact that Heroic's going to be able to take this one, Yabby an engagement there, traded up by Siren, as Shush and Katie slide into the B bomb site. No cause for worry just yet. But they need to be careful not to let this slip away. Okay, now perhaps a little bit of cause for worry. Not even a whole lot of damage taken from Siren and Wonderful.
Yeah, you have to be so careful. Imagine if you lose a 2-on-5 in the pistol round to start the quarterfinal with. That is not something you want to have happen. Siren, he's taking down Katie, and it's when they get the Kushans down. I can't believe it. They're actually back in the round. Wonderful goes down. It's on Siren to try and save this one. He does not have the bomb plant, but he has time. He's sneaking around their group up. He sees one. They almost peek into him. There's the kill, and there's the headshot. You must be kidding. Spirit, they bring it back in the opening round, a 2-on-5.
What a way to shut the crowd up. What a way to send a message over to Heroic. That is an incredible recovery, and it's all duels. It's all headshots. It's all skill from Spirit. What a way to steal the pistol round, and that is a beautiful final shot out of Tess's. Heroic could just, I don't even know if they misplayed that pistol round. They just got shut down.
They certainly weren't being very aggressive. They tried to stay far back. They didn't really want to have many of those fights. But eventually, Spirit came and found them anyway. You have to brush that up really quickly. You obviously don't have time now to think about it. So on to the next round. They've lost Shush already. Got a couple of Mac 10s on the Spirit side, so they can be very, very aggressive.
That is a wild start. Put on notice right out of the gate is Heroic. Yabby gonna go down next. Chopper aggressive with the Mac 10, finds another. That's Cadian. No one yet falling from Spirit. Sound and Tessus might want to think about backing away and saving these Deagles. Not much you can do left here, but Spirit, they're not gonna let that happen. They want to challenge.
Why not? When you got this kind of a start, you're feeling a little bit hungry.
Now, one of the fun parts about that pistol round, which is one of the more interesting things in this battle between Heroic and Spirit that I found, Heroic is second best in the top 16 in terms of converting 5-on-4 advantages.
Oh, really?
They have an 83% win rate converting 5-on-4. Spirit is second best in the top 16 at converting 4-on-5 rounds with a disadvantage.
All right.
40.2%. So that little battle of playing advantage or disadvantage rounds from whichever side you want to look at it is going to be something really, really critical between both these teams. Opening kills are going to be very, very important in this game. And already, right out of the gate, I mean, that's not a 4v5 converter from Spirit. That's a 2v5, which is absolutely mental.
Yeah, that's a rare sight, but what a beginning. Spirit announcing their presence early on. Heroic, they get to save 2 Mac 10s, which actually is a little bit interesting in terms of if they could get some kills in this round. That would be that'd be worth a lot.
And the other side of that, too, is you get to pass over the 2 Deagles as well. So a couple other players without armor have a chance to jiggle some angles, maybe get a fortunate 1 Deag. And, yeah, you just kind of roll the dice and see what happens from there.
Yeah, Spirit easing their way into this one, figuring out what's happening. Wouldn't really expect them to be rushing in. They obviously know what is in play on the CT side, so it's not really worth it to just go all in and rush the A ramp or anything like that. Going to be taking a slower approach to this round. Let's see, everybody nearly from the Heroic side is over here. They've left Yabby alone at the B bomb site, and he's just throwing some smokes in, trying to buy as much time as he can.
It's the only one he's got, and if Magix decides to challenge it in any meaningful way, if Siren decides to challenge it in any meaningful way, they'll see the B-bomb site clear, but at the moment held off. They're saying no reason for us to take a risk quite yet. Tess is ready and waiting, trying to bait and lure Spirit in, and they've at least got Patsy. He goes down, gets a kill from the grenade, but it's all Spirit from here on after with the AK-47s.
Yeah, not such a bad trade. 2 for 1 to begin with. Stown still waiting for that smoke to fade. Oh, he's got a great one-way up on top, and Magic's going down. Now it's a little bit worrisome once again.
Look at the HP on Chopper. Wonderful. They can be cleaned up as well. This is a nice situation for Oak to find themselves in. Still 30 seconds on the clock. Not a whole lot of time if you want to transfer between the bomb sites. This is everything. This engagement is huge from Stown. Oh, and Yabby into a one-on-one.
It's just Siren left on the other side once again to try and save it, but what a headshot! Yabby to take him down. That is beautiful, and Heroic back into the game a round earlier.
Yeah, you nailed it with the Mac 10s. They end up having a huge influence over the top of the smoke. That'll get things going. That'll help you feel like you're starting to recover from the pistol round loss. And Heroic steal an early round. Well done from Yabby, 1v2.
That's a sight you expect to see a lot out of Cadian throughout this quarterfinals. He is absolutely not just the game leader, but the hype man of the team. And somewhat of an icon at this point in time for exactly those reactions. Fourth round, though, Spirit will buy into this one.
An immediate timeout from Spirit to talk things over. Talk about the strategy they want to come to with 3 AK-47s, a Tech-9, a Deagle. Maybe ice out Heroic a little bit. Maybe let the environment calm down. An early stumble for Team Spirit. But we get right going in round 4.
Let's see what they do here. Cadian quick with the AWP to try and take the look, and he's not going to have any response on the other side from Wonderful yet. They just don't really have the money for it. One Tech-9 as well, one Deagle. Still a dangerous round from Spirit's point of view.
There's no setup for a flashbang around this corner. Nothing to bother these defenders. Shush has the first. Yabby hasn't been engaged yet, hasn't been activated yet. Peering down, finds Siren.
I actually thought maybe Yabby would be a little bit deeper in that angle so they could both fight at the same time. Seems like maybe there was some mistiming there, but it kind of works out anyway. Chopper and Wonderful are left 2 versus 4. And just like in the pistol round, Heroic should not be losing this. These are the rounds you just must win.
Spirit's gonna hit the pause button for the moment. Chopper and Wonderful talking over how they want to approach the situation, maybe allowing for some time for Cadian to rotate away with the AWP. Great find. Heads up duel against Tesses, and Chopper is absolutely perfect in it. Cadian shifts over. 35 seconds on the clock. And Stown shifts to support Cadian at the A bomb site. Yabby's got an advanced position on B stairs, so not going to worry about that bomb site. Stown just looks at mid as Cadian keeps his eyes forward.
They need a really strong entry here to even get the bomb plant at this point in time. Just 16 seconds left in the round, and they're not even really close to the plant yet. Cadian, he sees one. Flashbang does absolutely nothing. That's a great flick to take down Chopper as well. Heroic early to tie up the scoreline. They get to keep 3 people alive on that CT side. And Spirit will have to take a little bit of a break here. They're going to have Glocks and nothing else.
Yeah, painful one. Not really a whole lot you can invest. Although we've seen some teams play it pretty aggressive and go for the Deagle armors regardless. But this is good shooting from Cadian. Good positioning as well. Low risk position. He's even able to dodge the flashbang as it comes around the corner. And a chance for Heroic to build up some bank. B-Rush with just Glocks.
Yeah, they're quickly there, aren't they? Tesses, the spray from the AK just continues. It's a good triple. They don't lose a single player. You like to see it. 3-2 in favor of Heroic. And now we're going to get into something that's a little bit more like a normal game here. AKs versus M4s. We're going to get a chance to see what Spirit have prepped for this T side. And I mean, much has been talked about these T sides from Spirit. That's where they do a lot of the heavy lifting.
Yeah.
Really dangerous.
It's been some very impressive stuff. And remember, too, I mean, the desk kind of touched on the map pool being nice for Spirit. They haven't lost this map in almost 2 months, since back in September, early September. So got to be feeling supremely confident here on Vertigo. Early stairs control, they force back the defense. Cadian shifts over towards middle with an off angle as Tesses spams through the smoke. Got to be careful about it. Over the top, Siren. He's dropped by Patsy. The X Factor. Maui talked about him and the space he creates on this A ramp. Absolutely massive. He's found an opening kill. Ignores the sandbags player for the moment, but a good recovery from Tesses.
That's such a dangerous play from Patsy, but you cannot understand the CT that's rotating in towards the A bomb side is never going to be expecting to fight Patsy in that position, right? Because he still has Tesses out by the sandbag. So even though it looks like craziness, it actually does make sense.
And he had a clean shot. He just missed the opportunity. Still, it's given information over the positioning of the defense at the moment for Team Spirit. Problem is they're out of nades.
Yeah, Heroic kind of out too, but at least they have 3 men at the bomb site. Oh, not anymore. Magic's able to pick up that one. Almost gets the flick on Tessis. He's still back here. And like you pointed out, they don't have nades. They can't get rid of him from back here. They need to find him and isolate him or get that bomb down right now. Time is slowly ticking away. And there should be Another person coming over. They've got that MP9 on Shush a little bit down below, so there could be a flank coming in. And with a kill on Tessus, that's going to be activated now. The question is, how obvious is that going to be when it's been such a delayed round? They're already jumping for it. Yeah, good read from Siren, and he's going to be able to take that kill. That's super well done.
Look at all the pressure applied on Tessus in this round. Even without nades to pull him out of sandbags, he just knows he's boxed in from scaffolding. He knows they're going to be wrapping around the bomb site. Cadian is smoked off as well. You have so many problems if you're Tessus in that round. Very, very tough to make the right call. And again, too, you got to think that little mid-round aggression at the top of the A ramp from Heroic, that's where Spirit's going to kill you. That's where Spirit's really going to be able to punish you, is when you're getting nervous, when you're trying to find out and see if Spirit fell back, if they're still pushing forward, if they still have presence. That's how they recover disadvantaged situations.
Siren having himself quite a start. Obviously, a lot of these kills from the pistol round, but doing good work. And Patsy walking through the smoke at the start of the round, I did not think that was going to work out. They had almost 2 people covering that smoke, and still he managed to find the entry.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great fight for him in terms of I like that play from Patsy, and it's what I think has made people fans of Patsy ever since the Antwerp Major, where he really kind of got on everybody's radars. Those kinds of plays. He's very much an X-factor player for this team. The impact he can bring to the table is massive.
And they're putting together the first piece of the puzzle of playing T-side on Vertigo. They can win the ramp fight. There are some teams that get locked out of that on this map. They just can never do it. So credit to Spirit. Even doing that 1 or 2 rounds at the beginning could go a really long way to setting up deeper strategies down the road.
That's second time out used from Spirit. They're burning them early to try and take this money away, to try and build up some momentum and snowball this into a really, really nice start on the T side. Alleviate a lot of the pressure they'd be facing later on in the half. If they can complete this round, they might just be able to do it.
Oh, that's dangerous again through the smoke, but Stown and Tessus, they're on the other side already and waiting. Wonderful gets one of those kills back, but that's very, very risky. But they had that call from the side. You could see they wanted to go through no matter what.
How do we overcome this one if you're Spirit?
Oh my god.
This is a lot of space for Cadian.
He's pushing mid with an AWP on his own.
This is a nasty angle as well. If they ever try and fall back, Cadian is going to be more than happy. You'll never predict this angle from the AWP.
But you have to remember, he can't know whether or not there is somebody else, somewhere on the map behind him that's already made his way past.
It's a big risk, but he's going to get the reward end of it. He gets to shrink the map for his team. Shush is now rotating over, cognizant of the possibility that somebody has slipped past Cadian, that they can't potentially have all the information in the world. But it's going to be a very strong defense.
Maui on the desk talked about this. Cadian being a little bit of an X-factor with the AWP like that. Very aggressive, does some crazy stuff, and he's locked them in right now. All the rest of Heroic have to do is defend this bomb site.
Now, the only unfortunate thing with this push from Cadian is he's also got all the utility in the world. He's full of nades. He's going to keep pushing. This is early for this kind of a play. 30 seconds still left on the clock. There's the smoke put out, but Cadian realizes the map has shrunk. Nice and easy kill on a chopper. That's the bomb down as well. Spirit's kind of come back for it. Molotov on top. This is perfectly played from Cadian.
That is such an aggressive round. Spirit, they absolutely were not ready. I can't remember I've seen that very often. It's one thing to push middle. That's already dangerous, really, no matter what you have on the CT side. But with an AWP on your own, second kill of the round for Cadian, and this is 1. What a ridiculous figure. Why is he doing that?
Might be something in the research and the prep that he's noticed. If this situation occurs, I have the space to push middle. Maybe Spirit likes to take their eyes off middle every once in a while to a certain degree. Cadian just finds a perfect timing for it. I don't know how many times we'll see him bust it out throughout the half, but in this one round, it's worth its weight in gold. Prevents any kind of an economic reset, prevents any real challenge at the A bomb site itself, and finding the bomb carrier.
And they had the earlier round where they were Shush with the MP9 pushing, and even if that didn't work, it's still going to make Spirit a little bit paranoid about, we have to be worried about that. Nice early kill from Shush here. He's going to be taking down Chopper. They don't really have that much to work with. They do have the AWP on Wonderful, and they need some crazy openings with that one.
At the moment, he's positioned in middle. Yabby would be the person they'd find. A trade situation with Siren jumping around the corner, trying to fight him over at sandbags. Trying to set up Wonderful for a nice peek in.
Oh, he's thinking about it. Worried that someone might be peeking behind the footsteps that Siren's making. Might turn it into a boost. Oh, nice. 1 jump, 1 kill on the side of Wonderful. At least it's a 3-on-4, but they know where that AWP is. It took them quite a while to set that up as well. So under a minute on the clock.
This isn't bad, though. Like, that's not a kill that's going to win you the round, right? But if you're just going to move him around the map with the AWP and say, you know what, let's find 2 kills. Let's just keep the economy limited. At the moment, that's the priority. Grab 1 more frag. Allow him to bait this Tech 9 on Magix. Allow him to bait this P250 on Patsy. Find a few kills and force the rebuys from Heroic. But it's going to get exponentially more difficult from here. 33 seconds left on the clock as they shift in.
2 people walking in front of that sniper, just trying to clear the way however way they can. 1 more kill would be a little bit annoying. If they get 2 more kills in this round, though, on the Spirit side, that's going to have a really serious impact on the Heroic economy. So we'll see how it goes. 15 seconds, no gun barrel visible up there. And slowly this round is just petering out. Wonderful. Got to be careful. He's kind of close to the bomb site, and they're not even going to get the entry here. So now he's been exposed. Time is running down. He gets 1 more, but a good nade into the corner. They don't have any. If he dies now, that's a little bit of a disaster. He's going to get 1 more. Triple on Wonderful, and he saves the AWP. I can't believe that worked.
No, that's actually a brilliant round from Wonderful. 3 kills and saves the AWP in a tough situation, so taking a lot of money away from Heroic. Well done from Wonderful. 3-5. Spirit trying to recover in this game, and this was never going to go well. Perfect positioning from Tesses and Cadian to set up a crossfire to protect each other. In round number 9, a lot of emphasis. A lot of these rounds have been dictated at the A ramp.
Yeah, classic Vertigo situation, and oh, it's Wonderful to start with. That saved AWP. It comes back to haunt Tesses. 4 and 5 at the beginning of the round. Chicken Man's back.
That is a scary chicken. Siren. Ooh, a lot of damage done to Yabby. Not able to complete the kill. Cadian steps up, and he even takes some damage as well. I don't even think he saw Siren. And there's the shift from Team Spirit up the ladder to try and punish that kind of positioning, but everyone's fallen away. Huge advantage in this round for Spirit in terms of 1 extra man up. And a lot of damage done to Yabby, who's going to be the sole B defender with 5 HP.
How do you even do that? They have nades. This is a position that's commonly double naded, or even just Molotov. And in the middle, Chopper nearly taken down Stown. This round looks almost over for Heroic. I don't know how they get back in this one. Yabby still just with 5 health, but he's already got the double. Looking for a bit more. If he had more bullets, he might have had that one. Oh my God, I can't believe he managed to get that done. 30 seconds, and this is still a very winnable round on the side of Spirit. Looks like they're going to try and run boost Wonderful into the bomb site and into his death as well. Stown and Cadian, the defense, it's working. They're locking it down. 19 seconds on the clock, and Chopper now. He doesn't have the bomb. It's lost far away. He walks into it. Cadian takes him down, and that is a round that Spirit want back.
That is an incredible recovery from Heroic. Give all the credit to Yabby, the newest addition to Heroic. They've wanted this addition to power up just for this moment. And look at what he delivers you with 5 health. He doesn't have any HP for heads-up fights. He plays it sneaky around the smoke, sneaky with timings. And they just whittle down this attack until Cadian can get involved in the action. 6-3. And a 3rd timeout called from Spirit. This game is not going at all the way they planned.
No, it really isn't, especially because they stole that pistol round the way that probably was in their minds. The huge boost they needed to come up to a great start, but Heroic, they look fired up right now. 6-3. And everything seems to be working. The start of that round was so terrible. It really looked like Heroic were just going to get wiped out. 1 nade anywhere near Jabby, and they open up the B bomb side, and it's probably a lost round instantly. Cadian back here, just taking some random shots to the smoke. They have some HEs on the T side, and not much else.
And not much else. Nade stack behind the sandbags. Nobody's home. Full push behind it. Spam down by Stown. And Tesses has spotted the bomb as well, so they know what the game plan is. They know what's coming, and they've got a man advantage.
No peek behind it. Could have been dangerous, maybe. They have such a strong setup at the A bomb side at the moment that I'm not sure what Spirit could do to break this one through. They have 1 single flash left on top, Chopper, and but at this point it would have to flash, 3 or 4 people in the bomb side. And pushing forward, Tessus interrupting the setup. It's a great triple spray down. And Wonderful is left on his own once again. Heroic, not just winning these rounds, but if they come out of this one with 4 people alive, and they will, that is such a great economy that they're building. 7-3.
7-3, and it could be worse when you consider Team Spirit won the pistol round, but it was a 2 versus 5 recovery. If that pistol round goes the way of Heroic, this game is a wash. It is dominance, and 3 timeouts have already been spent from Spirit. It's going to take something monumental to force them to use that 4th one, I think, but they need to find the solution. They need to find the answers right now. This Heroic defense is looking scary. It's looking strong.
Back trying to put some work into the A-ramp. That grenade. One of them looked like it was very, very sketchy. Cadian realizing that's risky with half a gap in that smoke. You don't really want to be running around on the other side. And Patsy, he's back looking for the entry. He's done it before, and he's almost in time to catch Cadian. But actually, Cadian comes back. I can't believe it. He's still sticking around. This is so risky. He's got his back turned to Patsy. He can't get the flicking.
Oh my!
I don't know why he's still alive.
That's the second time we've seen a massively risky play from Cadian, and again, he's going to get away with it. I am shocked to see Patsy play that so passively.
He had 1 foot all the way in the grave there. He was almost certainly going to die. But they have ramp control Spirit, and they haven't lost anyone yet, so that's actually a pretty nice way to set up the round. And with Tessus already low, let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, but this is a problem. I mean, I don't want to say it's a problem, but this is Spirit. They haven't really tested middle a whole lot. They haven't really tested towards the B-bomb site a whole lot, just late in the round. All the early goings have been at A ramp, so Heroic is going to be comfortable. Again, right around this 30-second mark is when they're starting to move into position for their final play. And Patsy is seeing absolutely nothing.
That is a suspicious smoke, but Patsy's attention drawn elsewhere. He's going to be taking down Stown to begin with. Look at the clock, though. Only 20 seconds. Still hiding inside. Oh, they check it. Magix with an absolutely critical, just 1 bullet going through, catches Tessus, and that cements the round. If they leave one person, well, there's only 10 seconds on the clock. Even one player in the bomb site could wreck your whole round.
This time, Heroic gave him all the fights they wanted. Siren can take the guns away, though. No trigger discipline. He's happy with the first. Shush with low HP. Nice shot from him, and can he escape? No one's challenging the choke point. Spirit's going to be content with their 4th round of the half as they're going to back away from the bomb explosion. Well done from Spirit, but those are all really rough fights for Heroic to take. Trying to jump up on boxes over the smoke. Spirit's got perfect vision, not playing for the retake. They get punished each and every time.
Yeah, and a good lesson and a good reminder of what actually does happen when Spirit can take the ramp without too many casualties, right? They have a great plan to follow it up, and they're super comfortable once they're there. But so many rounds, it's been Heroic winning that fight, and you could just tell that's hard for the T side to recover from.
Yeah, this is too easy for Patsy and Magix. That fight taking place at both of them, and yeah, he just says, okay, I'm going to check the smoke. Let's find out what's going on. Timeout taken. This one is from Heroic. They're first.
Yeah, if you're Tessus inside of that, you've been waiting for such a long time and it's not been checked, and you feel like, all right, surely this is working. So a little bit gutting for him, I'm sure.
He needed his teammates to be alive. I think I mean, that play with that low HP is never going to work if his teammates aren't surviving. But again, it's kind of a testament to the CIS teams feeling so comfortable with the clock winding down, still being silent, still taking their time and being patient.
Money is drying up on the Heroic side finally.
Yeah, Spirit have had them in this position previously and they weren't able to capitalize on it. They weren't able to actually break the economy. This would be a perfect time forward despite some of the struggles in the opening stages of this half.
Patsy with the early nade, and then Wonderful looking over the smoke. Some Molotov behind that as well, just a lot of interference, but it doesn't feel like you see anyone on the other side. Pretty much focusing on this right now. They try that triple stack again. And at least Stown was in the area, but not that much damage. MP9, and let's just see. One good flash around the corner, or maybe a double flash in. This could be a pretty good crunch coming in from the Heroic side. You could see Stown's waiting for it. There's the first contact. He almost swings behind it. coming in maybe a little bit late is Xabi, but they're still going to get a 2-for-1 trade. Siren, that's such an important refrag to take down Tessus, otherwise they would have been in trouble.
A new look at the defense as well. This time Heroic is setting up a trap. They're showing a little bit more passive. They're not challenging down the ramp until they sense presence close up, about halfway up, and then a multiple players peek from different positions with utility. 2-for-2 trade. Katie and the lone player here, still with the AWP in hand.
Absolutely no late nades left on Heroic. Wow, another triple nade. That's interesting. Different position than the previous round. 35 seconds. Ooh, underhand Molotov goes around. It kind of locks Cadian in, so he has no way to escape right now. 28 seconds, and they're still so comfortable. So is Cadian. Taking down Siren. He can't get that flick off, and now the bomb being planted. What a save from Wonderful! Otherwise, his teammate would have been run over with that MP9. Shush coming in. He gets the kill, and all the pressure now is on the young superstar from Team Spirit. He's got 10 seconds to either plant the bomb or find Shush. He's going to go for the bomb plant. And Shush is all the way in the corner, and a straight headshot to bring him down. Heroic, they barely get away with that round.
What a risk from Wonderful to plant the bomb in that position, but he had to guess somehow. He had to guess one position or the other. He guesses correctly, but a wonderful reposition from Shush. Now that round could have been a lot easier from Heroic. Cadian might have overpeaked after the follow-up kill. This one right here might not have been necessary until here's the bomb starting to get planted, but Shush is there to save the day. Perfect shot under Wonderful, and Heroic is up to 8. And once again, Team Spirit missed the opportunity to break Heroic's economy.
Yeah, that part of the story, that's really going to be making a huge difference when we go back and look at this opening half.
It's so close, though. Again, I mean, there's still that chance. They haven't gotten away with it. Heroic only survived with one player. It's just the impact of actually resetting their economy is going to dwindle the longer this goes on. There's only 3 rounds to play in this second half.
Look at the change to the setup from Heroic. They've been really far back on the ramp. This time they actually go a little bit forward, and I can't believe it's down. He doesn't have, I mean, almost goes down in the first volley from that AK-47, but somehow he's able to return back up on him, and Chopper is out of the round.
We still have only seen one round where Team Spirit has actually challenged B stairs with guns.
Yeah, good point.
There's only been one. Everything has been starting at this A ramp and usually finishing here as well. Whoa. Nice win from Tessus with the MP9. Gonna back off slowly. Stown is given the AWP with low health, and it's a 5-on-3.
I'm sure if they would have had more success earlier on this A ramp for Spirit, they probably have more plays towards B and middle that are just a lot easier to do if you make Heroic really paranoid about losing ramp.
That's what this half does feel like, is like Spirit's just like, we have to be able to have success here to kind of open up the playbook and really throw some other looks at them, but they've never been able to do it with any kind of consistency. They won round 1 and round 2. Those are the only rounds they've won consecutively. They haven't been able to figure out a winning game plan on a round-to-round basis, and oh my lord, Tess is out-dueling the AK. He's got 17 kills before being shut down here by Wonderful.
And this round is over. Oh, well, might not be, but they're certainly going to be calling the save if I don't know if they're going to be allowed to, though. Heroic, they pretty much have them boxed in right now. Siren and Wonderful.
The question is, with these positions, do you want to come in after the bomb timer?
Yeah, I mean, you might almost want to die right now, but even that's been taken away. 2 seconds left in the round here. Wonderful. He gets one more. He's going to keep picking it up. Oh, they do so much damage, and a no-scope at the end to take down Cadian. That's expensive for Heroic.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to say, I don't know if that's worth it. That's a lot of money that's chewed up, although, again, with only 2 rounds remaining, might not be the worst thing in the world. Still, again, though, Wonderful's able to survive with the AWP.
Is this the round where you finally say, let's forget about that A ramp? You can do some really aggressive pushes in middle on this side of the map.
Yeah. Well, this is the consequence. Still money low for Heroic. If Spirit can win this, they've got one more chance of breaking this economy, and then you kind of have a freebie for the final round. There's some aggression towards B. Shush is feeling a little bit bored, and he's going to get even more aggressive. Siren with a P250 misses the initial salvo, and Shush wisely backs off.
Listen, that's a good read from Siren that he's able to see that coming, but hard to deal with that kind of aggression from Heroic, especially because you're trying to solve a different problem on the other side of the map.
And it's introducing chaos into the youngest team at the major. I'm not going to say the most inexperienced. They played on a semifinal stage in Antwerp against the best team in the world, FaZe, that went on to win the event, but a young team. And that's going to cause a lot of pressure when you're still trying to figure out how to win rounds.
Oh, no doubt about it. 3 versus 4 in this one. And Spirit in a very tight position. I was not expecting this. Throughout the tournament so far, their T sides have looked deadly. But they've run into a little bit of a brick wall here in Heroic. And that's a tough way to get started. They did pick the map as well. Flash around. Oh, no, there's going to be a smoke. I thought maybe they were going to go behind it. It's going to be a 3-on-4 still with about 35 seconds. And again, setting up here. They are a little bit worried. Is there going to be anything to set this up? They still have Siren much, much further back.
I don't think there's anything to do. Flashbangs on Wonderful. You got nothing to set any of your players up. Chopper's just got to win the heads-up duel, and he does that against Testes, at least initially. But you need more. 10 seconds on the clock, and the bomb is still very far away. There's no mistakes left.
Yeah, really not. Oh, Chopper puts
no
in.
way.
Oh, I can't believe it. How did he get the double? Strush and Cadian going down, and they're going to get the bomb plant.
That's a god-tier flashbang from Wonderful.
That should have never happened. Yabi's now confused, I'm sure. 1 versus 2. Chopper's waiting for him on the other side. He's already got the triple. He just needs one more headshot to bring this one home. This would be a miracle for Spirit if they could actually do it. And Yabi has to commit so hard to this. He has to swing wide to try and get anything done. And Wonderful will get the instant refrag. A 5th round for Spirit and a miraculous round.
That's a disgusting round from Chopper and Wonderful. One single flashbang to activate Chopper through the smoke. Heroic never saw it coming. Maybe it was the time on the clock. Maybe they were just snoozing because it was so late in the round. But this is disgusting. Blind as hell. Even more blind. They have no clue what's going on. And this is the disaster of the previous round, chasing down those 2 weapons. Heroic have nothing to battle with. Upgraded pistols and an SMG. Light on utility, but for how good this defense in this half has been, for Team Spirit to get to 6 is incredible. And Wonderful definitely saw that. Definitely saw it.
That could easily be a flashbang that changes history, because this is the difference between 4 and 6 rounds, and that could be enough for Spirit. They could be right back in this game.
And now we go back to the B bomb site. Second time we've seen this kind of a challenge with this many bodies, with this much weaponry at the B stairs initially. And remember, they've gone A pretty much every single round. At least 13 rounds have been decided openingly, or in the openings at the A ramp. You have Shush. Look how passively he's playing it on your mini-map. He's just now shifting to Gen. Stout and Yabi clear out mid. They're going to get here in time. And especially with no presence at A ramp, Heroic saying something's up.
Yeah, good rotation, at least on the CT side. Let's see how much Spirit commit to it. They still have plenty of time on the clock, but they're going to be fighting right away. Cadian with a good return, at least. Chopper now realizing there are a lot of people in this bomb site, but he doesn't really want to call his troops back. He's still just fighting, believing in the superior weaponry. Oh, they've stolen the AWP headshot from the Deagle in the round. It's Heroics, 10-5. That is a steal once again. Heroic with a great lead going into the second half. We'll see if they can finish this out. It's coming right up.
10-5 lead for Heroic. Out of the halftime break, they're going to switch over to the offensive side. They're taking on Spirit, and in the first half, Heroic had all the answers. But now it's Cadian's turn to lead his team into the meat grinder and see what he can do on the offensive side of Vertigo, a map that Spirit have not lost in 2 months.
Yeah, they're in a very, very dangerous position going into the second half. There's no doubt. I was a little bit surprised that they couldn't find more openings on that T side, but they managed to steal a couple of rounds. And 5, it could be enough.
It very well could be. I mean, they barely had any kind of, they used so many timeouts in the first half and could never find a real winning recipe. Even the last round has got to feel so painful where you finally break that economy. It took 3 tries having Heroic at the breaking point. You finally do it, and you still can't win the advantage you gain after the fact.
Yeah, and the fact that you're right, that economy multiple times, even at the end when they did break it, it still wasn't enough. That's going to be a huge topic. They probably had 3 or 4 chances overall to actually come up with a huge first half, but it just didn't work out.
And I mean, one of the big questions coming into this game was, I mean, obviously the young age of Team Spirit, but wonderful on the big stage. The newest addition who wasn't in that semifinal game back in Antwerp. How was he going to perform? Was he going to be able to live up to the excitement and the hype around him? 17 kills, 8 deaths in the first half. Wonderful, was excellent. But it was miraculous rounds for Spirit that got him on the board. It was a 2v5 in the pistol. It was Chopper coming through a smoke in a desperate situation to find a double kill. They really didn't have any clean solution. So the fact they even scraped 5 is actually kind of miraculous in and of itself. Pistol round in the second half, live.
Patsy keeping in his eyes, locked on that A ramp. Well, needs to get a count on how many people are down there. Not going to be easy either. 2 HEs, 2 smokes, and a Molotov on the Heroic side. So they can go for some nade trickery themselves.
And actually the defense is shifting to a point that's going to allow them to execute on this. Wonderful and Patsy have gone very passive right out of the gate. So as soon as Heroic work up the courage to start moving up the ramp, as long as they're silent, they have plenty of space to set up all the utilities, set up the smoke wall, drop the Molotov behind the site and get a safe plant and play the 5-on-5 post-plant situation.
Yeah, this looks like Spirit might have watched a lot of demos and have some sort of a read on Heroic that they might like to go B in the pistol rounds, but so far, not really happening. Oh, that's interesting. Couple of decoys in the corner. That's really fun. No one back there to react to it. Yeah, shots coming through. Oh my God! He ran into that shot! That's very unreasonable. Cadian out of the round already. Didn't even see what hit him at all.
Oh, I love,
go straight for the bomb plant.
I love the nade though. Wonderful's down to 5, Patsy down to 40. At least some return damage. This is still going to be tough, even with an advantage for Team Spirit.
No more nades on the Heroic side, but let's see. Couple of flashes to set it up. Smoke behind. It actually goes a little bit far for the bomb. I don't know, that could be a problem. Means no one can defuse inside of the smoke. Shush can't see a thing. They run them right down. Tessus is out of it. Yabi's next. But no one's seen Shush. All right. They're finally going to find him. And now just down back here. They're already on that defuse. He's out of bullets and out of time as well. And they're going to stab him to win the pistol.
Yeah, nicely done from Spirit. That's clean and clinical the whole way through. Obviously, you can see Patsy there on the screen laughing. Gets a gift through the smoke on the entrance. Cadian never knew what would hit him. Yeah, see you later. Now the nades do wonderful damage. You can see the plan that Heroic had in the T-pistol might have actually worked at the end of the day, but a well-executed retake. Flashbang to gain some space coming through the smokes. And Team Spirit shut it down. Both pistols now in the favor of Team Spirit.
Yeah, it was very nicely done. The flashbangs to come through the smoke on that defuse attempt, also obviously godlike. I think there was 3 people that were all flashed basically on the Heroic side. P250 is in play in this round, so you still have to be a little bit careful, but they all have head armor, so at least they're going to be maybe a little bit safe. Megis was too close, unfortunately. That's a problem. Going to be probably a quick bomb plant coming through here on the Heroic side. They're already getting away with a lot, and they even stole the FAMAS on Stown.
They also didn't buy armor. This is just pistols that are picked up from Heroic, and they're going to get a huge benefit. They were looking for a 3rd round buy. And that was way too easy on the entrance against rifles. First player goes down without a fight. Second player misses the entire magazine of spray.
They have one smoke and a kit on Wonderful, so that had better be used very well. But the problem is this FAMAS is actually a huge tool to be shooting through the smoke, although they're not really in position. Oh, this is going to be a straight defuse. Great retake coming through on the Spirit side. Man, that's a nice recovery. That's one of those rounds that they might lose the map on.
Yeah, they get away with one there to a certain degree. And obviously turning the corner, you see the FAMAS boosted up, and you're loving it. You're more than happy to deal with that. You know where two players are. You know a second player has to be providing him that angle. 3-round lead, but with 2 plants, obviously. I mean, they were going to buy in the 3rd round regardless. The second plant just gives them some extra things to play with and some extra money moving forward. Heroic's not in a bad position whatsoever. AK-47s across the board against M4s on the other side. Good trade. Good opening provided by Yabi, and we're in a 4-on-4.
I would love to see that from his point of view. He looked like he was looking the wrong way and just instantly snapped on the siren to take him down. That's a pretty good recovery. Well, you're right, 4-on-4. Patsy's waiting. Tessus is on the other side and somehow dodging every single... All right, just at the end, but he was dancing around that M4. AK, that is dangerous if your Magic's on the other side. He could have gone down.
Force out a smoke, though. Force out some defensive utility.
And you know what? Even in the early stages, at least a different look for Heroic, kind of pushing both the ramp and over at the B-bomb side at once.
Yeah, and I think that's what's actually prompting him to come back to this B-bomb site. Magic's using that smoke in defense. They're saying we're not going to have to really use or deal with the smoke at the top of the stairs whatsoever. Yeah. Magic's has picked up one more. Been tossed over by a teammate. All 4 players for Heroic are still here.
Yeah, but look at Spirit. They have such a good read. They brought 3 people in right off the bat, so...
Patsy's jiggling on the other side of the map down A. He knows there's nobody home.
Yeah, this is a great read right now for the CTs. They should be able to win this round. They have everything in position for it. Heroic should never be able to break through this. Magic's on the kill, taking down Stown. Good return from Tessus. He's been a force in this game so far. And it's back into a 2-on-2. That's already too much. I can't believe Heroic even get onto the bomb side at all. Chopper out here on the edge of the building, and Shush is pushed up. He's going to get the headshot onto Patsy. They actually push him. They didn't even worry about the bomb plot. And they know Cadian's on the other side. Can he get this one? He can. Swings into it. 1 kill in the round, but he'll win it for Heroic.
Ignoring the objective, ignoring the bomb plant, taking the fights and pushing forward. That's well struck from Heroic. You got to give some credit as well over to Shush. He makes an assertive play. He actually gains a lot of ground. It doesn't come to fruition until a little bit later after a teammate's already fallen, but that completely wrecked the defense. They did not understand the timing of when Shush was going to make contact because he slid all the way down to quad before they knew where he was located. Now a 4-round lead for Heroic. Their first round on the T side in the second half.
You almost wonder if for a minute there they were thinking, where's the bomb plant on the CT side? Why are they not planting?
I think that's kind of the brilliance of the play from Cadian in the 1v1 is Chopper's thinking, okay, there's 11 seconds of the clock. He's probably walking back. I can start shifting over. I can make my way to Jen in the next couple seconds. And Cadian just wrecks him. Completely catches him off guard. 5-on-4 for Heroic.
Yeah, early kill on Magic's as well is going to be a nice beginning to this one for Heroic. Patsy though, 5-7 getting a little bit of a save. Wonderful couldn't continue the fight, and Shush is back with a double. Siren and Chopper. We've had some miraculous rounds already, but this would have to be another one with the Deagles. They need it right here.
Yeah, they've usually begun with a flashbang of some sort, which is not available. Molotov even misses its mark. There goes Shush, 4th kill in the round. He could go for the ace if he wants it.
Sure, that will get the team fired up. Chopper's still lingering around here, but his position's already been revealed, and now it's just about trying to do as much damage as possible. Maybe steal an AK if you're going to be feeling really good about it. There's one. He's still pushing for it. I don't really know why. Yeah, all right. Decided it's not worth it. That AK definitely is more value right now for Spirit.
Yeah, especially considering the economic situation. Spirit still need to build up some banks, still need to get something settled beneath them in terms of their money if they want to continue this comeback, continue to fight. 12-7, 5-round lead.
Some big steps being taken right now by Heroic. They're 4 rounds away from winning on Vertigo. And if because of the money, like you said, the economy on the CT side, it dictates so much about what you're going to be able to do. I still want to see Wonderful with that AWP on the CT side. That surely is going to be a tool that could lock down the ramp or middle.
Yeah, I mean, it better. The first round he has it. I mean, Heroic already has enough of a lead where this is starting to get really dangerous and really sketchy for Team Spirit. That AWP is going to have impact right out of the gate. And I don't even think they're going to have it in the next round.
Oh, that's really painful. Chopper, though, that one AK-47. And it's on the wrong position, at least what's happening on the A side. Look at Tessis, he's walked all the way up here, silently. Another grenade in sight. They're just taking the bomb site slowly.
Yeah, now Wonderful is playing it passively, but obviously this passive means you don't have information. You're calling your teammates over now. Chopper would have to do something special to bring this round within reach of any kind. Late utility coming in is going to make sure that the defense is aggressive. Good kill from Chopper, but due to the positions from earlier, Stound's able to have a nice, easy trade. And that should be the round. Bomb being planted.
Yeah, that AK is lost a little bit too far out, so they can't really easily pick it up either. Yes, a nice attempt, but not quite good enough. Let's see if they can get even more damage here in this one. All right, they tag up a couple of players, but ultimately, Heroic will survive with 4 people alive. And they're playing a solid game right here. Tess is on 21 kills. And you're right, no AWP allowed to be picked up either for Spirit. That's a really rough time.
Yeah, they didn't have the losing bonus for it. They didn't have enough money built up for it. So Team Spirit got to be feeling the pressure now. Heroic's just 3 rounds away from taking map 1 in this quarterfinal series.
That is a 3-man push on the CT side down these stairs. Now, obviously, if Heroic would have committed to a fast play here, they would have been knocked out immediately. So it's kind of a cool idea. And because Heroic isn't doing anything else on the rest of the map, they get away with it.
I don't think Team Spirit enjoyed the previous gun round where Heroic is basically just having a freebie challenge at the stairs whenever they wanted it. They challenged at A ramp, they challenged at the stairs, taking the headshot angle, taking the boost, and they really did not enjoy the fact that the defense was being pressured so much on that side of the map. Very calm openings from Heroic, though, when they know they're going up against guns. They haven't really shown presence at A ramp yet. They obviously haven't shown presence at B. They challenged in middle early, but they didn't commit to anything. And Spirit, with this money situation not being clean, not being great in their favor, running out of nades as well, which Heroic perhaps is the idea behind this slow play.
1 smoke left on Magix at the moment. That's about it. That's a very nice setup to try and look under. Huge one-way, difficult if you're coming through on the T side.
35 seconds left, though, and Heroic haven't even taken a step on the ramp. They haven't even taken a step towards the stairs. They don't have a whole lot of time. Like, this is, if they run into too many challenges, too many obstacles, they could be in trouble.
Well, we're about to find out. They are running it very close, 22 seconds. Hats is walking forward. The timing is amazing, but the spray, not so much. And he gets traded by Yabi right away. 15 seconds on the clock, and they're actually running it back. Shush is opening this up. They found a way to get through. Yabi on another kill. They still think this is an A attack. They have no idea. Oh, he might be a little bit late. He's just got it. Oh, down to the last possible second. It's Heroic to get the bomb plant. I can't believe they threaded that needle.
That's a little CIS medicine being thrown in the face of Spirit. What a call from Cadian. What a round from Heroic. They just completely outplayed Spirit.
If anything goes wrong in that round, you lose to time alone. Stumble on a Lego along the way, and it's done.
And they get all the kills necessary to sell it. They get a couple of kills to get Patsy right in the initial engagement, the 1-for-1 trade. They get the follow-up player out towards scaffolding. Like that, everything went perfect for Heroic. And it was still down to the wire. That's what Spirit's feeling like in this round.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
That one right there from Yabi really, really sold it. Shush was able to push all the way to CT spawn to find Magix. Holy hell. Heroic has come in playing a great game in these quarterfinals.
And you know, for a CIS team, a region that invented this style, that's got to feel even worse. 14-7.
Final timeout taken from Spirit. You have to invest a little bit here. You have to get pistols and armor. You can't bank everything on an 8-round comeback at 7-15, so you have to fight for this one. And you have to do it in a way that allows Wonderful to pick up the AWP in the next round. So he's got an AK-47. He's picked up a kit just in case. He ended the first half with 19 kills. He's got 21 now. This is dominance from Heroic on a map in which Spirit won both pistol rounds.
Yeah, and a map they normally are very, very dominant on. But Heroic have shown up today with a great game plan. 22nd round, and as you pointed out, you have to just invest into this one. They got the armor, they got the upgraded pistols, and that one AK-47 under Wonderful. I don't even know how you do this. Heroic taking ramp once again, all of the usual nades that we're used to seeing. Molotov in the corner, just to make sure that nobody is there. But they're not in a really in a hurry here. They're not worried about any kind of, you know, sick execute coming in from the Spirit side. They just know they're not going to have the weapons to do it with. Let's see, up close, 5-7. It is dangerous at this range. He commits to it, and eventually it's too much. Yabby there to save his teammate. Stown almost going down now. Nade around the corner. Well, Yabby's going to continue the fight. He's had some great rounds back-to-back here. 5-on-3 as the AK is lost on the CT side. It's just Siren and Magic's left, and I don't see any way out of this one. Heroic looking at that 15th round.
Heroic's just playing too damn good right now for Spirit to handle it. This has been a beautiful game to watch for Heroic. Bomb going to be planted. 15th round for Heroic. They'll have 8 opportunities to close this round out. 8 opportunities to take away and steal Team Spirit's map pick.
They have in the past been one of these teams, Heroic, that have been a little bit slow to start in some of these important games, and then they have to claw their way back, and sometimes they just don't actually do it. So
yeah, not this time.
Yeah, seeing them on this kind of start obviously is a nice change of pace. I'm sure it is for Heroic as well.
I think it's a combination. I think Heroic is playing obviously in an excellent game. I think Team Spirit might be the ones who came into this a little bit flat. Obviously the first half left a lot to be desired, but I mean just overall, Spirit's only won 3 rounds since the guns came out, since the guns came on board. Outside of the 4 rounds they've gotten the pistols in the ensuing second rounds, it's been all Heroic.
Well, and yeah, that game is coming up as the 4th quarterfinal. Furier and Na'Vi later tonight. Crowd is ready, but I'm sure that there's a huge amount of support for Heroic here in Rio as well.
We heard rumors of it when we got here, that Heroic was going to have a big Brazilian fan base, big Brazilian support due to Cadian and all the excitement and energy he shows in the games.
Yeah, something they could relate to. I can't really blame them.
I think he got perhaps the biggest cheer when all their names were announced and faces came up on the Jumbotron. I think Cadian was the one, the crowd went wild for it. A lot of love.
Well, you said you don't really want to try and climb back into a game like this, trying to win 8 rounds in a row, but that is in fact the position that Spirit are in right now. It's been done before, but man, it has to be a change of mentality and pace for Spirit. Wonderful's done everything he can. It's not going to be up to him. It has to be somebody else that steps it up.
And this is the first round he's got the AWP in hand, and at the moment, at least their initial move from Heroic is going to be away from the AWP. It's Tessa's looking for a push at the base of A ramp. And 4 members of Heroic to challenge B. Setting up Molotovs, clearing out positions.
Oh, this is dangerous. Magic's, he's got to be really careful he doesn't get peeked from underneath that grating. He's back into this position that was just Molotov, so they might not expect it. 45 seconds, he tries to get that swing, but instead it's down to take him down. And we're at 40 seconds, and slowly Tessus is making a run for it here. He realizes nobody's at the bomb side. Wonderful he is, though, and a good adjustment. If he doesn't get that kill, if he goes down, the round is over.
And they're all coming anyways, and they've got to run. So Wonderful's calling this out. Patsy's calling this out. Siren is on his hustle on the way over. Not a lot of utility for the Spirit defense. Same for the offense of Heroic, though.
They know what's coming. Nice shot. Cadian gets blown up. There's the headshot from Wonderful. That's what they need. That's the firepower that he brings. And finally around here for Spirit, they pick it up. They only have 2 casualties. And that is the first step in the right direction.
Oddly enough, that's a round, it might not look like it because he wasn't part of the initial action, but that's a round it feels called for Tess's, saying we're going to get a kill here. We're going to find a way to get a frag here at the B bomb site, and then we want you to be activated. If he gets that kill onto Wonderful, he was close to having a deeper angle, a more difficult angle for Wonderful to deal with. All of a sudden, the round is blown wide open, and Heroic have access to the A bomb site. 7-round lead.
4 MAC-10s.
When they have plenty of money otherwise.
Very curious about this. With enough speed behind it, you can catch a couple of CTs off guard.
I mean, this is cool. Heroic's throwing a little bit of cheese into the mix. They've got a huge lead.
Oh. Yeah, Trobbers can be careful. He doesn't have any head armor, and neither does a Siren. There's to jump around. Trobber gets blown up. No armor on his head, and he's going to be going down. Cadian with the opening. Magic's out of the round. And now a quick, swift bomb plant coming through. Spirit against 4 MAC-10s. Do you think Chopper finds this ironic? Do you think he appreciates the jumping MAC-10 that he brought into the meta himself?
Yeah, not yet, but maybe later. I love, there's so much money on Heroic, and they drop down with the weapons to go for an aggressive tactic, to jump and cause confusion.
And there's a flank coming in as well, Spirit. They're focused on that defuse. They want to retake the bomb site, but Cadian is there to stab them in the back. Wonderful. No chance. Tessus with the final kill. 16-8. Heroic. They steal Spirit's map pick away with an absolutely out-of-this-world performance.
That's incredible. Start to finish from Heroic. It's absolutely beautiful. Tactically applying so much pressure in the first half. Spirit had to burn timeouts, and Cadian's got the environment he wanted. He's got us all riled up. That's the first map for Heroic. We're going to be back to conclude the quarterfinals.
My job really doesn't get much better than this. I get to lounge around, watch some Counter-Strike, and enjoy the fan fest like everyone's doing. The sun, well, it's gone down a little bit, but it's still nice and warm. I'm still feeling it in this suit. Got my man next to me here. Now, it's actually going to be hard to do this to you. So, what do you enjoy about being able to watch Counter-Strike in this environment, in the festival mode?
This is very great because we have Gaules there, you know, and we have the weather here. It is very, very great. And this chairs right here, it's the best thing about it.
Yeah, I think I need to have this chair like as a regular viewing, you know, big screens and everything. That's all positive for sure. Now, I know you're probably going to be going for Furia in the next game, right? But what about this one right now?
I'm all for Heroic. Okay. I love Cadian. I'm cheering for them.
If Na'Vi take down Furia, are Na'Vi winning the major?
Yeah, sure.
But if Furia win, Furia win?
Yeah. Sure.
I love it. Thank you very much, bro.
You're welcome.
We were at a place called Vertigo, and for Spirit, it was everything they wished they didn't know. Unfortunately, despite picking into this ground, their streak comes to an end, and it was a decisive victory at that from the hands of the Danes. Gentlemen, we were just saying it coming onto the desk. This wasn't even close for Spirit.
This wasn't a battle. For a battle, you need two teams. You need two opponents battling out on the server. Only Heroic showed up today. Spirit are nowhere to be found, and funnily enough, it's only the rookie of Spirit who actually came alive on that stage. It's Wonderful who did what he was supposed to, and he was let down by everybody in the server. They all let him down.
It's such a huge shock to see Spirit actually fall apart like that. I think actually, though, something that's really turned the tide for this game and made it much more lopsided is the sleeper agents that Heroic have put into the Brazilian audience. Like, it's almost like they're just like, psh, Operation Vamos, and then everybody here just turns on Spirit, and then literally these kids on Spirit are just pissing themselves on the stage. Like, Patsy played so much worse than I expected. I was hyping this guy up. He's one of the best ramp takers out there. We got none of that today.
Yeah, literally an absence from basically everybody on the side of Spirit, despite, you know, obviously you put Wonderful on the spot, under the spotlight for them. You can't have a one-man army going up against the Danes because they will punish you and punish them. Heroic did.
Oh, you're absolutely correct. And look, we're not going to take anything away from Heroic. They did exactly what they had to. The game plan was solid. The individuals were solid. They were decisive. The trades were here. We're going to talk a little bit later down the road of some of the strategies they've used, which were perfect. But look at the first half. And look at the amount of missed opportunity for Spirit. And they tell the whole story. That's all you need to know. It's the 5v4 being bungled. It's the 1v2 against Shush. It's an anti-pistol round being lost. This is the quarterfinal of a major. These are the rounds that scream, I'm not mentally ready. I'm not in this game yet, and it's exactly what we saw.
Uncharacteristic mistakes we would not have seen in the Legend stage,
Absolutely
the group
not.
stage. Spirit held their nerve so much better than what we got today was a shell of that team. This is not a team that I even really necessarily even want to see play anymore, if that's what they're going to give us, because I don't want to see them crumble. I want to see them be able to bounce back, but this was an opportunity that they lost. This is a map, when we were painting the picture earlier, this or Vertigo, or this or Ancient, you could have gone either direction, and yet they stumbled.
Let's put some of the Heroic members of Heroic under the spotlight, because Tezos, Stan, we were painting them as, you know, particularly Stan coming into this, we wanted to see him step up, but we were also talking about Tezos as being so instrumental, particularly on this map.
Oh, Tessus and Stan both did an excellent job at locking down this position. You'll be able to see just the way that they were able to connect, some of the spray controls from Tessus. He's a guy that loves to brawl, and Heroic has needed a player like this because they need a guy that's willing to fight. And the schemes, the flash assists, all of that is there. And what I love about Heroic is that when Tessus and Stan and Cadian combine, that ramp defense, it's incredibly solid, but it's gotten better than what I even saw in the Legend stage. When it was those two guys fighting off against some other rosters earlier on in this tournament, we weren't getting numbers like this.
Look at the multi-kills. That's the story all you need here. 10 multi-kills between these two players. That is true. I agree with you. The clinic they've put on the A side was phenomenal, but the trading for Spirit was missing. How many times do we see Tezos in these clips just mowing them down? There's not even an attempt to trade him, so he abused the lack of synergy in his opponent. He did so beautifully.
Yeah, let's revisit one of those, I guess, fumble moments from Spirit. Let's throw it back onto that first half, because even in those man advantage rounds, you spoke about that 5v4 for the side of Spirit. They let it slip away.
You're right. Round 9 is an apt example. Again, it's an advantage that's going to be found by Spirit. The man of the hour we've mentioned, Wonderful, with a very clever, cheeky little peek. You can hate like Vertigo. That's not the point here. 5 versus 4. And now what you're about to see is the lack of jointer between the players of Spirit. This is all they would need. You have a player, Yabi, with low HP on the side of Heroic. The B hit is about to happen. Yabi peaks a little bit. He's 5 HP, by the way. How is he not possibly traded with 5 HP? He gets 2 kills on the B side, and no one is ready to trade each other. For somehow, Spirit managed to make a 5v4 look like a 3v4, because there is no coherence in the way they attack. Maybe one of the players is doubting, the other one is going forth, and this is the syndrome of crumbling on the stage.
You cannot accept that if you're Spirit. This was a team that was so good at trading throughout the Legend stage. They were so good at playing on top of each other. When there was that single flash, they were explosive. That is how I would describe them. That looked limp, and it looked disconnected.
Let's move on over to that second half, because we do have, I guess, I mean, for me, the highlight of the game, around where Heroic were just absolutely outplaying Spirit in that second half.
No, you know what? You can take it over, because that one is a diamond.
Oh, yeah. This is just a beautiful round coming out from Cadian and company. You can see with 40 seconds left, there is an approach coming from Spirit here as they're trying to find out what is going on in this round. And with 25 seconds left, Heroic, they're calling for the A play. They're showing their hand. They're making a play towards the ramp. It's a late one at that, but Patsy, he's only able to get the one, but he finds out so much. He sees a couple players. He hears a guy who was right on top of that, but that is info given to his team to rotate on in. But look at this mid-round from Cadian. You gotta love it, Maniac.
I can't believe it. I can't believe the call that Cadians puts together at that moment decides, hell no, I'm out. Shush has been eating all the space towards the B side. He punishes the late rotate from Magix.
Look at the time!
Cadian plans at the last very second. You cannot make this up. You absolutely cannot make this up. To win the 4th Eastern round in the series, that's all you need. Cadian right there. He put Chopper in the box. He put Chopper in the box. He threw the box out the window. He destroyed the house, and then he put dirt on top of it. That hurts. I can never come back from this round. It's over.
He completely buried Spirit in that one, man. Give Cadian an inch, and he will certainly take a mile. But before we do preface the second map that will be Overpass coming into this, I believe we do have some very special guests in the house with Banks.
I found Dexter with a old school camera. Does it print Polaroids?
It's a new camera. It's a new camera.
It looks old school. This is sort of an old school vibe you're going for?
Yeah, it's a little vibe. Just take photos of people. Yeah.
So you're in-game leader, dad, and vlogger now?
Yeah, exactly. I'm the media guy. I'm taking photos of the cameraman here. He's looking good.
Nice. The cameraman looking good. That's what we want. Mate, you did something incredible yesterday, though. You brought the young boys along with you to go and find some success. What did that feel like? Because obviously a lot of people didn't even expect you to be able to take down Cloud9.
I felt amazing. Like I think I'm just very proud of everyone and how we were able to come back into those games and just be mentally strong. Yeah.
Torzy, did you love it?
Yeah, I love it. I just wanted to say, I'm usually Dexter's models in the pictures, you know, with the new camera.
I saw him.
So yeah, he's doing a great job.
Did he take the one on your ass?
Yeah, I think. No, I'm joking, but actually he's doing a great job calling. He was as a photographer, he's good at everything.
Dexter, multi-talented, I love it. Thank you very much, boys. I'm going to keep on moving by. I want to go to a couple of the other young guns that are in front of me. Hello. Mr. Zershin.
Hello.
Mate, you crushed it yesterday. What did that feel like? What was that whole moment like?
It felt amazing. The crowd was amazing. The support was amazing. Yeah, I'm just really happy.
And now we're just going to go all the way. Going to get revenge against Outsiders finally?
Yeah, first of all, I need to take revenge against Outsiders. Last time they played really well, and this time I hope we can adapt to the situation to play against them, and we will do good.
Oh, I'm not letting him run away. Thank you very much, brother. Mr. JDC, you got a big smile on your face, right, and rightly so. Outsiders next, though. You surely got to get them this time, right? They've been just beating you down.
I mean, it's good that they've been beating us, I would say, because they show our weaknesses so we can improve on it. That's how I look at it. They've been playing a great tournament, so huge respect to them. But overall, we are chasing the same goal, right? And they've been showing what we need to do better, so it will be a good game.
Mate, I want to make you into a politician. You always give me the best answers. I love it.
Maybe after CS. Who knows, my friend? Who knows?
Thank you very much.
Let's turn our attention then onto the next map of this series, which is going to be Overpass. Now, earlier in the tournament, we heard from Exist. They've been really working on this Overpass B bomb site, so I thought we'd take a look at a round and see just how good that work has been. So on this round, Team Liquid, they're going to explode out a monster, but it's not going to be a great deal of fun for them because Heroic have a brilliant setup. So first of all, Shush is down the bottom. He jumps spotting with a nade in hand, and the moment he sees anything, that's going straight onto a monster. Next up is Yabi, full anti-flash, looking into wood just there. He's not going to get caught by any entry flashes. Tezes, he's holding the boost. That's not going to ruse him this time around. And finally, we have the final player over here, who is Stown, and he'll be very important in a second. So, as all these nades come over, Stown releases a killer flash over here in towards jail, and off that one, Yabi's going to swing out and get a beautiful kill. Shush also drops his nades as this is going in, and then Tezes swings, gets more, all the mollies are landing, and this one is just impossible for Team Liquid. No route onto that bomb site. I think what we see in this round is a great protocol, a great call as well to have 4 on board, and we can see that B site work is really paying off. What do you make of that one, Maui and Maniac? Over to you.
Thank you very much for that one, Alan. Yeah, I love that we get to break down a kind of look from Heroic on that map of Overpass. As Alan rightly said, the fact that they've really been working onto this round, coming into this major, and it's been paying off in terms of the results.
We have to paint a very clear, one-sided picture here. Heroic is the better overpass team.
Yes.
Period. End of the statement. That's it. Now what Spirit need is a complete overhaul of their mental state. You have just bungled the first map, and from this point forward, I don't give a damn about the map we play. I don't give a damn about the strategies they call. That is going to make no difference for Spirit. They either enter this game and actually give it a real shot. They could lose. I don't care they lose this game, but they actually give it a fight. This is going to go way beyond the map. There has to be a shift of mentality.
I want to see if Patsy can actually step up here, because we were hyping him up so much for Vertigo. He's going to play that A rifler for the defense on the side of Overpass. And Heroic, they're not necessarily a team that loves going A, but they'll throw some pressure in his direction. And if he crumbles or just falls back because he's not feeling this moment, then Heroic are going to have the entire map to play with. They do like B more. I think 2 out of 3, like 66% roughly of their hits end up towards that side of the map. But if Patsy can't even hold on to a little bit of space, then they're never going to know what's happening. They're going to be flying blind.
Yeah, a lot of the time teams are saying, you know, we've got to play our own game coming into this, and those words have never rung truer coming into this particular map. Potentially the last lifeline here for Spirit, and it's going to be a tough one, as it is Heroic's pick. It's Overpass going down after this.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
So you just saw me catching up with Caden. He gave me a nice bit of insight on that. He's saying people actually think they're a less good Vertigo team than what they actually are. He says they're proving a point with a game like this, and although Spirit may have picked it, didn't really matter. Now going to Overpass, he says, okay, he doesn't have a great deal of insight when it comes to what they're doing on it, but he feels like they can have a good read, especially off the game they played against Sprout. He believes they'll be able to get this 2-0. Caden's very confident that crowd's 100% on their side, and hopefully it'll give them a nice buff.
Is he good as IGL and AWPer? I mean, this team is so talented, but something not working.
Problem is, he is probably even worse with Rifle than AWP. And who is there in the Danish scene as an AWPer? RN right now.
I mean, for me, Stavn is probably the top AWPer in Denmark right now. When he picks it up, he does way better than Kaden with it.
But then you gotta find yourself a rifler as good as Stavn in Denmark, and that is impossible.
Not really, not really. A solid rifler will do if Stavn is good as he usually is when he plays the AWP.
What's not working is the Dust 2 pick. Even a bad Heroic should never be getting 2-0'd by an Academy team. Maybe Cadian had a stroke when picking the map FFS.
I don't understand the Dust 2 pick either.
I think maybe he took too much white powder up his nose.
Maybe he misclicked. No worries, it's round robin, so they have 4 more matches to recover.
Sure, they have time, but I don't see where they find the confidence in their Dust 2 in the first place. Maybe it comes from lack of confidence on other maps.
Being exposed right now, he had one saving grace, IGLing, because he is ass at AWPing, but he's not looking good at all.
I think he just forgot to plug in something.
Beautiful calls like go 5B against Eco without clearing any map. Goat IGL.
Maybe getting good at throwing flashbang is key.
Damn, I can't hold myself from loving comedian name that he got, and he deserves it just by picking Dust 2.
Bring King Devi on the up. Leave comedian to airplane calling. Yeah, this should make Heroic against Outreaching for sure.
Welcome to HLTV.
We are here tonight to crown another semi-finalist. We've already got two. We need two more, and one of them is going to be Spirit, or it could be Heroic instead. They've won the opening map that Spirit picked on Vertigo, and now we're on Heroic's map pick. It's Overpass, and Spirit, they're in trouble right now.
Oh, they're in a lot of trouble. I think really what's got to make you feel a little bit nervous if you want Spirit to win this one is that Heroic just looks so much cleaner in every aspect of the game. Even some of the individual sharpness from Spirit seem missing on Vertigo, but tactically outplayed, strategically outplayed by Cadian and Heroic. Things look great on Vertigo. And Spirit have this one chance to bring us to the next map. They must win Overpass, so they're going to take an early exit, and Heroic's going to move on. All the pressure on Spirit.
It truly is wonderful. He played one hell of a game on that map, but he needs more people to join him up there. It can't just be him powering the team. Here we go. Heroic going to be on the T side, Spirit on the CT side, and we are off to the second map of this third quarterfinals.
At least Spirit get to start on the CT side. See if it can do anything for him. Magix, he's gushed down very low, 11 HP. Him and Patsy are going to back off. They wanted to be aggressive, but not anymore. Now they have no desire to stand and fight. Or do they? Or do they indeed? Patsy with an immediate headshot peeking out towards long. Magix hasn't been able to put into play, but he's gushed back as well. Still sticks around for the range of the USP, but he's playing a dangerous game, trying to pull them closer to Magix.
Yeah, oh, and there's the opening, and because he's already low, they're going to get a double kill to trade that with. Not at all bad. It's so tempting when you have the USP to that range. You feel like you're almost invulnerable, but...
And he's sticking around to pull them in. He's trying to have a bait setup. He's trying to get them closer to a Magix to pounce. And obviously it backfires completely.
Depending on where Heroic go right now and the timing, that one flashbang on Chobo could actually be super sick, but it seems like they've called him back from long. And Wonderful started to push up to investigate this situation. He wants to find out what's happening. They need the info because they don't know where to go right now, Spirit. Wonderful's going to be sneaking around the corner, and they're out there waiting for him, but it doesn't matter. And that's the bomb. If he would have found Cadian and actually got the kill, that would have been a disaster. Cadian, though, comes back and snipes him out of the round.
That might be some inexperience there, just kind of ignoring, feeling like you've cleared things out. Cadian hears all the footstep, all the noise as Wonderful backs away and picks a perfect timing. Yabby back to the B-bomb site. Cadian's going to join up with him, but I think Shush is going to pull him back to a certain degree. I'm amazed that they're still committing here. That's a tough cross for Cadian. He's going to make it. Siren wasn't committed to the fight, but now they know. And Shush now in a position to backstab.
Yeah, both Wonderful and also Siren kind of pulled out of position a little bit. Shush, this is a must-win fight. He can't land the shot, and it leaves Cadian on his own. 1 versus 2 to try and get the quad kill and win this round. Maybe shocking for Spirit if that happens once again here. A little bit of a flash around the corner. Not a kit in sight right now on the CT side, but the bomb is freshly planted. They can hunt him down, and they will jump around the corner. Good double for Siren, and they are straight on that defuse.
Yeah, this time Heroic set it up very, very well, very perfectly, and I think just missed the opportunities, the fight towards balcony, towards up in heaven, and obviously I think Cadian too, when he turns that corner, if he doesn't flash himself, he's got a clean fight, and he might actually have a chance to turn that into a 1v1, and who knows what happens from there. Good recovery for Spirit. From a 3v4 to winning the round. No chance for Cadian to handle that kind of aggression out of Spirit. 1-0. That's nothing unusual, though. Spirit did win both pistols on the first map.
Sure. That is definitely a good point. And to be honest, Heroic called that round really, really well. They managed to catch off Wonderful to begin with, and then almost the second player down to the B bomb site. They had almost everything they wanted. Bomb plan means they're going to be buying AKs in this round, so scary stuff here for the Spirit side. Wonderful playing close to connector, but not actually in connector, which means this B defense has to hold. He can't be shooting in the back right away.
I almost feel like this is going to be aggressive with this many AKs over at Sandbags going towards short. This isn't going to be like a wait and pick. This is going to be like as soon as we make contact, we're all pushing forward onto the site.
Oh, there's going to be so many people at this corner. I don't think Spirit are quite ready for it. There's the opening. Good trades coming through. Siren and also Magic's down there. Oh, this is working out. They managed to defend the bomb site. Just Tess is left. The bomb committed to it. That almost went out of control, but actually he catches Patsy. They didn't realize that he was all the way up there. He's stolen the M4.
Tess has no armor, though. No armor. He's got to play this one perfectly, and he's going to turn it into timing.
Oh, Siren. He's in a really powerful position. You can see it's not on Tess's mind. He has no idea to look for it, and he's surely going to be dead. Another good round for Siren at the start of this map with triple in this one, double in the last one. And Spirit survive a very, very dangerous push to that B-bomb site.
Yeah, they really do, but I mean, they had a really good setup for it. Look at the crossfire. They eventually will clear out this SMG, Magic's, but even the M4 on Siren was still there ready and waiting. He even cleans up the round at the end of the day. That was a brutal crossfire. One kill towards heaven, and there were still 3 defenders at the B site. Nice attempt from Heroic, but back to just pistols. And for Team Spirit, this is a chance that for them to get some money beneath them, something, the luxury they didn't have on the first map, is to have some kind of a healthy enough economy on the CT side to continue fighting and continue battling. A lot of pressure applied here from Heroic, but not the weapons to come out on top, 3-0.
Yeah, Siren actually handled that pretty well. He was under, like you said, a lot of pressure on really both sides. Not necessarily easy to dance around that pillar down there, but he did a fine job. 3-0 in favor of Spirit, and this might be the first time they actually feel like they can catch their breath in this quarterfinal so far.
Yeah, another chance to catch your breath here. A tech called. Pause in the action.
And a chance for Heroic to pick up AKs finally. So curious to see how that'll be playing out. It felt like they've come into this map with a little bit of an attempt to test that B defense early on, see if Spirit are going to be ready to pick it up. Oh, he's ready. All right.
Yeah, he was hyped up.
Documents.
He was distracted, but now he's gotten into the action. His buddy tells him he's on camera.
All right.
Okay.
That's a prophecy.
Yeah.
No chickens on overpass. We get the point.
It's not a threat. It's a fact. Oh my lord, there was some tongue in there. Well done.
You could see Heroic conserving that energy. Just deep breaths here before we get back into it, no doubt.
Cadian's enjoying it. He's saying, why not? If I get it whatever I want, I'll have a good time.
I feel like this is the kind of environment that he's always going to just love to be in.
Yeah.
That's the energy that he does like. Really curious to see how they're going to be playing this a little bit later on, Heroic, if we're going to see the same insistence. How long? Because if you think back to the opening map, Spirit lost a lot of that first half trying to test the A-ramp, and they never really got to test much else. Heroic, I'm sure, won't be making the same mistake, but it's worth keeping an eye on. How long do you test a bomb site before you realize, okay, they actually can defend it. They know what they're doing down here.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the interesting thing is we've already seen it once in this game was the Heroic kind of style on Vertigo of like attacking one map and having one player, I mean, the kind of meta style that we've seen recently, one player challenging the other and seeing how much space he can get. We already saw it in the pistol round. On a map like Overpass, in order to pull off that kind of a strategy, you need to make sure you're controlling Blue Door with consistency, that passageway between the bomb sites. So I expect that to be a point of emphasis for Heroic's offense.
Still holding on to a FAMAS and 2 MP9s. So for Spirit, if they're able to pick up this round, they're going to have such a strong economy going forward.
Yeah, some nice upgrades. And the goal has got to be as well, if you're Team Spirit, get the AWP in Wonderful's hands as soon as possible. They didn't have the luxury of getting it out early on Vertigo. Heroic started to move across the map. They have control of Blue Door. Yabby's over in short. Tessa's starting to move up highway. But 3 players still very centralized. Shush, Stown, and Cadian.
Let's see. One nade over, Molotov to follow it up. Yabby's maybe expecting for someone to peek behind it, but nobody is. They're going to be boosting instead. 3 people ready on the T side. Yabby on the opening to take down Siren. It's a pretty strong start to this round. It'd be a miracle if they could bring it back once again. Patsy, though, doing a good job, but in the meantime, they've lost the A-bomb side. Tessus is pushed all the way up here, so very hard if you're rotating in. Tessus caught off guard. He must have heard the footsteps, but maybe the crowd just drowned that out. 3 on 3 as they nearly catch Wonderful. We're down to 12 seconds, but the defense, it's still here. Patsy out on long, and he goes straight for this bomb plant inside of the smoke. He doesn't even want to fight Patsy. 2 on 2. And Heroic, they must have thought that was the knockout punch once they took Tessus on the bomb site.
Yeah, that's the arena factor. That's the arena factor for sure. No reason he wouldn't have heard that otherwise. And knowing there was a defender still at long after the plant, Yabby and Stown push forward, gives them all the information. It's going to be a double play. Patsy and Magic's both flanking from bathrooms, and they know it. Now, the one issue is the bomb is not exactly the most convenient plant for them, but also there's no kits on the CT side despite the money.
Yeah, the next kill's surely going to decide the round. Yabby's going to get one more, but like you said, no kit, which means a 10-second deview. Patsy, even with that kill, he just does not have the time. A quad kill, and still the round will go to Heroic.
I didn't catch how many kits came into that round, but man, they had plenty of money on it. They had so much cash to have kits. That's the FanFest outside, an absolute party. Getting ready for the game later today, obviously, and keeping an eye on this one.
No doubt.
Heroic had to have just loved hearing that Molotov come out, the boost up to try and punish anyone evacuating it. Well done in the round. For Heroic, they get their first on the board. AWP is going to come out from Wonderful. Now, Heroic lost everything in that victory, so they're going to have to drop down to some weaker weapons. There's a Galil picked up. Cadian's going to be on a MAC-10. They're doing all this to have a little bit more utility, which is going to be necessary against Wonderful's AWP.
That surely is the big test right now. If they can make it past that, and it's a test for Wonderful as well. He played so good in the opening map. But again, this is, you know, still a young kid, still new to the game, and you have to assume that there's going to be a lot of pressure on him to perform at the same level. Almost catching an early kill there. That was Siren nearly getting caught off, but out on long. Wonderful is here with no backup whatsoever. He hasn't fired the AWP, so they don't really know. Chopper with a good opening in this round, taking down Tessus. And maybe that could afford a little bit of space, but he's sticking around Wonderful. I'm actually a little bit surprised.
Yeah, he's got a wide angle as well. You missed that shot, and you're done for. They flash around the corner and swing with numbers. Your best bet is a 1-for-1. But now he wants to get aggressive. Nobody, Shush is watching this at Fountain. Going to be a tough angle for Wonderful, and he's got no chance. No chance whatsoever because of limited money, no head armor. And it might not have even mattered at the end of the day. That's a great equalizing kill found by Shush, and now Spirit's defense. They've shifted over to the B bomb site to the other side of the map. It's Patsy left alone here, and they've got no more nades. They've just now deployed their final smoke.
Yeah, at least they're going to go check. This is actually a really cool play from Spirit. They still have to worry about Yabby, who's outside of there, but they are, instead of, you know, having the nades to defend with, they get some information so they can actually start to rotate players around and maybe try and help out Patsy before it's too late.
If Yabby gets a kill here, this round might be over. You could see Shush and Yabby on different sides of the map are both ready to challenge their respective bomb sites on their own. Yeah. And the bomb is centralized, waiting to react.
This worked so well on Vertigo. Oh, Shush looks away just as Siren comes around for the peek there.
You got to get past Chopper, though.
Yeah, might be another way back into it. Chopper still catching the kill, even jumping. Cadian gets one, but there's only 10 seconds left. Oh, and Yabby, he's here to open it up. Another strong headshot to take take down Siren. And they turn around just barely in time. He's going to get that bomb plant, and Cadian wants to get out of the range of that M4. He's ready to scope it up and get the kill. That's a huge round. Again, Heroic attacking the entire map at once, and Spirit just have no idea where to go.
And man, Yabi really coming into his own with this team. It started out sketchy. His first few events within Heroic were nothing to write home about, nothing to get you excited. An early exit in this first event, but now here at the Major, he's delivering some impact, and this round is excellent from Yabi. As you mentioned, with 10 seconds left on the clock, he's taken space, and he finds the 2 critical kills to allow Cadian to just waltz into the bomb site.
Well, that really breaks the Spirit economy. A single flashbang, we appreciate it. Other than that, USPs across the board, so Heroic getting away with so much. A round that they win with nobody surviving, and then into a one-on-one where it's just Cadian living through the round. That's so crazy.
I think I want to see Heroic get, I think I want to see Spirit play this half a little bit more aggressive than they have been, especially if Heroic's going to be, remember the previous round, or like 2 rounds ago, they put Tesses at Connector, they had Yabi over at the B bomb site, like in Monster Tunnel, both of them challenging at different times, but like these are very advanced positions to be in solo, and if you're aggressive on this defense, you can deny those positionings and prevent Heroic from like pulling you between the bomb sites, prevent them from just toying with you. And that's been a real issue for Spirit.
They really do need to know what is happening in the last, 20, 30 seconds of a round. Because Heroic are making these calls with almost no time left, and they're still working out. Not a lot to lose in this one, but I guess you could always give some bonus money to the enemy. Seems like they want to set up a flashbang and see if they could do a little bit of damage in this one. They must know also that Heroic don't have a lot of money in general because of the way that they won those 2 rounds. So I guess they're going to try and see if they could just tickle them a little bit with these USPs. No match at all for the AKs on the other side. Siren, he's going to get taken by the bomb, and finally some money going into the pockets of Heroic.
Yeah, all 5 survive. And Shush still has a Mac 10. He doesn't need to upgrade if he doesn't want to. Three to 3. Another gun round where Wonderful's not going to have the AWP.
Empty bomb site that they found in that one, obviously because of the USPs, but still. See how this goes. No head armor on anybody on the CT side, and against 2 Galils at a Mac 10, that actually is significant for once for the CTs. Normally you can skip out on doing it because the AK doesn't really matter that much. You're going to get dead anyway, but...
Well, this is going to be a timing monster hit as well, with Shush leading the way with that Mac 10. He's already lined up and ready to go. This time Heroic is just throwing away the concept of map control and map presence. Everyone lined up at the B-bomb site.
Huge change of pace. And the question is, will Spirit be ready? If they miss this one, bomb site's going to get overrun. Flash coming through. There's the Mac 10, and it shoes up Siren right away, but Magix is still back here. Has to defend it. He's going to get caught. He wanted to run out of there. Low on health. 3 versus 4, but the pressure continues for Heroic. They want this bomb site, and they're not going to slow it down. This time there's no trickery. Straight to the bomb plant, and Spirit with a very tough retake now.
Yeah, throwing different looks at you. This is so tough. This offense is so tough to deal with right now for Spirit. Tesses is going to tuck himself into a corner by Greats. Cadian by the Monster Tunnel with an AWP. No access to the bomb site just yet. 3 on 4, and again, no kits.
Does that smoke actually cover the bomb on the other side? Nice shot from Patsy. They're going to get Tessis as well. It's looking good. Molotov fades just in time. They're on that, but Javi's going to find it through the smoke. Trupper is out at it, under the man on the defuse, and they know as well. Oh, almost has it with a kid. He might have won the round already, but instead, it's going to be Heroic to pick it up. Some of them, oh, the bomb doesn't even catch them. 1 defuse kit there, and I think they have that round.
This one might be forgivable. I don't think they have the money to really get a kit whatsoever. That's a cool call from Heroic. You've shown some slow styles, aggressive lurks on the extremities of the map to pick this defense apart, to peel it every which way, and this time, just barreling through Monster into the B bomb site. And again, it's problems with economy for Spirit. Not able to afford head armor. The Mac 10 does its job. Just the opening entry kill to allow space to the follow-up players.
Yeah, a bit of a return in some ways to what things were like on Vertigo, just not having the cash to necessarily put together the kind of game that they probably want here. Going to upgrade some pistols in this one, but this is looking sketchy. T-side overpass. You can expect to not get that many rounds here. If the CTs know what they're doing, this can be a very difficult map to break through on. So already 4-3 on the side of Heroic. I think they're going to be very satisfied with what's happening here.
Nice nade on the Patsy. No pressure going to be applied to stairs, though, which is where there's a two-player setup for Spirit. Although they just swing now, see that's absolutely clear. Heroic in the anti-eco heading towards long, clearing out bathrooms and taking map control.
There's maybe a timing for Siren, but it's usually very hard to hit these. If you're way too aggressive, then it just doesn't really do anything. And if you're late, then yeah, it also doesn't really matter. All right, I don't know how he wins that fight, but Patsy will take it. And now the rest of them up at the A bomb site. Heroic don't really have to commit to this, but looks like they're going to be doing that anyway, pushing through. And Tess is unimpressed by the three-man stack at the bomb site.
I was going to say, the nice thing from Patsy is that kill actually funnels them exactly towards the stack that had been set up due to the spot from Wonderful. Unfortunately, as you said, it just doesn't matter. Not even a little bit. Not a single kill, despite 4 players on the bomb site. And Patsy's left with 9 HP. Never even recovered the AK-47. A 5th round on the board now for Oak. Very quick to get up to 5 on your T-side overpass. Importantly, Wonderful saved as much money as he could. The op will be out for him, but it needs to have impact.
Yeah, the first time we saw him pick it up, he was out on long, and he just got taken down by the Galil. Shush was holding that fountain, and that was all it took. So he's had it once, and it's had absolutely 0 impact so far. Five to 3. Heroic running it back in a huge way. Let's see how this plays out. Orbis back in the hands of the CTs. And this time stretching out across the map. You could see Heroic, they kind of want to try and do that once again.
Pumping bullets into the smoke, no connections. An aggressive defense. This is what I said I wanted to see out of them. Denying map access, denying control. Patsy and Chopper pushed up, double rifle. Wonderful's at the top of the stairs, peering down with an AWP. He can react based off what his teammates see and what they find.
Oh, Patsy, this is really scary. They're walking up close. They're not quite going to check it. That's surprising. And look at the return from Chopper as well. Good 1-2 punch. And Heroic, 2 men down already. Patsy moving forward. Even they're just doubling down on the aggression. What a nade that lands, and the follow-up will blow up. Yabby, this is starting to look a lot better. Cadian can't see anything behind that fountain. Still going to be sniping Chopper out of the round, but Patsy knows. Oh, a little bit of a read for Cadian. That's a good jump. 2 on 4, and I think now, yeah, you could probably afford to back on out.
Well, if you're Team Spirit, it's got to be as much money, as many guns survive as possible, and they still don't realize Patsy is stuck around. A 2nd kill in the round, a 10th in the half. And Cadian's left alone in a 1v4.
That's a really good read from Spirit in terms of understanding what happens when Heroic get all that map control. So just denying it to them early on. And they take down Cadian as well. A 4th round of the board for Spirit. They absolutely need it. This has to be the beginning of a really strong run for them.
And that's a cool adjustment into the aggressive stance. But now the question becomes, how do you continue that kind of aggression with multiple different looks? Because eventually Heroic's going to catch on to it. They'll make adjustments of their own. But it's a great way of denying the ability for Heroic to play those games, to give them access towards long, to let them peel your defense apart. And a timeout is taken. This one from Heroic, it's their first in the map.
Yeah, but look at the buy that they come up with. We actually saw this on Vertigo, and it was pretty disgusting. I think on Vertigo it's actually 4 MAC-10s that they bought, but
yeah,
even now they have money to buy something different. They got 3 MAC-10s, 1 AK, 1 AWP. If they get away with it once again, Heroic, that's going to be so disheartening for Spirit.
It's going to be a little bit more difficult now. There's head armor on all 5 players from Team Spirit. But I kind of, I mean, look, it's cool to watch. If they pull it off again, maybe they're going to bring a new idea into professional Counter-Strike. Deep nade. Patsy's down to 71. They're not going to slow this pace down, not with these MAC-10s.
No, and this is so dangerous. He can hear the footsteps. He's calling it in. He's on the radio right now, but it's going to be too late. Patsy gets overrun by the MAC-10s, and they're on the bomb side right away, and you have to be so careful. If you're rotating in here on the Spirit side, if you just run into death, the round is over. They have to coordinate this retake really well. Heroic already on it. More grenades raining down and pushing Spirit back. Nobody's retaking from connector either. They're all coming from this side. I don't know if this is going to work.
Oh, that Molotov is so painful as well. That might dissuade you. Wonderful's looking for the flank to make sure nobody's going to follow this up from the B bomb site, but the retake has to be right now if it's going to come in. They do have kits this time at the very least.
And one's, oh, actually a couple of smokes here. They could maybe make it work. They're going to have to be so quick with it. Here comes the first flash, but the lineup. Yabby with a huge double. And Chopper and Wonderful, they must realize this round is gone. Yabby keeps going. He wants to hunt it down. Jumps over him and nearly gets the quad kill. What a play. Wonderful loses the AWP, and Heroic, they do it one more time.
Yabby again, a triple kill. A pop flash from his team to shut down the retake. It never truly began. That is some disgusting stuff. Now, you can talk all you want about the number of MAC-10s brought into this, but let's talk about the reality of doing it inside of an arena. Those footsteps are so much harder to hear.
True.
It's so much more difficult for, was that Patsy at the end of Bathrooms, to really understand how close they are to turning the corner around him, and he's got to be nervous about the other side as well.
Yeah, he's put in a very bad position. Well, let's see. This time it's on the MAC-10s. Good Molotov, though. Patsy wants to double down on the aggression, but there's a lot of people waiting for him on the other side. And looks like they realize they have an idea at least. Chopper wants to try and see if he can make up for it. It's down on the other side. Chopper needs this multi-kill. He has to get this. Otherwise, they're going to lose the map control once again. And I think Smiley's down waiting, although there might be some backup coming through the door. Oh, no! That's a ridiculous 180. Taking down Magic's on top, and now Siren and Wonderful left alone. 2 versus 4. I can't believe he got away with that 180. Siren about to get overrun, and he will. Now the AWP fighting on its own. It's locked in, and it's all close quarters combat right now. The smoke to block him off, but he challenges. He needs this clutch so badly, and he might have done something magic right here. Inside of the smoke, they have no idea about this. Oh, but they're going to run to the A-bomb side. How? What a play! If they would have gone for the bomb plant, he walks out and probably has a free kill right then and there.
Do you go for this if you're Wonderful?
I don't think so.
No kit, no armor, 1v2. You got to go challenge and at least see if someone's going to peek this. Give you an early kill into a one-on-one, but it's not there. No dice for Wonderful. He's got no chance at this. 7-4.
That was such a sick setup for him to walk through that smoke. Think about how they read it.
Think about the risk he took too. He underhands that flashbang, understanding as well that he's blinding himself to come through, trying to create a clever timing. Man, Heroic just outplaying Spirit at every step of the way. A 3-round lead now.
Crazy victory. There might have been a chance here. If they hadn't had that 180 in the connector, then maybe there is a way. Shush. Well, maybe it was down, yeah. This turnaround
Last
here.
bullet as well.
Oh, no.
Last bullet. He was out of ammunition.
Get out.
That's got to be so frustrating for Magix. Yep. What are you supposed to do about that one?
I don't know, but they're back on pistols.
It's got to be so frustrating for Spirit. It feels like they've never really been able to execute their game plan on CT sides. For Vertigo, there just really wasn't enough time to get into it. Here, the economic situation has been brutal. It's a 7-1 run at the moment for Heroic.
Yeah, that's even crazier to imagine, right? Start of the half was obviously with Spirit, but Heroic, some of the early rounds they won were so close, they were so sketchy, but they just kept winning them anyway. And now Spirit are in a lot of trouble. Trying to stay aggressive. I mean, listen, they have learned, they realize They need to be a little bit forward to catch Heroic before they start to unfold the madness on that T side. And here's Wonderful. Almost a free kill on Tessus. They were expecting that flashbang to do a little bit more, perhaps. It's a start.
That's exactly what they need from Wonderful. How much more can he provide? Relocating, damaging himself and his teammates. Yabby looking for an opportunity to even things up in a 4-on-4. Gonna start swinging out a little bit wider. They still don't know Wonderful is here with the AWP.
And the bomb's still on the other side. This is going to feel like a B attack. Once again, Heroic trying to play this one very interestingly. 19 seconds. Shush making the jump down. They are almost clearing out the bomb site, but in truth, this is an A plant, and I don't think Spirit have any idea.
Chopper had the ability to stop it. He had the ability to wrap behind, but he actually, there was a timing there where he missed Cadian walking up with the bomb. He's come to the B bomb site. And now they know.
Round after round, they must have felt like, all right, we're almost defending the B-bomb site, but they've been bamboozled once again. 8-4 in favor of Heroic. I don't know how they do this.
I mean, I think, what was it, the Des was talking about Chopper saying that he really admires the leadership of Cadian and the way that Heroic are playing the game. Well, I mean, I guess you're going to admire it even more after this one because Heroic's beating you in every facet of the game at the moment.
Yeah, he's been taken to school by...
Yeah, he's getting a lesson, isn't he? Front row seats.
Probably not at all what he was hoping for tonight.
Third timeout used from Spirit. They want to talk things over, and for good reason. A 4-on-5 conversion for Heroic.
The thing is, these kind of rounds used to be almost exclusive to the CIS region, but that brand of Counter-Strike has proven so successful, it's almost like it's spilled out into the rest of the world, and now you see a European team start to pick it up, maybe make it a little bit their own, maybe learn it a little bit more, and it looks super dangerous on Heroic.
And I mean, you got to give credit to this guy as well, Exists. For all the experience on the Heroic side, there's few people in the scene, the professional Counter-Strike scene, more experience than Exists, part of the legendary NIP roster that went 87-0 to start CSGO. Major winner himself coming in to provide that experience for this team. And he's got them powering up at the right moment.
Yeah, this is truly something. Yabby leading the charge with 14 kills. And everything is on the line tonight for Spirit. They need the last rounds of this half. They have to make this 8-7. There is no other way around here. A little bit of a presence. And Magic's, that is a nice kill to begin with. Didn't take any damage for it, just a clean opening.
A nice kill to get away with as well. Surviving after the fact, no chance for a trade. Nice little angle there. No presence towards the A bomb site, no presence towards bathrooms either. This is everything that Heroic have to offer in the round. All 5 players were at this B site. And one prong of the attack has already been eliminated.
A 5-on-3, Jason. Surely this is a round that Spirit are just meant to win from the outset. They can't give this one up. This is one of their best chances, but it's right back into a 3-on-3. Magic has to step up once again at that L-bend to take down Stown. It's a good beginning now. 2 versus 3. Plenty of time for Heroic still, and they're going to double peek Tessus. He has no chance to win that fight. Cadian now 1 versus 3 in a round that he should never be even close to winning.
Well, let's see what he's got. He's got a few miraculous clutches underneath his belt over the years. Moving into the A bomb site, going to take a big risk, not even clearing anything. Smoke is dropped, taps the bomb, wants to pull Wonderful out into the open. Wisely, Wonderful backs away, and he's got the shot. 5th round for Spirit. And they're 3 rounds back still.
That's very smartly played by Wonderful. Against a lot of other players, you might not expect him to play that aggressively, but Cadian plays a crazy brand of Counter-Strike, and Wonderful was ready for it.
This is a problem, though. Much like Vertigo, Spirit have not been able to put consecutive rounds together in the gun rounds. They still have won 2 isolated rounds in this opening half since the initial 3 from the pistol. Second timeout for Heroic, not content with 8. They want to pile it on.
It has to keep going. Those consecutive rounds is the only way for Spirit to stand a chance on this map. 2 more rounds to go in the half. And let's see what Spirit could come up with. I mean, the fact that it was brought from a 5-on-3 into a 3-on-3 pretty quickly, even that is a little bit scary. Let's see. Again, a little bit outside of the B bomb site. Not a straight attack to it. Bomb is pretty far back, but they want to try and see if they can test this connector one more time. And Shush is sneaking through all the time. He wanted to hit it behind that grenade throw, but he couldn't quite do it. Now it's Yabby instead, running onto the bomb site with the Mac 10. The flashbang behind is so good. He almost has to kill HE on top, but Siren still lives. I can't believe he's alive behind all of this, and now more backup is starting to get here. Patsy coming in from the L-bend, and this is Chaos Heroic. I don't think they realize where anybody is anymore. Cadian once again on his own.
They needed that kill on a Siren over at Toxic Barrels. They needed it quick and fast when they initially made contact, because Patsy executes a very, very fast flank from his position at Blue Door. And once again, Cadian's left in a 1v3. Once again, extremely unlikely, and once again he's looking to rotate all the way around to the A bomb site to challenge against Wonderful.
He couldn't win this fight last time. Oh, jump! Oh, nice shot! Taking down Wonderful.
He's got time. Magix is hustling over, and Cadian's gonna slow it.
Yeah, let's see. Now is not a time for mistake if you're on the Spirit side. Cadian looking the wrong way. Oh, but he flicks and takes down Magix. It's unbelievable! And now Chopper. Sweat has got to be dripping from his forehead right now. This might be the entire quarterfinals on the line for Spirit. He's seen Cadian. He knows he's walked past, and Cadian's out looking. 14 seconds. He's going to make a run for the B bomb site. He wants to play this to the limit of the round again. And Chopper is on the hunt. He realizes now bomb is going to get planted. Sense of dread in the air. Chopper realizes one false move, and you could walk into the crosshair, and this entire map could slip out of your hands. Cadian back around the corner. I can't believe that he dodged him by a second. Chopper has no idea. He's down in the water. Cadian, he's got him! A 1 versus 3! An unbelievable clutch!
Soak it in. That is something special that he has just pulled off on this IEM Rio stage. That's the kind of dynamic AWPing Heroic has need out of him. That is so incredible. First 1v3, no shot. Second one, a pair of beautiful AWP shots. This one as well, the recovery to come back on a Magix. That has got to be the knockout punch on a Spirit. I do not know how you recover from it.
This crowd has embraced Cadian before he even stepped on the stage. And look at him now. 9-5 in favor of Heroic. They are 7 rounds away from the semifinals of the Rio Major. And that one, that is crushing for Spirit.
I think he broke his computer in the process.
Probably did. Still worth it.
We're going to get a tech right out of that clutch from Cadian. As we're going to have to get him back into the server as well. Smile on his face.
How on earth do you recover from that? The mental breakdown for Spirit. I can't imagine how you bring this one back.
Even winning that, they were already in a hole, right?
Yeah,
that
sure.
kind of a clutch just buries you.
You know what's so ridiculous is you can see Cadian, even in the previous round against Wonderful, he comes into these 1 versus 3 with such an incredible sense of confidence. You can almost tell in the way that he maneuvers across the map, he just feels like, I could do this. I can win the 1 versus 3 every time.
Yeah, I mean, I think rotating back to the A bomb site, you know it's going to be Wonderful alone. More than likely, it's going to be the AWP player playing it passively in the bomb site. You know you have some space to work with, especially being able to kind of forget about clearing out bathrooms and being worrying about that as the time is running down. That's just perfectly played from Cadian. And I can't even fault the Spirit players to a whole big degree. That's just beautiful shooting.
I mean, 9 times out of 10, Magic gets the peek and just kills him outright, and it's fine. It's no problem. Somebody give Cadian a kiss instead.
Well, he's back in the server.
'15th round coming up, last of the half. It's crazy to imagine. He was exiled from Danish Counter-Strike.
The career of Cadian is a crazy, crazy thing.
Thought by many of the top players in Denmark at the time to just not really have what it takes to play at a top level.
Exiled by his own region.
Yeah.
And they've touched on the desk, had to run over to North America to find some standing, some way to get back into professional Counter-Strike. Experience there, playing well, still not accepted upon his return. And the only way back in was to take a scrappy group of young Danish players and turn them into this monster that we're seeing up on the stage right here in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, quite the arc that he's been building for himself. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 15th round is coming up. It's Spirit versus Heroic. And this is the second map. Not far off for Heroic right here. Spirit, they need to be revived somehow. And we said the same thing on Vertigo, and they were not able to do it. Patsy waiting. He worked some good magic last time he was here, but this time, oh, he's there last second. Wonderful, out in the open. If they peeked him, he's probably dead. Chopper, though, is out here. Flash on top, but he can't see a thing. Cadian taking him down.
That's the exact same aggressive setup that Spirit ran last time. They were punished by Patsy with the opening kill and by the follow-up peek from Chopper. So as soon as they see Patsy in this location, they know exactly where Chopper's located after the fact. Now they've got to get past Wonderful, and that shot disappeared.
That must have gone, I don't even know, right under his arm. It actually looked like it must have connected. Down, okay, through, and that's a headshot. Siren not ready. No warning. Naked walk through the smoke, and it blows him up. This time Wonderful will connect, but the problem is down in the B bomb site. Magic is about to be in a fight for his life here. Maybe in a fight for the quarterfinals once again. He's going to pick up one of them here, but just way too overwhelming. Look at how they juggle him around that angle. Every time he has to recommit to another fight. And Wonderful, what can you do?
Yeah, the Molotov holds off his teammate for reinforcements as well. It's a long time to be isolated. Wonderful's going to have to go for this last round of the first half. He's just changing position for the moment, but Tessus and Yabby have gone so passive, he's never going to find him.
There's no kit either. I don't even think repositioning makes any sense here. This is probably already done. They're not to be found. He can't get any easy kills. Heroic are playing this so well. They came into this quarterfinal looking absolutely godlike and Wonderful. There's no time. There's nothing that he could do. 10-5 in the opening half on Overpass. Heroic, huge steps towards being in the semi-final. Really, really impressive.
Yeah, this is another well-played half from Heroic, and I'll be honest, they look unstoppable at the moment, and we're going to find out if they indeed are right after the break.
This clutch is one you will remember for a long, long time. Cadian in a 1 versus 3 against Spirit to almost seal this quarterfinal for his team. Heroic have made Brazil their new home, and Spirit, they're in shambles right now. Down 10-5 going into the second half. This looks like an impossible comeback at the moment.
Yeah, Cadian just having his gladiator moment as he sinks the last dagger in. I don't know if you could ever possibly recover from that. And now you switch over to the offensive side, and you got Cadian on fire. You got Heroic obviously communicating as a team. They look so damn good right now. I don't think there's a single thing Spirit can do to recover this map, to recover this series. Heroic have such a leg up on them at the moment. But they're going to give it their all. Second half pistol round begins right now, and Spirit at the very least have won 3 of 3 pistols in the first 2 maps so far.
Yeah, they need to do that one more time, and then they need to find out if they are going to be ready to make some sort of a comeback. We need a lot of players to come alive right now.
They still haven't won 2 gun rounds in a row yet. Still to this point in the series.
It's hard to believe, isn't it? Oh, look at this little stack going on over by Connector. This is very cool because these 3 people are going to be so mobile for Heroic. They could go A or B. They can stay defending the middle of the map. It's so worth doing this on the CT side of Overpass. A little bit of a spot there, and let's see how Spirit react. They might have a good read on this. Instead of fighting them, they say, all right, you just stay there.
I think you got to assume there's 2 players in the stairs, right, by Blue Door. Now can Cadian find Siren? That's the big question. Of course he can. Beautiful first shot accuracy. Tessus is going to be deployed. He's going to be activated coming up the stairs right now. It's Chopper he's got to contend with at Connector.
It's not far away from a headshot either. Patsy wants to get close with the Glock, but they're ready and waiting for him. Schutz picks up a kill. Wonderful. You need to keep going. You need another one. The Jabby's down there, and he almost gets the double on his own. Magix and Chopper, again, they need this round so badly. Nice headshot to take down Tessus, and the follow-up is even better. Stown out of it, and Cadian now trapped in a 1 versus 2. He's going to pick up the 1. The Kit
no time.
Not in sight, and he's going to go for it. But yeah, I don't believe there is either a 10-second defuse. He's still holding it. Magic's finally thinking about the swing, and he's going to execute him. Oh man, that got a little bit close. But it will be Spirit to pick up a 4th pistol.
Yeah, and that's all they've had to hang their hat on throughout this series is these pistol rounds. So once again, they'll log another one, but it hasn't much mattered, all things considered. Magic's just realizing he's got time to play with Cadian. A 10-second defuse is never going to be likely. 10-6, no investment from Heroic. They picked up a single HE grenade on Shush, and that's about it.
Yeah, not much to fight with. Stacking the B-bomb site. Why not? Ultimately, should be a chance for Spirit here to roll into the second half and at least get a little bit of breathing space. In terms of kills, I mean, they're actually not doing that badly, right? Patsy started to warm up. He's been playing pretty well. The problem hasn't been the kills. So many of these rounds that Heroic played were into 1 versus 1s, 2 versus 2s. It's that Heroic tactically just kept putting Spirit in this incredible position where they were at the wrong bomb side. Bomb was planted on the other side of the map, and they just couldn't do anything. Let's see if Spirit could do something similar. Gabby's showing up, but is not going to be anywhere near in time.
No, and I mean, they just don't have the weapons to fight with. This should be 10-7. No real problems whatsoever. And Heroic's going to pick up guns in the 3rd round, the next one. Maybe a late nade and a late push here to see if you can scrape together any kills. But another smoke drops in the choke point.
Especially if it's close to the bomb actually blowing up. You might as well try and do it. Maybe some of them will go up with the bomb, and you cost them a lot of money that way. So they're thinking about it. No one coming in from the other side. So Spirit could probably defend this from quite far away. They don't even really have to be in the blast zone any longer. A little bit of a push coming in, but so far All going the way of Spirit. Finally a little bit there. Just the one casualty. I think that's acceptable on the side of Spirit. And they get a 7th round.
But this is where they've struggled. When the M4s come out for Heroic, when the rifles come out for Heroic, it's been abysmal for Spirit all day. All quarterfinals. They need to deliver something very early on to get this team fired up again. Spirit have been subdued over the first map and a half of play. This is not the Spirit we expected to see. And someone on this team better provide some energy, something to get excited about.
So much harder to do once you've lost enough of those close rounds, those clutches where you think, man, if we just had that one, that's our ticket back in. And remember back to Vertigo when they almost had Heroic broken all the time.
Yeah.
Low on money on the CT side, and Spirit just couldn't quite crack it. And that wears on you. That wears on your mentality. You know that all you needed was one more round.
Yeah, that and a 1v3.
Yeah,
that'll do it too.
All right, well, they're getting a lot of map control.
Yeah, this is a more passive defense from Heroic. Not a whole lot of utility, no AWP in play, so Cadian and Tess is going to be executing a boost at Sign. Stown is passive at the A bomb site as well. Shush and Yabi going to be over at the B bomb site. They haven't seen any presence yet, no information for this Heroic defense.
I typically hate this boost, but it's actually so rare now that it might sort of have swung back into being viable. The problem is, obviously, if they're coming out long, you just can't really escape. But I don't think I've seen this for the last 10 or more Overpass games that I've been watching. So, yeah, maybe now it is time to bring it out once again. A little bit of a swing and a good return from Wonderful. But you could see they weren't quite ready for that angle. 25 seconds and Tess's long range to take down Patsy. And now Spirit are running out of time. And unlike Heroic, they can't fall back. They have to keep doing this right now. 15 seconds on the clock. They're pushing into it. And already nearly 3 people defending. There's the wide swing. And what an entry. They get every single kill they needed. And that is surely the round. I don't think Shush could stop the bomb. Might have to back on out with that M4.
Yeah, disgusting round for Magix. The opening, busting up the stack as well. He's got it through the wall to clean things up at the end. 8th round for Spirit. I thought when Tessus gets that kill on Patsy out towards long, like 9 times out of 10, that feels like round over. If a defender can establish that position at long as they come in, it gets so dangerous. But Magix reads the stack. The opening kill coming up, this one right here on Astound is absolutely massive to break up the stack.
Oh, beautiful stuff coming through. Spirit, that's the kind of round they need a lot more of.
And with the third round bye, there's not enough utility for Rogue. You can see there's no counter flashes. They're not a smoke at the top of the stairs. Nothing to kind of disorient the Spirit players actually as they enter the bomb site.
I think Tessus might have realized that was a run back. Yeah, he's taking a lot of liberties right now. If he keeps going, he could maybe find a free Deagle kill. I think Chopper made just enough noise that he could hear it. He's going to go back and check. Oh, this is so smart from Chopper. What a read. That might have just saved at least the start of the round here for his team. Imagine if you're executing into that B bomb site and suddenly there's a Deagle in your back. Nobody wants that. 4 on 5, and even though there is a good stack, I still think Spirit should be in a prime position to win this round. Just not that much firepower on the CT side. And especially with a MAC-10, this is a pretty good start right here. Just get the opening. Cadian, nice headshot, but he's on his own.
Yeah, and with those 2 kills, gonna readjust their buying in the next round. He's gonna rotate all the way around trying to grab an exit kill, I would imagine. See if you can hustle over to T-spawn before the bomb blows up and see if you can catch someone sleeping from Team Spirit in an unexpected angle. So Cadian's fighting for every single inch in this game. Good shot here on Patsy, who's not looking, and even better follow-up.
Yeah, he might as well, although Chopper is going to be there to catch him. Good read. Denying Cadian some of those tricks. 9 to 10 Spirit. In numbers, bringing it back. We still don't really know about the mentality.
I saw this guy outside. That's a look.
He's committed?
Yeah.
Are they permanent?
Not that committed.
All right.
Takes a little bit more courage. 10 to 9. Spirit trying to tie things up. Op is out in the hands of Katie, and it's in the hands of Wonderful as well.
At no point in this quarterfinals has Spirit had any momentum. They've been shut down every single time. But right now is a chance for them to turn that around and build something. Shush has gone down at the start of the round. Shots with the smoke down in that monster tunnel. It's a great start. They'll take it. If they win this one, I'm definitely ready to reconsider. I could see Spirit bringing it back if they could pick this one up.
Certainly make things interesting. That opening kill is a nice and fortunate thing to have. It allows Siren to play this one patiently. He's just waiting for his timing to push around towards bathrooms. Now, the one danger for Spirit, the previous round that we saw, they ran the clock down so low that they had no more options. With the 5-on-4, they might be able to apply a little bit more pressure earlier on in the round. Heroic has a heavy lean towards the A bomb site. Cadian's down and Tess is all in bathrooms. Yabby's the only defender here.
And he's kind of pretending to be more than one person, right? He's flashing the tunnel, pretending that there's maybe a double setup there, and then he molotovs the other one. So selling himself as being 3 people, and looks like Spirit are not buying it.
Yabby's got a smoke as well. Oh, he just used it, excuse me.
Yeah, this is looking like a good read from Spirit.
Yeah, they're not budging. Not budging at all.
Oh, but they're bringing the bomb a little bit back. Oh, no. Don't do it, Spirit.
Oh, no.
They're bringing it back. Heroic, they might have the read. Siren's gone down, and now it might be too late. They're going to be catching Stown. Oh, no. Patsy's still alive. Stown, a little bit of backup there. Yabby's going to get the kill, and Spirit just absolutely outplayed themselves. They had the bomb site, one person there, but they doubted themselves for a second. Yeah, it's absolutely done. No way they can win the round. And Heroic, they were so confident in that call. They never moved an inch from the restrooms. That is going to be gut-wrenching. When they go back and look at this round in the demo, oh, they're going to be heartbroken.
But that's the problem. Is look at the difference between the way both teams have played their T sides. In that kind of a situation in the first half, Heroic is having a challenger out towards long. They're having a challenger move towards through Monster at the B bomb site, and actually peering into the site, seeing what they find, seeing how much space is available and what kind of a defense it is. This is Team Spirit staying huddled behind the smoke, not actually peeking by sandbags, not actually peeking up short or through Monster, and making a blind call to rotate back to the A bomb site. They had no information with that kind of a call, and they get punished completely by Heroic's gamble.
And you could tell they even just made the assumption no one was going to be in restrooms at all. They just ran right past. So when that happens, there's nothing they could do.
Yeah, they're thinking that Bathroom's presence out towards long is maybe the sole defender, right? Some kind of aggressor who's getting ready to flank at a timing.
I would love to ask Spirit about whether or not it was Jabby's grenades that actually made the difference, if that really did sell them, because he was alone. Tried his best to make him look like he was a lot more players down there. Aggressive move on the other side, and Wallbang nearly to take down Magix. That's a rough start. Tessus, look at his position. He's so far up at the moment.
Yeah, Heroic is straight up winning the information game. Absolutely. As they have on Vertigo as well. Gonna boost up the low HP player into the headshot angle. No one's home at Pillar.
Oh, it's close. If he was a little bit further back, maybe it could have worked. Patsy's going to get down, though. Good wallbang coming through. Stown with a double. And they're going to be getting more kills. Wonderful. Didn't even really see anything there. Yabby, but he picks it up anyway. Flank coming through. They find Magix, and now just Chopper. 1 versus 4, and there's nothing he could do. Like you said, the information battle being won so heavily by Heroic in the first, 15 seconds of the round.
I don't even know what you're supposed to do if you're Chopper. 1v4, 39 HP. Do you want to save this AK-47? You've got cash to replenish your utility. You can drop an AK-47 over to Wonderful as well. I think that's got to be the plan at this point. Yabby's going to spot him out. And that entire idea of saving gets a little bit more difficult. Heroic can start pushing forward, beginning the hunt, trapping you in, and Cadian's going to end it before it even begins. At one point on the verge of tying things up 10-10, Spirit is now down 9-12, 3-round gap.
And again, just the lack of an ability to roll these rounds together. They won 4 in a row here, but obviously some of it is from the pistol. The actual rifle rounds are just not being connected by Spirit. And Heroic in a great position right here. Tech-9s are coming out, but they're going to start to be able to build a little bit of an economy on the CT side. Let's see. No rush being allowed for here. The Tech9 certainly suggests a much quicker round, and maybe that's the setup for it. Shush! If he dies here, there's an opening, but he's going to stand tall. Big double there. That actually is risky. If they get Shush as well, that might have been a way for them to get into the bomb site.
Oh, they're going to wrap around him, though. Stown and Shush. There was a moment in transition there where they were exposed. But now they've recovered. Wonderful and Chopper. They have an AK-47 to challenge with, but not much.
Yeah, Shush just out in that open angle. Almost impossible to peek that one on the T side. And Wonderful, he's got the bomb in a 1 versus 4. To win these kind of rounds, you probably do need for Heroic to make some mistakes, and they're not really making a lot of those right now. If they were hunting for him aggressively in the start of the minute, maybe he can win a couple of isolated fights, but they're not giving him that opportunity at the moment. Oh, there's Cadian. Still 35 seconds left on the clock, and I guess we'll see. He's being boxed in slowly. 30 seconds, and Stown off angle once again. Heroic, huge step in the right direction, 13-9. They are 3 rounds away from the semifinal.
Almost able to turn that corner, but you're exactly right. Shush would have had to fall to make that a reality. Stown was back at the pillar as well, holding on a monster. He knew what was coming as well when he saw the presence of Tech9s in short, so he was ready for his fight. Round 23. 4-round lead for Heroic. 18 kills on Cadian, 18 on Yabby as well. We're gonna get a round restart.
All right.
It's been called, no damage dealt, and a tech issue to deal with before we get this game back underway.
The amount of money that is on Heroic at the moment, that is a really scary part for Spirit. In terms of making a comeback, if you could at least force that early eco on the Heroic side, then that's something to look for. That's something you know inside of the team. It's like, okay, just one more round and then we have it. But even that speech is going to fall flat right now.
Yeah, that reset is about 2 to 3 rounds away. Team Spirit have only won a single gun round in the second half. I think we're going to need... Oh, that's cruel. Oh, that's mean. It's too soon.
That's pretty cruel.
Yeah.
Also funny. All right.
It's a mic issue the admins are working on, and then we'll be right back into the action. Yeah, I don't necessarily know what Spirit's gonna have to do. It feels like my mind keeps going back to the round where they tried to rotate back towards A into the stack of Heroic, and just the lack of assertiveness and aggressiveness from individuals to make any kind of a play that can start piecing together what the defense and what the map looks like to make that sort of a call. Especially in the face of Heroic pulling off that style with such incredible efficiency.
Yeah, it looks like almost like a simulacrum of what Heroic actually were doing, but it's not the same. They don't have the same map control. They can't just run the bomb onto the bomb site the way that Heroic was doing. So you're right, they're missing a couple of key details. And the fact that Heroic are so confident in these early fights.
Calm down. The whole Made of Madness thing kind of making sense all of a sudden.
Yeah, you know, you're gonna have to stretch that for quite a bit for that to be true.
Yeah, hold that sign up during the next game.
I'm sure he will.
This is the first, or I should say the third quarterfinal overall, the first of the day. Later on this evening, obviously, after this conclusion of Spirit versus Heroic, we have Na'Vi taking on Furia.
What a game.
For the final semi-final spot available. In an environment that is sure to be loud.
Oh, this will be something special. I mean, even now, because Heroic are just loved by this crowd, I can't even begin to tell you what it's like in this arena. You would have to be here to experience it. 23rd round is what we're waiting for. And we'll see.
And this is, I mean, we want to talk about a deeper story for Heroic. We have this conversation going on. We've seen the Gambit youngsters turning into Gambit, now turning into Cloud9, and the run that they've been on. Obviously, an early exit for them, disappointing. You've seen those youngsters kind of start to take over the scene. Mal's with their academy team coming in, starting to take over the scene. They've brought themselves into the semifinals. We're seeing these younger players, this next generation of Counter-Strike players, really take control of the scene. Well, Heroic's just another example of that. They've been growing up, they've been competing and learning and developing in the shadow of Astralis, a shadow of the Danish legends who weren't even able to make it here to this major. And now they're coming into their own. This is the next generation of Denmark showing what they're capable of as well.
And it is looking deadly at the moment. Blue, yeah, we got the tech issues all sorted out. Here we go. Round number 23 is live. And let's see Spirit. They've got close. They almost had Heroic broken in terms of the money, but now the Danes are back again. And look at the position once again. Tess is so far up.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at the passive defense at the B-bomb site as well. Can Shush actually show more presence than is here at the B-bomb site? Another smoke coming in. Magix and Siren this time work up the courage to slide through. And now they can apply pressure to a bomb site that has no defense at it.
And this is going to be suspicious, surely. They're going to be wondering on the Spirit side, where is the defense? If they're not in the bomb side, we have to worry about the flank. Heroic. If they don't get a really early kill here, I wonder if they're just going to box them in and try and make this very expensive.
I think it's time to save off that kill. I know it seems crazy, but you don't want to lose your money. You lose your economy if you're Heroic with this kind of a lead.
Yeah.
And you're going to lose everything here. Back away. A second kill is going to do it. And Team Spirit find a nice, easy, free round right out of spawn based off of the defensive setup. 13-10.
That round obviously plays out very, very differently for Heroic if anyone goes to challenge on the A side, but Spirit never did. That is exactly what they needed. 13-10. Spirit, one more step in the right direction. But this has to keep going. So far, they have not been able to. Every time it looks like they're about to roll something a little bit down that hill, every time they get a little bit of speed behind them, it just doesn't work out. Heroic swing back and stop them immediately. And now is a good chance for it. Still a lot of money on the Heroic side, but...
And that win is going to feel a little bit empty because it doesn't actually... Oh, good aggression. He's going to keep it up, and that's a nice win from Patsy. Good control. That win previously for Spirit, it's nice to add a round on the board, but it doesn't accomplish any of your long-term goals, which at the moment have got to be take the economy away from Heroic. Finally break it. Close the gap, put some pressure on them to regain control of their own money. Maybe you get Cadian without an AWP for a couple rounds. And that's the best avenue Spirit have to take control of this map, to force a third map in the series.
Speaking of Cadian and the AWP, he might be the key to this round for Heroic. He is on an island out here, really without much backup. A little bit coming in now from Tessis, so that could be useful. But if he can find a couple of kills, maybe they can bring it back and actually make it a 4-on-4 here. Still plenty of time for Spirit to make up their minds, and looks like they have. Chopper is selling it.
Yeah. Yabby and Sound positioned at short. They're not watching for the monster run out. This could be deadly. 42 seconds left on the clock. No information for Heroic at the moment. Tess is starting to shift back to the B bomb site. If they keep slow playing this Spirit, Tess is going to arrive at the perfect moment.
Yeah, there's still also a Molotov on Stown. There we go. Tessa started to show up deep. Nade, that's going to land on at least one person. Actually, a double. That's a lot of damage. They're checking for it. Tessis gets blown up. Nice entry with the AK, and he runs around the pillar. What a headshot. Magic's able to take down Stown. The clock is low, but they get everything they wanted. Cadian and Yabby, they just have to stay away from this if they can.
Yeah, abandoned ship. Big kill for Cadian if he can get it to stay alive, and indeed he will. That's a round again. Tessis arrives at time, but because of the short setup, there's no information they're already out monster. So he never has any idea how close they actually are to the bomb site. A nice freebie on him from Magix and a great turn towards short as well.
There are a lot of things that could have gone wrong in this round. I think Heroic still had 2 Molotovs left, and when there's only about 16 seconds on the clock, not a lot has to go wrong. If any of those players at the L-bend throw a grenade onto the bomb site, it's not clear if Spirit could easily extinguish it, and that might just cause enough of a delay. Scary round, but it's Spirit to pick it up.
Back-to-back rounds, though, Spirit's been able to exploit like a real deficiency in defense at the B bomb site. Based off the call, to be fair, previously a stack towards blue door and towards bathrooms. This round, a stack in short, no actual presence in the site itself.
We're not really there yet, but in these kind of games, it feels like there is always that luring danger that if Spirit actually make the comeback, Heroic are going to suddenly be forced to play a third map, and in their minds, they probably feel like this is almost already done. We have dominated them up until this point. That can be mentally really hard to reset from.
Yeah, it absolutely can be. I mean, more than anything, I think it's kind of a weird comeback we have underway at the moment, considering Spirit. We haven't seen them really truly figure out this defense. As I said, it's been 2 rounds of finding just like the right call based off of a defense, a blind call. But does it matter at the end of the day if they still accomplish the reset, if they're still able to regain control of that part of the game at the very least?
Yeah, whatever it takes. Here's a change of pace. They're running through the flames, through the monster tunnel to the B-bomb site. Magic's looking for the opening, and he has it as well. That's all they needed. Yabby's going to get wiped out. It's the Orb on the other side, and Patsy, he wants to keep going. A knockout to the B-bomb site. Heroic without a chance to defend it. That is great. What a call from Spirit.
For the first time in this series, Spirit has arrived. Another gasp of life. Perhaps the first one. As they fight back, 12-13. Catching Heroic completely off guard. And they have hammered this B bomb site 3 rounds straight. Cadian's gonna pick up an op. He had plenty of cash. Deagles to surround it.
So staying dangerous in this one, that's important.
And they're doing it again. Magix is walking through Monster as we speak.
Taking some risks. It feels like they've had to. Nice shot onto Tessus. That's a kind of beginning they've been thirsty for a long time. Cadian, he's got the right idea, and he's got a shot on the Patsy. Deagle from Stown, very nearly connecting.
Because of this play, though, Spirit's actually kind of disconnected. Magix had made the run in and gotten a lot of space. That probably made Spirit feel like they should follow up to the B-bomb site. But it's well defended for the moment. Good kill through smoke. There's a gap underneath it as the rest of Spirit follow up. Cadian has the only off, but he's very low. And he's got to start thinking in the back of his head, save this AWP. However,
yeah, they're making a run back.
I don't know if Spirit's going to go all the way to the A bomb site. I think they want to stick around at B, but they're definitely readjusting and changing the point of attack.
Big call for Shush to make. If he stays to be the gap so no one can run A, maybe that's worth it, but then he can't do anything for the B bomb side, and instead he's swinging the long way around for a flank. It might be a little bit too late, unfortunately. Cadian is also looking. This looks like a round that Spirit surely will win.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way you can like work up any kind of logical reason why Cadian should be sticking around for the fight. Good shot from Shush. Maybe one more, and Cadian turns his attention and comes back for this. Almost gets it, 1 single tag, and now Giabbi. He moves forward, and Cadian did get pulled back. Loses the off. Wonderful's got a double kill at the end.
All right.
As unlikely as it is, Spirit has tied this up.
I was getting really worried for just a second there. It looked like maybe the flank was going to work even better.
Well, now we go back to Vertigo. Remember, where Spirit's entire game plan on the T side was find success at A ramp, find success at the A bomb site, and that can open up the playbook. They were never able to accomplish it. Now, at the very least, they've hit this B bomb site and won 4 rounds in a row at this bomb site. Does that change the nature of the defense? Do they feel like they can build off that success?
It would not be surprising. That's a lot of entries. You're absolutely right. Heroic must be realizing that monster tunnel has become a problem for them now, and they are doubling up early in the round to set up some kind of a defense there, and Spirit are taking over the other part of the map as a result, so this is kind of working out for them.
Yeah, there's only so many rounds in a row you can really lean on this B site. So they have indeed changed it up. The question is, how much success will it have? Heroic haven't panicked. They've gone back into a standard setup, and that's a shot on a jumping chopper. Cadian picks him out of the sky. An immediate readjustment. A long setup as he positions Tessa's out towards Flowers. And Cadian can spot for information at highway and support his teammate however he chooses.
Oh, this is so dangerous. Someone has to go pick up the bomb, and I would have assumed that Magic's would have been it. The bomb is still back in T-spawn with 50 seconds. That's not a problem yet, but if they have to draw back people over from the A side of the map, there we go. He's going to make the escape. That is huge. They really need to remember that. 40 seconds.
That's a defensive smoke and Monster that's allowed him to make that run, though, because he was tagged up with low HP. I think he was feeling nervous. Wonderful should have this. It's an off angle, but he's fast. He's real fast. Tessus falls without a whimper.
No smoke on the Spirit side, and there is still a Molotov on Stown, so keep an eye on that because we've only got 20 seconds left, so this could get really, really sketchy for the Spirit side. They're running the clock down low again, but look at this, already being slowed down. That heroic Molotov, it's causing a lot of trouble. They have to run through it. 10 seconds on the clock. Spirit, they need this. There's one opening, and they get Cadian as well, but Yabi, he might have won the round. There is no time. An amazing triple kill, and Magix has to run out of the bomb site. 14 on the side of Heroic.
Utility, the name of the game in that victory for Heroic, because I think Cadian gets caught off guard. Heroic's utility has been spectacular in the top 16. They are the #1 team in terms of utility damage per round, but it's not even the damage this time. It's the effect it has on the clock. The Molotov that delays them an extra 7 seconds. The flashbang that delays them an extra 2 seconds and puts desperation into Spirit.
Trying to go for the quad boost, but no success. Still money in the hands of Spirit. They're going to be dangerous throughout this one. Heroic another step, 2 rounds away. But Spirit this time are very hard to put away. You've got to give them some credit as well. It must have been so hard to rally the troops behind this kind of performance from them early on. 3 out of 4 halves had not looked that impressive for them, but now finally they're actually playing in the quarterfinals, and it's making all the difference.
Absolutely, but Chopper's got such a tough task. Does he really feel like he can complete this comeback and take him to a 3rd map with all the emphasis at the B bomb site? They just switched things up to try and attack A late and get shut down.
Gonna try another boost. Looking on over, not really spotting anyone out. Double setup by that Monster Tunnel still. And overall, 3 people in the B bomb side, and looks like almost could be a 4th man rotating in Cadian. He's at least able to. But look at Spirit.
A knockout punch here would break the economy of Heroic.
Oh, they're in a perfect position to do this. Famas up close. Surely he can't do too much with it, especially not getting banged down. Counter flash is coming out, and Tess is lucky to be alive. Cadian there to back him up, and now the rotation's coming in. Spirit, they're running out of time again. They can't afford this. They have to keep going. They need that bomb plant. The Famas, it puts a stop to them. The off on Cadian, and wonderful. There is nothing that he can do. 15 on the side of Heroic.
What a hold. What great support from Cadian. You could see the nervousness in Spirit after he gets that first kill. Nobody wanted to challenge. And once again, every time Spirit attack A, there is not enough courage to get to the bomb site before time runs out. They're playing this way too slow. They're scared. And Heroic is capitalizing. 2 chances, 2 rounds away from the semifinals. Heroic will not be denied.
Yeah, the strength and determination of this team has proven almost too much for Spirit. They need 2 in a row to get this into overtime, and I'm very curious to see what happens if they can. That would be an amazing test of both teams.
This is the question of experience, because we haven't seen it in this half. They've had some good rounds at the B bomb site, yes, 4 in a row earlier, but they haven't really been challenging anything throughout the rounds.
And this is very sketchy defense. Tessus, I don't think he has any clue of how much danger he's in. He's going to realize way too late. The backup is still another 10 seconds from even getting here. Tessus trying to do it on his own, though. Surely there's nothing he can do to survive now. He's boxed in out on long. He's got one of them, but they're walking up behind him as well. A little bit more damage, and he's hard to find in this corner. How does he live? Stown goes goes down, and there's the kill on Tessus that they need. Bomb is planted, and Heroic, you need the money. It's not worth it.
Man, I actually love this call from Chopper. I love this call from Spirit. It's interesting because you're almost calling to your weakness. You haven't had success at A, and you know Heroic is thinking, okay, tournament life is on the line for Spirit. They're going to come back to where they've had success. They're going to try and repeat where they found rounds earlier at the B bomb site, a 4-man stack, and once again, Team Spirit find a weakened defense. Just Tessus playing passively. And this time they don't mess around at the round timer. They just waltz right in. They walk until contact is made. One final chance for Heroic.
And if you recall, Heroic had a couple of rounds like that on their own on their T side where they changed the pace and found a weakness. It worked for them and it worked for Spirit. Wonderful has absolutely performed at a crazy level as well in both maps so far. He is the real deal.
Bit of a coming out party for Wonderful, but Heroic might spoil it. Round 30. Semifinals for Heroic, or we head into overtime. Magic's and Wonderful to challenge in short. Oh, dropping the nade. Out of the round already. And Yabby, the newest addition, opens up with a double.
I can't believe it. One tiny mistake out there, but the consequences are absolutely enormous for Spirit. That might be the end of the tournament for them. 3 versus 4 as they try to make their way through the monster tunnel again. Stown, he's got his crosshairs trained on this position. He is ready. He's been denied many times. Flash over, and he's going to duck back down on the radio, calling for help. Chopper is out of it, and it's just Patsy and Siren left trying to hold on. They run down Stown, the nade is in, and Siren 1 versus 2 to try and hold on to this one. The crowd drowning this game. I am sure nobody can hear a single thing that's happening in the game any longer. 35 seconds, and he is panicked right here. Bomb finally goes down for him, and they're going to recommit. They find him, and Heroic in the semifinals, 16-14. It is such an amazing victory once again.
That's a statement win. Heroic came into this game to play today. They looked sharp, tactically, individually. They controlled this entire series. Spirit fought themselves into a chance, but it could never become reality. Cadian and Heroic would not be denied. And the next generation of Denmark have made their names at IEM Rio.
Ficamos na dúvida se ia para overtime ou não, mas agora vamos falar aqui com Cadian Shots.
Absolutely. Cadian, if you can hear me, can I first get your first reaction to all of this?
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much, Brazil.
Shots está perguntando sobre como que ele reage a essa plateia maravilhosa. Ele falou que é maravilhoso estar aqui.
I need to ask you about getting that game over the line because you were so far ahead. but then it kind of went wrong. How did you push it over the finish line?
Yeah, I think maybe in the end we felt that the game was in our hands, and then we were close to losing to ourselves, but we kept it calm, we found the solutions, and I also think that even though maybe Team Spirit is not so liked by the crowd, I think they are a very good team. And yeah, you cannot underestimate them. We knew it was going to be a tough opponent, but honestly, this is insane, and I can't wait to see Furia play here after.
A Shots perguntou pra ele como que eles conseguiram fechar o mapa. Eles estavam começando bem e depois não estavam mais. Como que eles conseguiram fechar? E ele falou que eles estavam com o jogo nas mãos, então eles se prepararam e conseguiram por fim fechar, e que a plateia ajudou muito, e ele mal consegue esperar pro jogo da Fúria.
Do you know what they are singing?
Eles estão falando,
What
they are talking, Kaden, I love you.
Oh, amazing. Kaden, I have to ask you about round 14. Your 4K 3v1 clutch. Oh my God.
Yeah, you know, I was running away from Monster, and maybe some of you guys in the crowd remember this guy, because I said this is going to be a fallen vibe situation, and it ended up being kind of like that, so yeah, it was fun.
Eles estavam falando aqui como foi divertida a situação do clutch, que eles estavam ali, matou 4 pessoas e ainda fechou um 1 contra 3, e que foi muito divertido.
And we know whenever we talk, you say you don't really get stressed, you're enjoying the moment, but I saw you trying to plug your audio back in, so was it a bit intense?
It was very intense, yeah. I think I was definitely caught up in the moment, you know. I've been waiting to make a play like this in front of a big crowd, and when I plugged out the in-ears and I could just hear the entire crowd roar, that was the best feeling ever.
I didn't hear everything because the people are screaming a lot. Eu não vou conseguir ouvir direito a pergunta porque o pessoal tá gritando demais. Mas que delícia de plateia.
Last one. Navi or Furia?
Guys, I'm not sure. Are you cheering for Navi? Are you cheering for Furia?
Acho que eu não preciso nem explicar o que aconteceu aqui agora.
I need one thing. My favorite song from this entire major is that, hey, Que Serato, can you do this one for me?
Que plateia maravilhosa. Vocês estão empurrando todo mundo. Todo mundo que vocês torceram realmente ganhou aqui nesse palco. I was saying to them that every team that I was cheering for just won here since yesterday. This is amazing.
Awesome.
You might powerful.
Yes. You might have to play them later, so we'll see about that. But thank you so much. Obrigada, Nivi.
Muito obrigada a todos vocês. A gente volta daqui a pouquinho. They came, they saw, they conquered as Heroic firmly plant their flag in that semi-final tomorrow. An almost comeback from Spirit, heartbreakingly close to be pushing us to a third, but man, it all goes the way of the Danes. And Cadian playing up to the crowd in all ways than just one.
An absolutely ridiculous performance coming out of Cadian. We see here his last frag, sending them to the semi-final in Maui. This is the game that we wanted to see. This overpass delivered everything we had asked, hoped, and dreamed for. We're talking about a Spirit winning both pistol rounds, but Heroic fighting back. We're talking 10 to 15 seconds deciding the fate of rounds, crazy clutches. That is what I wanted. That is what we were hoping for.
I'm glad we got to see Spirit push Katie in there. We actually took it the full distance, all 30 rounds. That's what it took to separate these two teams. And we got a little bit more from some of those characters on Spirit that went missing there on Vertigo. Some of them had nice bounce backs. Magix, Patsy, both of them, they can at least they don't have to hang their heads when they walk away from the stage today completely, because they showed up here, they tried their best, but this was always going to be Heroic's map. We knew that overpass was where they wanted to take this. It was a big punish pick, and so for even a Spirit to get it this close, all they're thinking about though is just why didn't we start out this well?
I think that's the thing when you're putting Spirit under the microscope for this one. Sure, it was an incredible bounce back and almost comeback in that second half, but the fact, as you were saying, Maui, kind of goes most of them former selves throughout the entirety of the series if you're taking away that second half.
The T side from Heroic was a little bit too potent there. To get 10 rounds, that's just too much. You're not supposed to be giving that much up. And we could see that the B hits from Heroic were also just too strong. They were always fighting for that water position, coming out on top more times than not. And anytime they really, I felt like Cadian's calls actually were in Spirit's heads. Other than the pistol and the converting rounds, Spirit were only able to accomplish 2 more after that.
Yeah, the first half was extremely clear. It was unilateral. I think that Spirit actually started to fight in the second half.
Yeah.
This is where we started seeing them with their backs against the wall. We started seeing Magix with a couple of openings. We started seeing Patty coming alive. But the truth is this was Heroic through and through. And there is a hero that was unsuspected. There is a player that we need to give the floor to. Actually, Yabby.
Yeah.
Yabby being the one pushing them through the finish lines with a couple of these very brave multi-kills going in for kills. Hell, we were hoping to get that from him and he delivered.
Right, we were questioning the refresh move, the fact that they took out a guy that felt so reliable on those lurks. But I talked to Hooksy after that move happened in the very beginning, in the early stages. I was telling him, Hooksy, this is your guy. Why is Yabby not performing for Heroic? And he said, don't worry, he's smart, he'll put it together, and he did. He's starting to thrive in that lurker role. We're starting to see the potential of that move. Even though Yabby didn't play almost any of these spots on Copenhagen Flames, he's putting it together. This is what we want to see for Heroic One, that we can believe in, because their ceiling, it's definitely higher than it was at Stockholm.
Yeah, a huge victory for Heroic, obviously cementing their spot in the semi-finals. But unfortunately for Spirit, that does mean the end of the road here in Rio. But we do have a few words from Patsy before his departure.
Spirit fall in the quarters here against Heroic, but a valiant effort towards the end on Overpass. I want to touch with Vertigo, though. Your pick coming into it, Heroic at least said to me that they feel like they're better than what teams think. It's obviously your best map normally, but there was less of a fight this time. What was the slow start about?
I think all was good for us. Like round that we're doing, it was good versus Heroic, but we didn't play good in middle of round. You know, like we are not taking clashes. A lot of clashes that we should win, we didn't win it. And a lot of times when they're stacking, we didn't have like trade more, and that's a bad for us. Like Vertigo, it's really our best map. No, maybe second best map after Ancient or Nuke. Like it's 3 maps that we are playing very good, and mistakes like this on maps that we have like in top 3, it's. We can't do like this, you know.
You have to minimize the mistakes in such crucial games. Now, I want to ask on Overpass, it felt like you guys had them. It felt like the comeback was possible. Even after Cadian gets that amazing clutch and stuff, it felt like we saw Spirit believe they could fight back. But then it seemed like some of the wrong calls were coming in, like you were over-rotating or making the wrong decisions, some of these slow rounds as well. Why did this happen?
Some rounds that we lost, it's really unlucky for us. Like we want to do something special. Like Heroic, it's team that's love to stack everything. Yeah, they're trying to stack everything, and some rounds we didn't expect where they will stack. And like when we have 14-14 or something like this, or 13-13, yeah, it was a very important round for us. Like. We have snowball from rounds. Yeah, we expect what they're doing, but how I remember, we didn't won clutch again, and this is unfortunately for us.
Now, I want you also tell me a bit about the crowd, right? Because they were so against you, fully on Heroic's side. I know you told me before you try to block it all out, but explain what that whole feeling's like to me.
When you're playing, it's okay because you're in headsets. You're just trying to don't hear this crowd, of course. And other things that you don't understand what they're saying. Yeah. Yes, like our brand manager translate for us before it some of words, but like at all we didn't understand this. But when you're put down your headsets, it's more worse because you want to expect from crowd like nice try guys, nice try, or something like this. Like in Antwerp, we're clapping in the hands and they was getting our back, but here it's You can do it. They're just screaming bye-bye Spirit. That's it. They want to lose for us. That's it.
Very, very different cultures, right? Very different experiences. But you've now made 2 playoff stages at majors. You've got this new 17-year-old in Wonderful who seems to be really good. Are you seeing like positive signs for the future, even though you're eliminated today?
Of course, it's positive result for us. Yes, we can do better, but sometimes it's happened, and we should just keep going and trying hard next time. It's a very good experience for us to play versus crowd like this, and I think next time we will full focus and ready for it.
I love it, Patsy. Thank you very much for your time, man. Good luck going forward.
Props to Patsy for giving us a few words despite the loss, but man, we have a champion in the house. Semi-final spot cemented. Shush, could you just put into words how it feels to be playing in front of this absolutely incredible crowd?
I mean, it's a one-time experience. That's not really much to say. Like, this is absolutely insane. And also being with Kadian in this crowd, like he feeds off of their energy, and it's really insane to see.
We were talking about the fact that, you know, we saw you at Royal Arena just last year. You were playing up against Astralis, and you were the villains in the house. How does it feel to, you know, have the crowd kind of cheering behind you? Is it like having a 6-man with you?
I mean, it feels amazing. Like we're so used to people booing at us, and also when Navi's on stage, they're gonna feel the same energy like we used to have against them. So I mean, it's exciting to see like how they react to it, but we're definitely loving it. Like we're loving the fans here and their passion for CS, and I mean the energy that Kadian gives us and he gives to the fans as well. Like it's just so motivating to do even better on the server as well.
I mean, we talk about Kadian. He's obviously a name we're going to mention many times. After this clutch, we see him stand up, talking with the crowd, cheering the crowd. How do you feel at that point? You see your teammate popping off.
I mean, the funny thing is, like in that clutch, he was 1v3 towards back from Monster to T-Spawn. He was saying, "Oh, I'm really feeling some Fallen vibes right here," and then he ends up in clutching it. Like it's such good vibes.
It's actually insane. Look, I think from a tactical standpoint, it felt like Kadian was in Chopper's head. You guys had so many great calls. Do you put it down to preparation, or was it just Kadian feeling it and having a good read of the game?
I mean, it was definitely preparation, but also Kadian feeling the game. You can really feel different when he feels the game. But also they play very similar to us, and you can feel that when we play against them, that they have like the kind of same reads in game, and they want to stack, they want to make mid-round calls and all those things. So, I mean, we have a pretty good read on how to counter those things, and we also know that they can't counter our pushes as well. So we're just doing our own things.
Right. One final question for me. Yabi was also one of the heroes of this overpass. When he joined the team, there was a lot of expectation and pressure on him. It didn't really work out from the very beginning, but he stepped up massively this time. Do you have a few words for him?
I mean, he's been evolving a lot. I'm not really sure like what made the difference, but we watch our practice every single time we prac, and we want to make like the smallest things even better. And even in the start, we all saw Yabi's potential on the server and how we could really play. And well, he was a little afraid sometimes in the officials, but it got way better like after the blast groups, where we saw our games with communication as well. Like how can we improve as a team, and how can we improve as a player as well.
Awesome.
Shush, I had just a couple questions for you. One is dealing with this kind of environment. Obviously, you were one of the guys that definitely came up and really made your name in the online era, but now you're doing it on the biggest stage. And I'd say we did see some of the weak points for Heroic last year at the Fall Finals, but now you're able to deliver on a stage like this. Why do you think you were able to make that transition and shed that kind of that onliner sort of title?
I think we're pretty comfortable on stage. Like we've been so used to people being against us, and I mean in practice we've seen so many good results, so it's just about time that they're going to come in officials as well. And when it's gone wrong in officials, we've been looking at that and tried to make a difference, and we can really feel that the difference have come now.
So we haven't actually seen you, though, for a while against a crowd that booed against you, though. So if you have to play against Furia or Na'Vi, do you think you're going to be able to handle that sort of pressure when they're... Because this one, they were decidedly on your side.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're pretty used to it by now. Like, you say it doesn't affect you, but it still affects you a little bit. Sure. But I think we have so much experience with it that it's not going to make that huge of a difference.
One more question. Do you think Kadian's clutch deserves a graffiti?
I mean, definitely. After what he's saying, that I feel the Fallen vibes, and hitting some flick shots as well. I think it's definitely worthy.
Thank you.
You could do a nice like Fallen Cadian art combo there. There's a lot that you could go with.
And in Brazil, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Brazilian flag. That also really. I'm loving the Brazil shirts you guys are wearing. There's a lot in the crowd too, right?
I mean, I love this shirt. It looks it's so good on me.
Looks great. Looks great.
I love that. Well, huge congratulations on the win. We'll be seeing you in that semi-final. Thank you so much for joining us. But now it is time to check in with our DHL MVP. The DHL MVP, as always, this is your chance at home to get involved with the action. Use your Twitch channel points to vote for who you think should be awarded our DHL MVP at the end of the tournament. Wonderful, unfortunately falling at the hands of Heroic, but he had some truly heroic moments himself.
He tried his very best, but I don't want to rig the poll, but this man right here is the hero of this quarterfinal. The debate is closed before it even starts. Cadian had everything in this series, from the clutches, which we see here, to the calls, being in Chopper's head, leading the charge, leading by example in and outside the server. Cadian did everything.
In his head, rent-free, baby.
And we have Yabby here, obviously the topic of conversation when it comes to Heroic. Refresh out, Yabby in. We've seen the effects of that. He delivered a monster performance for them today.
Stan was also a member that we were really putting under the spotlight. You know, hadn't had those exponential numbers coming in, but he really put up the numbers that he needed coming into this one. The final option as well, the man that we just had up on the desk, looking great once again in that jersey. Shush, obviously the supportive element of the team. So yeah, there's a hell of a lot of players to be choosing from. Make sure you use those Twitch channel points to vote for who you think should be awarded it after this match. But looking at Heroic going forward as well, I don't know, we were putting a lot of things under the spotlight, saying there were some little tweaks that we wanted to see. How are you framing them in the wider sphere of competition? Sure, we don't know who their opponent is going to be in the semi-final, but how strong do you think Heroic are looking going forward?
Look, from what we've seen here in this quarterfinal, two elements will push the boundaries of Heroic. On one hand, it's Yabi overperforming and having an impact that we hadn't suspected, which is finally kind of shutting any noise around his replacement of Refresh. That is element number one. He was one of the key lines. The other one is Cadian. If Cadian is able to maintain not only the individual level he has, but the read on the game, the flawless calling, the clutching, these two elements put together, for me, that's what just redefines the limit for Heroic.
What I loved about this victory for Heroic is that it felt like it's exactly the same kind of formula they've been putting together for the last 3 months. Cadian's been on top of the board for them, Stound's been that number 2, and then everybody else falls into place beyond that. And that's something you should look forward to for Heroic, because it means that this isn't really a fluke victory by any means. This felt like them being the favorites and winning a game that they were supposed to deliver on.
And it's a new look. It is a new look for Cadian to be able to step up on the stage and have the pundits, the community, expect him to perform. He used to be the one that would actually kind of crumble under the pressure. He wouldn't be able to transition from online to LAN. He was one of the people we pointed the fingers to. Now, if this is the Cadian we get on a regular basis on the stage, that's it for Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, arguably, their toughest challenge is yet to come, because you can probably feel through your speakers behind us. The final quarterfinal is almost ready to be getting underway. It's going to be Furia taking on Na'Vi to see who will be taking on Heroic in that semi-final. But before we do that, we've got to check in with our Colleagues unboxing that I did earlier with Banks. This Brazilian crowd has been absolutely mental, Banks. I thought they were going to take the ceiling down.
Yeah, they might have. Maybe fallen ceiling, you know? Ironic demise.
Right, and you're also wrecking me in this card game. I didn't even know what this game is. Have you got something more up my street?
Actually, something I've got for you. Take a look at this. These are the Colex cards.
Okay.
This
now
is where we'll get serious.
I like it, I like it.
Let's see what you got.
Okay. I'm pretty confident in this hand. And we all know we have to start off with an in-game leader.
Okay. Well, I like to have some veterans in here. I'll give you Nico.
Nice. He's got a pretty high rating.
Yeah, he's looking good.
But what about the Frenchman?
Okay, Frenchman, Apex, I know you like some vitality, but I've got a man coming from Germany who did pretty well on LAN for once.
Okay. good play. But what about returning player in Crims?
Ooh, finally back at the majors in Crims, but I prefer multiple major champions. Dupree.
Banks, that is stone cold.
Yeah.
But I've got a guy who's very used to that, Alexi B.
Ooh, okay. Finnish, he loves the cold, but I like to bring the heat, Freya. Spinks, just like in Tel Aviv.
Equally as hot down under with Dexter.
Ooh, it's hot, but not his score. And you're not going to beat my next card. I'm giving you the one that's going to end it all, the one that's winning the major, the great one. Simple.
As if you have Simple.
My boy.
Well, I think you've beat me here, Banks, unfortunately.
Yeah, that felt pretty good, you know. And Machine, he did beat Chad before, so I think I might need to go for him next because everyone knows how I get down when it comes to these Codex cards.
I'd like to see that.
The hometown heroes are here. How are you feeling today, Art?
Ready.
Ready? Mate, your whole crowd is just queuing up, ready to get in. It's probably going to be the most packed out the arena's been. You just love it.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. I can hear them already.
Now, Navi, right? Certainly a tough opponent. You didn't win against them last time, and that's back when Boomich played. First time when it comes to playing with this roster. Any special gameplay you need to make for these? Because they don't seem as strong as they were in the past.
Yeah, definitely not as strong as they were in the past, but still Navi, you know, it's still simple, so we need to be ready, we need to be 100% to win.
Well, good luck with it, mate. Hope you get it done. Hey, how you doing, bro? Nice to see you. Mr. Yuri, you good?
Yeah.
How are you feeling on this day? What did you do this morning? How did you get yourself ready?
Bro, I'm ready like, you are ready in like 2 days, 3 days for this game. So we are confident, everyone is confident. And bro, I have no words to play, you know.
All right, let me do this. Let me check your heart.
It's fine.
It's feel good?
Yeah, it's fine, yeah.
I love it, I love it. Mr. Quesorato, how you feeling?
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Brazil. Welcome to Madness. Now you're here, so the show's gonna start, and that's it.
Are you ready to just really hype up the crowd? We're gonna see you get some kills and throw your hands up, make them go crazy.
Of course, it's gonna be insane, man. It's gonna be insane.
Do we get a special Furious celebration when you win?
Not at all.
Much love, man.
feel like the older you get, the more you just like stop caring about having the spotlight. My role in the game changed from being like the star to like a dad. When I was younger, I was a bit more toxic. My mindset has gotten a lot better over the years, and as I've gotten older, I've definitely humbled and I understand how to work with people. Everyone has to make sacrifices for their living. I can't count the amount of holidays and family events I've missed. I don't like traveling. I don't like living in hotels, being away from family.
Holy smokes, it is packed out in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for people all over the world, but definitely here in Rio and the place to be. That's right, this place is filling right on up for our next quarterfinal. We're looking a little bit of Furia v Navi, and this has to be the most anticipated match of the playoffs thus far. And of course, walking you right into this one, telling you all about it, I will not be by myself. Bleh, Fallen, Yanko, in that order, and here we go. This place is already a little too loud. I might even have to turn you guys up a little bit. What's going on today, Fallen? How you feeling?
Feeling amazing. I have never seen something like that, honestly.
It's insane, isn't it?
I have been playing the major since 2014, and yeah, it's definitely special. It's the way the arena is designed, so steep.
Yeah.
Players at the very center. You can feel the atmosphere is different.
You're feeling proud right now about your countrymen and the atmosphere that they've built so far in the first two stages, but especially now when Furia is going to play.
Yeah.
I mean, how are you feeling when it comes down to the fact that you were one of the architects to allow this to happen like 8 years later?
I actually don't think too much about it. I just do my stuff. You know, I have been playing this game for passion for so long, and for me, it's just one more reason to feel a little even more gratitude for everything that's happening in my life, and to be able to cherish those moments with all my Brazilian fellow partners and everyone in the world is just magical for me.
Yeah, I mean, there's a timeline to grab onto. There's a story to grab onto there that is Fallen. They come to NA, they start playing out of their minds, and next thing you know, this is the fruits of your labor, Gabriel. Congratulations, man.
Thank you very much. I don't even know what to say, but yeah, thank you so
We've been
much.
talking about the crowd a lot. We have one of the best minds in the game here. Gabriel, tell me, how can Furia beat Navi?
Let's try it.
Because I don't think they can.
Oh, honestly, I think we need a little bit of magic here. I think Navi is definitely the team to be beating on this playoff. Even though they have not been looking super strong on the other stage, I still think Navi is the team to be beating. And if Furia wants to be the major champion, if they can start beating Navi, then that's the way to go.
That's the one.
Whoa, that is loud. Wow. I can barely hear myself think right now.
I honestly can't hear the producer, so we're going to have to run this one. We're going to do it live. That's what we're going to do. We're going to do it live right here. Yeah, the Juggernauts and Navi, we looked at them. We've been talking about them all year long, and then it kind of culminates to this matchup. Gabriel, how much does this crowd play into a factor there? Because surely they're not on Navi's side.
Well, you know, Brazilians tends to be very emotional when they're playing. Yeah. And if Furia can get it going, Furia can win some clutches as they have been doing on the first stage. Castirata and Yuri can pop some heads. The crowd can be a difference. You never know. Maybe legends can choke. You never know.
Everyone can choke. That's one thing. But the second thing, more important, it's so loud in here. Yeah. I feel like people at home are, shut up, you know, be more quiet, but we can't hear each other. So how difficult is it going to be for Navi to communicate? Sure. Every kill when it happens, and we know Furia style, it's running around, it's art being in your city spawn. You know, at 135
you
already.
Can't hear anything.
And if you can't hear the footsteps, you might as well unbind shift in this game, right? So, and just go with it. So there
that's better for Furia, though. If the game goes this way, they love it this way.
Absolutely. Yeah. There's something to grab onto right there, but we will go to peaceful pastures for a time being. Ooh. We have Queserato standing by.
Well then, Furia is about to play Navi. I've got Queserato here, and I've got Yuri. Oh, I messed it up. You told me how to say it correctly.
Caserato is the correct way.
Caserato. Oh, God. So, this matchup is going to be absolutely insane. Even a couple of hours ago, everyone was already chanting Furia. How ready do you feel?
I feel 100% ready because I'm in home. I don't feel the pressure. I just feel motivated for this.
Just feel at home. Yuri, tell me about the stylistic matchup versus Navi. You are known as a team to be very aggressive. They have more a set play attack. So how do you feel you match up versus them?
You're gonna play like us, like our play style. You know how they play, so you're gonna play aggressive today. So let's see how it be, and yeah, let's play our game. You know.
Nice. I think everyone wants to see you play your game and not change for anything. You are the last Brazilian hope. It's all on your shoulders. I've read in an interview that you don't feel any pressure because you see it as playing at home. But what is it like carrying all that?
Confident. I think the important thing is to be confident, and I feel really happy to be here because we are in your soulmate, soul country, and home soil, right? And I feel confident for this.
Okay, wonderful. Finally, how difficult was the map vote going into this one?
Sorry?
How difficult was the map vote going into this one, the map veto?
Vito, you are prepared already to... You already know about the maps, so now já pode falar o veto? The maps will be the Nucky and Ancient, I guess. I didn't see the maps yet, but we are prepared for the maps, you know.
Awesome. I'm looking forward. Thank you so much. Obrigada.
Got a couple things to go over here. Our Air Force aim high head-to-head, Quaterfinal, Yuri. Big surprise there.
Yeah, the Fangs of Furia, man. They've been popping off this event. Cerato, he was tied with Inters in clutches, winning 10, a couple of 1v3s in there as well. So momentum changes, especially in that game against Spirit that got them into the 2-0 bracket. And yeah, they've both been playing amazing. This way, Furia has 5 players in the top 20. That's insane, right? Just tell you how dominant they've been so far in this phase.
I think the one thing you got to bring in mind as well is Furia was so dominant in the Legend stage. They barely had any maps played, 4 maps played in total, right? So the stats are a little inflated. But a really good thing for Furia right now is Yuri has found his groove. He was a little quiet after the player break, but now is joining Quaterfinal alongside being the Fang of Furia.
Look, man, we talk about the Fangs over on the Furia side. Let's talk about Navi. And we can't, obviously do that without even going into what is simple, what he does, where he is, and where he is at in this tournament. Gabriel, I'm looking at you for an answer here.
We're talking about the best of all times, man. This guy, he's going to be very hyped for this match. It's going to be different even for him. He already knows that. And, I mean, it's simple. You got to respect it, but at the same time, as Cacerato said, you got to go with confidence too. Otherwise, it's going to break the game apart.
I think it feels like when you look at this crowd especially, you'd be completely allowed to be shaken, to be stirred. But if there's one guy who can be unwavering, it's this guy.
Simple has done it all. He's the best player we've had in this game. He's won the major as well last year. He's been the best player in the world multiple times. But he's going to be tested today like no other way he's been so far in his career. And I think it's going to be a great storyline for him to step up. I think he's looking to, step up to that challenge. And listen, if Yuri and Cerato are the Fangs of Furia, then I don't know what Simple is, Rhino's horn, probably.
Yeah, but what happens when the Rhino has 2 horns? Because obviously you factor in an Electronic there, who is a pivotal part to this lineup. Gabriel, tell me about Electronic in the server.
It's amazing to see Electronic standing up as in-game leader now, and I think that kind of improved his game as well, which is not too familiar to see. When people go to this role, normally they tend to perform a little bit worse. They're thinking more about the team, but Electronic is holding his own, even playing better. And then I think the main question is how BIT and Perfector is going to hold up as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
They are key parts of the game. We don't talk much about them, but they are what makes Navi solid, so they have to perform well here too.
So let's check out the veto then. Let's just really get down to business. Nuke is going to be our first map. CT-sided start for Furia.
I think the problem for Furia is the permaban for Navi is Vertigo, right? Which is one of their better maps. So that was the interesting one. The Woo from Black comes from the Furia pick of Ancient. They could have took it to Ancient. Inferno potentially. They tried Mirage a couple of times against Navi. It went terribly wrong. Katowice earlier this year, they lost 16-2 on their own map pick, right? So I don't know, man. It's just
I think a Mirage ending makes sense.
Mirage ending makes sense, but just about, I don't know how much the maps matter. Like, it's more about, like, figuring out how you play in an atmosphere like this if you're Navi. Like, look at Nuke. Like, it's going to be the first map. Granted, Navi starts on the T side, but we know Furia, the vent dives, not throwing smokes outside and whatnot, just running around, right? Like, Navi preparation for this game, for the Counter-Strike part, is easy, but preparation for the atmosphere is impossible. So how quickly and will they be able to adjust on the fly is what's going to make or break Navi in this series.
Yeah, that's the one thing that we're looking out for here. Speaking of looking out for, we got to go to a quick break so that we can come back, get some people in their seats, or not. We could just keep the party going. And in doing so, we kick off our quarterfinal right after this, everybody. It's the Intel Extreme Masters. We'll be RB.
Patching the wound. There's one guy who can help lock this whole thing down.
Eagles. So this is definitely doable for Electronic. No armor though. They've got the kits, they can do this, but they need to get on it now. He gets closer and they have no idea he's in the back.
Device wasn't ready. He could knock Tag off the plant. A double, a triple.
Here comes Electronic. Into the bomb site, taking 2 heads and coming in big.
Passion, history, and skill. The 3 elements that are the soul of Brazilian Counter-Strike. Furia have 2 out of 3, but have for years been living in the enormous shadow of fallen and the legendary days of the SK Luminosity lineups. Furia's brand of Counter-Strike often feels like all or nothing. Notoriously one of the most aggressive players in the world, captain of the team, Art, has never seen a fight he doesn't want to take. Adding to the mix, the out-of-this-world levels K-Sorato can hit, and you begin to understand why Furia is a team that all must fear. This major is about more than placing a high ranking and making a deep run. This is about winning the soul of Brazilian Counter-Strike and living up to their full potential. There is perhaps no other team in the tournament that has as much to fight for as Furia does right now.
It's do or die time here, and we are ready to go. It is a quarterfinal just a few moments away. If you're just joining us, this is the most opportune time and the best place in esports to be. That much I can assure you. We got a star-studded cast not only in the server, but here on the desk as well. And we're ready to walk you right into the game that starts on Nuke. Gabriel, what are some things we should be looking for?
Furia's going to start CT side. From my perspective, from my understanding from Navi game, they're the team that like to control most of the parts secret area. They like to put Electronic there. They have a couple different ways to be putting him there. And I think the first fight we should be looking for is how Art's going to be able to prevent that entrance there. And from that point on, Navi has many different looks on what they do after it. And Furia is very A side heavy on Nuke. Yeah. That kind of changed the game as well.
Tell me, do you think maybe they could have gone for the T side in this sort of an environment? Perhaps, right? Yeah. Like just go start T and maybe get it rolling?
That would be Furia style, to be honest.
Yeah,
I'm surprised.
I was a bit surprised, but here's the other side of this coin. Let's go back to the first game Furia plays at this major, the challenger stage, against Big. Up 12-3 in the first half, 14-3 up on Vertigo, and it goes all the way into overtime, and they lose in overtime. The first game in front of this stage, you could tell they were also shook and a little bit overwhelmed. So we keep talking about Navi, because Navi is, you know, obviously the crowd is against them, but also for Furia, this is the first time for them ever being in this much insanity, really. Yeah. So how are they going to deal with that, right? Will they be able to, has the multiple games in Challengers and Legends stage, has that helped them kind of adjust?
I feel like for the side of Furia, the one complaint I've always had has always been Art. You know, he'd be more restrained in the group stage, he'll be more controlled, aggression, and when it hits the playoffs, he goes mental, he goes back to his old form, and I usually criticize that. But this time, I say go for it. Go full Art, and I think that might be the key to victory.
Fallen. Tell me this, we've been doing some research for this game, and we see Furia has a 4v5 win percentage this major of over 50%.
It's nice.
The next team is like at 28. Have you ever seen something like that?
I even saw the Furia players saying that there was something magical about this event, and you can kind of see that on these stats as well, because when you're converting such rounds in such style, it means that things are going your way more than the order. But at the same time, this is quarterfinals, this is Navi. Sometimes it's not going to go your way, and as you said, maybe this is the time for Art to go full unleashed and make the difference and get those earned 3 kills. I think that's actually very important for them to win. But I think what's more even pivotal is we need Caserato on group stage performance level.
Oh yeah, we need him. He's been an absolute animal this entire event throughout after the player break as well, right? So yeah, if Yuri can sort of pop off and if Art does Art things and that clicks for him, we could be in for a fiery game.
That's how they go. Yeah, and you got to look at this too, because what if Navi has a response for this aggression from the Furia side right out of the gate? Surely that creates big problems here for Furia, Gabriel?
Yeah, so Navi's going to start T side. And I don't think Furia will be pushing much as a T, even if they're aggressive, because it's new. So I think that we're going to see the aggressive part of the second half of the game. And I would say that Furia needs 9 or 10 rounds here to really get it going on the T side.
On the T side.
And we didn't mention much about safe, but you know, every time Simple's on the server, you got to look who's the other Alper around, you know, because
for sure.
He's going to have a hard task. And it's hard to counter Simple. He can make the difference.
Absolutely, you know, Simple, I think something overlooked when it comes to him. Obviously incredibly skilled mechanically, but when you watch him, he's always where the action is, like in the mid-round. You know, when he decides to jump from heaven into side, they're coming A, right? Like his game sense.
He chose it right.
You can't, you know, like people say, can you play around Simple? You can't, because he's smarter than you. He's going to be where the action is. He's going to predict what you're doing. So, yeah, for Furia, it just has to be all hands on deck. It has to be a team
I feel like the first initial conflict that's going to happen here on the T side is Art just being a demon towards a mini, top of mini, towards Silo pushing outside, and guess who's waiting outside? It's going to be Simple, right? I think that's going to kind of dictate the flow of how this opening half is going to be.
Yeah, and well, I can't think of any other time better than now for Analyst Stop Talk Start Match.
Let's
and that's
go.
what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen. I got a quarterfinal even. Furia v Navi. Let's go. Woo!
últimos dias. Vocês nem dormiram pensando nisso. Vocês só pensam nisso. Vocês só pensam em como empurrar o time de vocês. E essa hora chegou. Esse dia hoje vai ficar furioso. Eu vou deixar vocês falarem por enquanto por mim. Olha que coisa linda. Olha que coisa linda essa galera. Isso é maravilhoso. Isso é maravilhoso porque os times que estão vindo aí vão precisar muito dessa energia de vocês. Posso pedir mais uma? Posso pedir Eu sou brasileiro com muito orgulho, com muito amor. Que lindo, que lindo! E vamos mostrar como o Brasil é maravilhoso! Recebendo aqui o nosso primeiro time que vai disputar disputar essa quarta de final. Com vocês, a equipe da Nave!
To the stage, and they are not welcome here. You can tell that much for sure, Vlad. Holy hell, I can't even hear myself think right now. I don't want to be Na'Vi right now in this arena,
It's
Grace.
so crazy. I saw Simple tweet something like, you know, crowd, we love you. Don't boo us or something like that. Dude, you're in a crowd where people are saying you're gonna die, like as a fan chant, and you want them to not boo you, you know. But I think Simple is just trying to go for that. I think obviously you can tell with his, he's playing with the crowd. He wants it to be louder, right?
He's calling him out. He's actually putting his hands up to his ears right now.
We'll see how loud they'll be if Na'Vi starts winning.
There we go. There we go. Yes, sir. There it is. Furia on their way out. It is on fire in here. Unbelievable. From the floor all the way to the rafters. You can't make this up. You can't script it. Furia taking the stage for a quarterfinal, Yanko.
Man, I don't know how good these noise canceling headsets are. Like, I don't know how these guys are going to play if this is going to be this loud throughout the game. It's just on a completely different level to anything we've seen. And as we've said, Trace, yes, the crowd's on their side, but it's so much noise.
It's a lot.
They need to kind of still be focused on the actual Counter-Strike.
I'm just going to say, it's going to be some sloppy CS at times here. You know it's going to happen. And I agree with you. Might as well just put volume 0 and play the game.
Just take it in for a second. Let's just take it in. Damn.
I have never experienced something like this in my life.
There's reasons that they hold concerts in these same halls, and there's reason that we're getting the show today.
The acoustics, Trace. The acoustics. I can't believe this is a Counter-Strike tournament.
It feels like a Rock in Rio right now.
It's mental.
Yeah, Rock and Rio is what we're set to do, but obviously I still have to ask you two, who's going to win? And I'm starting with Bled. Give me something good, Bled.
All right, listen, man, I want to believe in a fairy tale run. I want to believe in Furia getting the win from the home crowd, but I just cannot say no to Na'Vi. The Simple, it's their tournament to lose, and I think Simple's going to get it done.
Yeah, Yanko, I don't know, man.
Man, I was really confident in a Na'Vi 2-0, but this is unlike anything you've ever seen, right? You just don't know how these teams are going to play. Like, how can you hear each other on TeamSpeak? Can you hear the game? Can you hear the footsteps? Right, but let me tell you this, Trace. Furia has never won a big event, never done anything. Imagine if this is the one.
Yeah, this is the one. It's the time. Let's go. Quarterfinals, baby.
Мы лучшая команда в мире.
I really don't care what they think. I just want to play and do my best. I think we don't feel pressure. We are motivated and happy to be here because it's our country, our home. So it's good to have everyone supporting us. It's gonna be amazing.
Это будет очень необычно играть, когда 99% будут болеть против, будут болеть за Фурию.
That's resilience right there. That's resilience right there. That's Furia, baby.
Поэтому будет очень интересный матч, и я рад, что мы будем участвовать в нем.
If everything matches, I think we can counter them. We don't feel nothing about Na'Vi. We just want to play.
Мы прошли через много неприятных вещей. Я думаю, что мы заслуживаем этого, как никто другой.
The best player in the world is Styles on Tapson. Saved us so much to give Furia life.
Well, there's a reason we're selling out arenas while you're just putting on a show at home, ladies and gentlemen, because this is the time for a quarterfinal. This is the time to come alive in the server. There are so many different aspects you can grab onto for this one, and ultimately, we're looking at the man with the plan right there in Electronic.
Yeah, definitely. You know, as I said, Trace, I don't think, you know, Furia, Fallen said it when he was on the desk. Hopefully he keeps playing and doesn't come and steal our jobs for a little while longer.
Please.
But yeah, you know, Furia, just aggression all the time. They keep coming at you. 4v5, CT, when there's trades, they're going to re-push, they're going to go for info. So if you're watching their games and you're a coach, you're an in-game leader, it's not super complicated, right? Like, they just hold. When that happens, take some map control, punish the re-aggression, right? So we'll see how Na'Vi is able to execute that in this sort of an environment.
I feel like for the side of Electronic, he had an incredible start, a debut as the IGL for this Na'Vi team. But this is going to be the ultimate test for him, not just as the IGL, but also as the captain. And the crowd, they just see Art, man, and they're popping off.
Yeah, Art has an effect on people. And, you know, that could be on the wall or it could be in the server. It depends how you want to look at it. Overall, though, he is going to be one of the torchbearers for that side.
Absolutely, Trace. You guys touched on it a little bit, even saying that, you know, he kind of needs to go for some of these plays. But listen, those plays are pretty YOLO. That's pretty. That's hyper aggression.
It might work here.
It's as aggressive as it gets, and if it gets shut down early, we mentioned the Furia 4v5s play. What we didn't mention is the Na'Vi 5v4s, which are close to 90%. They're very good with playing rounds with advantages. It can be the other side of the coin, right? And it can just make the game incredibly difficult for Furia if he can't find those openings.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can't really add much on top of that. Basically, for me, I want to see Furia play their old style, and that might be what really gets them over the W.
Yeah, we're looking to get over the edge here. Just get in the damn first map. My God, we're talking about Nuke. We have Ancient, we have Mirage thereafter, but most importantly, we've got a quarterfinal, and it's about ready to begin. So without any further ado, take in the ambiance, everyone.
In all my years covering this game, Hugo, I have never seen anything quite like this. Fallen, he said there needed to be magic for Furia to win today. Well, from floor to ceiling, 360 degrees, this place is packed. This is magic. This is Counter-Strike. Let's get in to the quarterfinal. Furia taking on Na'Vi.
How can they not be shaking? How can your heart stop racing? Na'Vi on the T side of Nuke. It's their map pick, and they've got the world against them.
And you just know that if this hits the ground running for Furia, it might never stop. Outside, Simple walking in. This first fight weighted so heavily. Perfecto down the vent, and already Furia opening up with a double. Na'Vi, they don't like what they see. They've got to go real slow on this one. They've got a man down through Secret, but Furia, they're not budging. They're calling Na'Vi's bluff.
Yeah, it's stoic for a mid-round like this. Okay, Serato think back in Carriage. That bomb does get retrieved. Bit's got to bring it all the way outside. They have one flash. That's all Na'Vi have to play with. Picked up P2. Minute on the clock. Furia don't budge. Safe has this cross.
This is a great show of restraint out of Furia, and Safe takes it one step further. The Des, they were saying sometimes, you know, Furia really throw caution to the wind in these playoff games. That's kind of been the story. Well, thus far, we've seen none of that. A very patient pistol round by all metrics. It would be so easy to throw yourself into these fights, to play into the momentum from this crowd. But instead, Furia hold passive, they hold the line, and now they try to get ahead in terms of the rotates. Two down lower, right place, right time! And it's a flawless pistol! And the arena just erupts the moment that first round comes in.
Yeah, you've got to keep them coming though, Harry. It's going to be a long day. And Na'Vi aren't scared, supposedly, to play on this stage, to play with the world on their shoulders, the world against them. Furia, a momentous occasion, but they've got to keep that momentum going. It's differing opinions for Na'Vi. On one side, Sundar Young a little nervous in interviews, saying that Furia, not the first matchup they want to find on the stage. For Perfecto, he wants to play against the crowd. He wants to feel the burn, feel the pressure. And so Na'Vi up the pace, quick to main, Electronic on a fast drop. His team will cross behind the smokes, but he'll make it no further. They get lower, but Yuri's already here, and Safe is going to drop in as well. Footsteps, will you hear them? That's a question. Perfecto goes unnoticed until Art swings
from CT and takes him down. This B-site erupted, corrupted by Na'Vi, and Safe's got to stop it.
Yeah, already here, but spammed down by the Tech-9, bit and simple. Kills a piece and a 2v2 Furia. It's not plain sailing here. They've got to try and compose themselves. An unenviable task considering where we're at right now. They're looking to move in through the vents and ramp, trying to split this lower side of the map. But for your bonus round, for your anti-eco rather, not how you wanted it to go. Half the time picked up this bomb, it's clean for drop. And now just Sumda Young left to beat. He's playing with him, trying to give time to Quaterfinal to come in, but Drop's knocked out of the round, and Quaterfinal's going to do it alone. Denied by Sumda Young. Oh, and Simple's trying to amp up the crowd even more.
Oh yeah, you just try. Already broken, around deep. Not going to last long are the chance for Furia if Na'Vi can pull this one back off of a pistol forced by great taps from the standing player. Not the first stage he's seen, but maybe of this size. And Simple playing with his food already. It did not take long, did it? Force up the Furia, trying to fight back. Safe with the one rifle, at least gives us that. Trade out of pistols.
I like this, man. Quaterfinal very, very threatening with this gun. Right, hero rifle finds success right away, and now it's juggled onto one of the two top performers for Furia throughout this whole event.
This is still a really nice call for Na'Vi, right? No smokes outside in a round where you know your opponent will not have rifles. Furia aren't even peeking. They aren't checking. They don't know.
That spam connected through the back of the lobby. Brings Sumda Young down low, and now he's going to cross it, 20 HP with the bomb. Thankfully, no one's peeking, so he will get this safe passage for now.
Yeah, the smoke announces it. Furia now know exactly what's going on. That lower site can be taken. Na'Vi could wrap all the way to A, and Electronic, he's so good at doing this, finding a space on the outside of T-side nuke. He's going to heaven. Even if Na'Vi don't like what they see down lower, they can bail off of his position. Two CTs stacked up down lower site already, but that vent is always tantalizing. They won't take it. Electronics called them back. Furia still too strong on top, and the rifle has not budged.
Quaterfinal's been waiting here since the start of the round, waiting for his chance to play into it. They're up close and tagged. He's going to get out of there. Just try to play the long game on this one.
Heaven Prawn's so sick. Electronic is in a great position, and they don't have a kit to deal with him. It's going to have to be RNG on the ladder or a done deal.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Electronic can't go near that hole again.
Time wasted.
Even dropping down into the site. Now they give up that post plant. This could come back to haunt Na'Vi in the long run, but right now Furia are slow on the approach, and it's starting to feel like a save here, like they just want to run it back again in this next round.
Heaven alone is just such a powerful post plant position. Furia know they can't tangle with it. They've got to save, they've got to keep their guns. And Na'Vi keep it up. Nice little rotate down lower. They'll force Furia out of their comfort zone, and they'll even hunt kills at the end. That rifle gets saved, and really that's all that matters for Furia. A bit of armor, can juggle the gun over like we saw, but Na'Vi starts strong despite the pistol.
Save is nice. It's going to leave you with a lot of options if you're Furia, right? Just a chance to run that round back again. It might have started 5v4, but they didn't like how it ended up. And as you say, I mean, it was Electronic's quick thinking that really sealed the deal on that round belonging to Na'Vi. I like how much room, how much respect they give him in that moment. They don't get ahead of themselves playing it down lower. They give Electronic the space, and he cooks them up around. So now Furia back in with a bit of an investment. The thing that breaks the silence first.
You hear that, Simple? They creep and they crawl, but Quaterfinal, the killer, tucked in front of the smoke. Na'Vi have to get past the scout first. The spray recovered, ammo lowered. He's still going to get back to safety, can give that gun back over like last round. Quaterfinal is getting beaten down to sub 20 points of health, and Art is still looking for picks. No armor, got to be very cautious on these fights, and instead he buys time. Quaterfinal looks like he wants more, not satisfied with a single kill.
Perfecto's trying to thread the needle in through Garage. In doing so, he's out on a bit of an island here. Another scout tag from Art. A lot of value out of this gun. Now, he never knew about Perfecto. That kill is free. There was nothing really that Furia could have done about it, but they're still sat a man up. Drop, he's been entrusted with the A1S. From Furia Academy to quarterfinal at a major. But this time, something's different. This time, everyone in this arena is behind them.
Oh no!
That's a good timing on the peak, but Drop will recover. Stumbles back to his feet, but really can't afford the one and done. Molly's going to heat things up, but he's all well and good. Walking in the fire, they're trying to figure a way out of this, Anavi, but it's all gone wrong. Bomb dropped, and there's the second round for Furia. The Pistols do it, the hero M4, the scout for R.
I wouldn't have wanted this game to start anyway. The Force buys back-to-back, saves into wins on Eco. No one clear-cut in the opening rounds of this game because there's two ways to look at it, Harry. There's two minds with the crowd. Is it going to build Furia up and make them play the best CS of their careers against the current favorite to win the major, or will it break them with the pressure of having to perform for their crowd, for their people, for their country? Will that be too much to bear? Remains to be seen.
Tell you what, coming into this major, it looked like that was going to be the case. If you remember, Furia caught that opening L versus Big in the Challenger stage. But from that point on, they didn't drop a mat. Yeah. So they warmed up to playing in front of the home crowd in a very big way.
It certainly didn't help their Brazilian brethren, 0-0 Nation Imperial. 0-3 in the Challenger stage, made no space in this tournament, but there can only be one. Furia rear their heads for a third round. Arms better than that of their opponent, and up by a man as well. Quaterfinal, good nade, and the peak. He's going to get 2 for 1. Can he get out? Can he even find more? Simple looks to shoot him down. Oh, helps on the cross. There's the trade, but it's come at a cost. 2-on-4 now for Na'Vi, and nothing to work with.
This has just got to be raw mechanics, man. In the 2v4, you've got one Molotov to try and get a little tricky with. Not a lot for Na'Vi here. It feels inevitable. A third round waiting in the wings for Furia. If they can just stick the landing, 4 bullets would put a stop to this round and return Furia to the lead.
Yeah, they're coming from the same position. This is going to be a bloodbath. There's no way you can clear Yuri as well. Simple trying to play with the crowd. They're not going to help you now, buddy. Quick kill for safe. Yuri up top. Simple shutting the door. It's going to give away some position, but Yuri's he's dropped in and will finish the job. The rifles reign supreme for Furia, and they finally break that money. Call it a conversion, albeit a little later. They'll take it. Putting Na'Vi on pistols will only bring them further to an upset win on this first map. Na'Vi's pick, we have a banging veto today. To end on Mirage would be glorious. But we're going to fight through Nuke and Ancient first.
I even think Ancient as a second is so interesting. It was back in Antwerp, if you remember, that Furia faced Team Spirit and they got beat at their own game.
The pressure really got to them. Those T-side rushes, they were not good call for R. Fell apart on the T-side of Ancient. And this is a team that back-to-back in quarterfinals in the last 2 majors have fallen to CIS squads. Gambit back in Stockholm. Spirit in Antwerp. Will it be a third? Or can Na'Vi keep it cool? How the hell are you supposed to keep your cool here, Harry? I couldn't tell you.
Well, this should be where Furia get their freebie round, a chance to set a bit of a precedent, make a bit of money, build up that kind of residual bank balance on the CT side. It's going to be so helpful in the long run of this game. And gotta say, to open up, the captain of Furia, he's looking lights out. It was him who kind of led the way with that scout investment that kick-started this whole little streak for Furia in the first place. Yeah, he's dead after 1. It's the clash of the IGLs outside. Electronic does find him with the P250.
Yeah, aggression's the name of the game for Furia. Are at the forefront of 30% of the opening fights Furia take. Captain always willing to throw himself into the mix, and already he's got Simple's number in multiple rounds. Quaterfinal fires rounds downrange and finds 3 headshots. Furia looking to make quick work of this eco bit. Can't break the bank. And with 3 alive, Furia are favoured going up against those pistols.
This is where things are really going to get interesting. This is the real, true test of this Furia CT side, where we get to test their metal, see what it's made of. curious what Na'Vi are going to look to pull out. Heading into their return to the rifles. I think the last thing you want, especially in an environment like this, one that is, you know, a path that has not really been trodden before. They can't afford to let the momentum go against them.
Yeah, Na'Vi are typically a home favorite, right? They always have the crowd on their side. They always have supporters. Best player in the world. Bit of a misbuy. Already the nerves racking up for Na'Vi. Funny fingers, press the wrong buttons, and now Na'Vi need to recover or their money again gets bungled. Molly in the hut slows down the quick pace pick, but Simple won't stop. Already makes it to Secret. Oh, that's an aggressive move for Safe. He even fires off, given a second chance to post up. He wants to make the most of this aggressive AWP. He has a few lines to fall back, but instead he moves forward.
Safe wants to fight for this. He wants to get involved with this AWP as soon as he's boarded out. Perfecto doesn't try to trade him, but now he's seen it with a missed shot. It's the tag from Safe. Traded after one. Does a lot of damage, but can't complete that kill. And so Na'Vi still have a way into this round yet, crossing through Secret.
Look who's here.
Furia have dropped a man down towards lower, and it's Art. Finger to the pulse. In the right place at the right time. The captain waits with bated breath. They're coming around the corner. No! Simple, friendly fire onto Electronic. So the advantage is Furia's now. Bomb spotted down at lower. Perfecto and Bit worlds apart in this round. This is not going to be easy.
Yeah.
And with Perfecto dead, Bit's got to do it alone.
King of the headshots, but can he be king of the clutch? Caserato's seen him cross. All the timings go amiss. Bit finds a chance. He doesn't want to go for the stick. Drop is already down below, and so he hunts the kill up above. Event player yet to drop, makes it clear he cannot come up top. He's got to go into this lower site. Drop, as soon as he hears the plant, he can activate. Does Bit plant for ramp or single? He hasn't cleared either. Time ticks, forced to stick. Bit gets it down. Fury are going to face, and they won't allow it. 5 rounds up on the CT side. Are Na'Vi feeling the burn yet? Art's got full util on that round. He doesn't care. He wants to take the fight in Secret. Crazy play to make, and it costs Na'Vi a round with a team kill, with an uncleared off angle. Already the cracks are starting to show. Yeah.
And that's one but Simple. He knows. Yeah. He knows that TK was kind of the beginning of the end of the round.
They've got him right where they want him.
If you can keep, you know, Simple in his head a little bit, you might be onto something big here. Now, Caserado naded out right away. Those were nades into main coupled with the peak. And there was no dodging that for Caserado. You've lost quite the player to open up this anti-eco round. And these rounds are the ones that can get out of hand when you go a man down early.
Yeah.
So now we see if Furia can adapt to this pressure, right? This kind of uniquely terrifying situation where Na'Vi feel like they have nothing to lose.
He saw Simple on top of the scout. He probably won't reface. Why give him the satisfaction? Already crossed red is the bomb, but Bit needs supporting cast to cross to Secret. Missed shot. Safe considers it, but he goes back to red. Just keep this 4-on-4. Na'Vi can't do much with pistols outside, and Safe almost decapitates Sundar Young. They're dropping into main. Simple's looking for more shots, and they won't connect. There's the head. Art will trade. Again, this head-to-head between the captain and the GOAT stands to the favor of Art. Perfecto picks that scout up, though. He puts it to work. 3-on-2. Suddenly, Na'Vi are favored yet again. You've got to make concessions in a round like this, and while Yuri's taken lobby, his teammates drop vent. Na'Vi want nothing to do with lower, but they are figuring that out.
Yeah, this info play from Drop is pretty huge. Kind of that forward warning that lower doesn't look to be on the cards for Na'Vi. And so as this round drags on, the deeper Furia go, the more info they're getting, the more they realize that this is the A play. Yuri is ready and waiting. He's begging they come his way. There's one, and the double. Traded after the fact, and now we get into the 1v1. Bit versus Drop. Bomb on the other side, and that jump is risky, but Bit's got the info and nails the shot in the 1v1.
Just when you think Furia are going to start building into this game, Na'Vi don't relent. They don't release the tension. An eco win off of the nade stack in mini. Electronic has been quite an arc for this player, but taking over the in-game leading duties, he's certainly given Na'Vi a bump up. Some great cooling on this T side. And while Furia is still hanging on head-to-head, neck and neck right now, Na'Vi winning an eco throws it once again into disarray. Head spinning, stage the same. Money on the edge for both teams now.
You know, good time to mention Simple, very much the catalyst for that round, winning that scout head-to-head outside, giving all that room over in the first place, making matters very, very awkward for Furia. Takes a couple of swings out of guys like Art to try and tame the beast outside, but he ends up becoming part of the problem. So now, right back in, Furia still in with the chance to keep a healthy lead up, but they are all in on this round. If they lose it, Na'Vi, they're closing this gap. They're bringing us back to level pegging.
A lot of util gone early for Furia. They've been fine not to use it every single time, but only a smoke remains at minute 30. That's panicky. That's in anticipation of a fast round. Na'Vi to throw in off of the eco, they have not. Again, they cross. Smokes land from spawn. Sunday Young, he has all of them, in fact. He's throwing a full wall right now. K-Serata is going to flash out into the picture. It's not going to go far enough, and Electronic finds that entry. Na'Vi, as that second smoke lands, just about now, they can cross as it blooms and get down to B, and this is the mind game. The fake outs on lower that Na'Vi have already been performing. Bit is selling it right now with that entry from Electronic, but the rest of the squad regroups for a ramp hit. Yuri with nothing to defend it but his wits and his rifle. And even Na'Vi, second guess, doubt themselves, go back to A. But this is the right call right now as only Drop remains.
He's going to have to do something big as Drop. In the door, that's the bomb. Lot of info on the back of that kill there. Sumda Young dead. And K-Serata from back in Garage lights them up on the cross. One man's made it in and Drop's got no idea, but a rifle pull. And the site held on to. It's just Simple left at the end. 1v4. Smoke down, makes life a misery for the lone gunman in Na'Vi, trying to find a way back in. He's seen him at the back of the site, but not working with a lot of time here. Simple wins one fight, but no more.
Put down. What a defense from Drop, but you got to say Na'Vi dropped the ball in that one. Not trading that entry kill outdoor, allowing him to go all the way to the back of the bomb site, and then not even checking on that mini flank either. They just cross him with their back turn to K-Serata in the corner. And Na'Vi, they don't fake Furia out today. They had the perfect round position-wise, but they can't close it. And you got to say, to see Drop performing, got to be feeling panicked. 18 years of age on the biggest stage he's ever seen. Notes won't save you now. You can have the best laid game plan, but if you can't execute it, you will get eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, dude, in terms of experience, you know, Na'Vi, most experienced dog that we have making their way through the playoffs, and I think even for these guys, this is probably the biggest, if not the loudest stage they've ever been on.
And to their detriment.
Yeah. And so, you know, you imagine that the other way, Drop, someone who has a fraction of that experience. Every kind of quarterfinal they've made it to in a major, taking a bit of a beating as well since he moved into the squad. This isn't something he's crazy familiar with.
He looks focused, man. He's not letting the outside world deter him. Take it in, enjoy it, but don't let it distract you from the objective in mind. 6-3, Furia holding the lead right now. And you can hear it. You can see why. And I think the way that we're framing this game, especially with Cloud9 eliminated yesterday, with so many of the teams and legends we know and love, not to make it even into the playoffs, some not even to the challenger stage, defeated at the RMR. Right now, it feels like the winner of this match is poised to win the entire damn thing. This is the hardest game you're going to get.
Without a doubt. I think that's why, you know, there's so many eyeballs on this one. I mean, everyone can feel it. If Brazil was ever going to find its way to lifting another major trophy, this would be the recipe for it.
Yeah. And while not a surprise in terms of the caliber of players we've got on Furia, it's the old names out of the picture. It's the new boys on the block. It's the Academy era, and Drop is very much a part of that. Back in now, Na'Vi force up a half buy. 1 AK on Simple, stubborn, always going to be making sure he's got something to play with, but his teammates are already falling like flies. Double lobby push, Drop joins the fray, and everyone falls. Simple remains, 2 kills. What a spray! Electronic comes in out of nowhere, and Furia 1 step too far.
Yeah, they think they can just go for the throat. They can keep beating Na'Vi down. Well, it's made this round interesting. Simple. Oh, Simple. Oh, what? His hands. Wins that first fight, but Quaterfinal slipped the net. 1v2.
Back
the Panther stalks his prey in silence. Here's the backstab. They know about it now. Oh, the claws are out for Quaterfinal, but he can't quite find it. It's Electronic to take the clutch, take the round, and Na'Vi, they punished that lobby aggro, the best of starts for Furia in a vintage Furia round, and it's flipped on its head in an instant.
2-on-5 turnaround in seconds, in an instant. Furia dig their own graves. Just when you think they got it in their palm of their hand, Simple up top, not cleared, comes in with a double. And the captain Electronic ends the round. Na'Vi, no one is building in this game. No one has got the momentum. Anyone can win any round, any force, any buy. And bye-bye to Art. He can't cross, not to Red. Head spotted, Simple taps away. Perfecto smoke spans an A player, and they're just going to erupt on the bomb site. Quick into A. Safe and Yuri, MP9s. And as Na'Vi slow it down off the back of that death, the kills will come to them.
Yeah, this is so awkward for Safe. He's done a lot of damage with this MP9 outside. Done well to keep himself in the fight here, but is it going to amount to anything more than that? It never should. The bomb's going down inside of A. And Furia just a little too far removed, a little too far gone in this round. It's Na'Vi bringing this game back even closer. Getting past this force buy is massive as well. Furia put it all into this round. And so finally, they're going to have to bite the bullet. It had to happen sooner or later, an eco. And so this scoreline's about to get closed up, Hugo.
Yeah, and clean money for Na'Vi as well. That's such a big factor with how we've seen these rounds already go, with so many force buy and eco wins already. Now, finally, for the first time, Furia's economy is broken. Absolutely gone. Nothing to show for it but an MP9. And yeah, you could try and force, just with how wacky this game has been, but you can't justify it. It's not a reasonable decision. Furia almost certainly going to be on those full USPs, likely going to be stacking A site. And this is where Na'Vi can really get going on their map pick. Prep is the key though. Furia very likely going to know what Na'Vi like to do in these kind of rounds. And Art's even gone in with the buy. Very Art-esque, putting himself on the MP9. The value of actually having a main AWP is it means he doesn't need to save. He can always try and make these rounds look winnable. But Na'Vi have thrown a spanner in the works, immediately sending Perfecto down lower. The aggression held by Electronic should be unkillable here. In a tight angle, he can fall off at the first sign of contact. And it's coming.
Now Molly's going to force them forward.
Oh, no!
Oh, with spray, but only one from Art's MP9. Sundar Young's got Simple's back, and so this one, looking like it can be forgotten about. RV navigate it well. They're not going to fall down in these sort of moments. Oh, man. A little awkward, but Bits moved into the lobby to take up the angle. Why'd I say it? Safe taps him out. Even another dink from the USP downrange, but end of the line now, surely, as they do collapse upon the 2 remaining players. There's the equalizer.
You're not going to catch Na'Vi off guard with these lobby pushes as well, right? Think about just round 10 alone. In a 2-on-5, Na'Vi flip it on its head. And so now they're more than aware. As that ramp push comes in off of Electronic's close molly, the door push, the hut push in tow, denied. And Na'Vi build into the game that they always should have at the start of the map, off of that second round force by win. Tack timeout for Furia, a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, I mean, this whole first half is kind of won or lost on the basis of this next round, really. As mentioned, Furia, they've kind of been put with their backs against the wall right now, Hugo. They're always teetering on the edge of having this money broken. It's not where you want to be, so they know how important this round is if they want to win out this first half of play.
Yeah, strong T-side on Nuke is bread and butter for Na'Vi right now. Safe with a molly ready. He's even got two dropped at his feet. If he wants to try and stop this cross, he can spam it as well. Set them up behind the flames and the smoke, but the ladder of which is not down yet for Na'Vi. No one even poised to throw it. They're waiting for an aggressive play. Meanwhile, Perfecto is flashing, faking, throwing everything he's got at the A site, and is going to draw the eyes of Furia in the wrong place for now. Na'Vi, again, expertly get down Secret, and I don't think they were even spotted. I think Safe just looked away. Both mollies available, neither of value, and there's Na'Vi smoke off hell. Electronic can move in late for the kill like he often does. We've seen this round before for Na'Vi. It worked out last time. You have contingencies in place, but right now I think they're going to explode on this lower site, and there's no one here to stop them.
Yeah, the one way back in for Furia hinges on one of these fights at the extremities coming up in their favor. Right, if this bomb goes down at lower, right now they have no idea Na'Vi are even down here.
Two lurkers, but neither in a hurry.
Yeah, looking like they want to come in late towards ramp. Windows getting broken, lower getting taken. No reaction yet out of Furia. They wait to see if there is any of these late lurks moving in through the lobby, and they're right in this assumption. Safe just leaves ramp, and now Perfecto, the question becomes, is he ready for Yuri up close? He's not. First kill found, but it's traded immediately. And as mentioned, you know, with this fight coming in very, very late, it's not happening for Furia. They can't attempt this one. They didn't know that Na'Vi were down lower.
Yeah, what a perfect fake out again. It was just Perfecto throwing all that util and topside that drew Safe out of position for 1 second. And look what it caused. The whole castle comes crumbling down, and you can kill who you want, but you can't get your round back. 7 for Na'Vi on the T side right now, and they've got to run really far away to keep these rifles. What a play for Symbol to even come up from B on ramp and trade out his teammate who doesn't check Yuri. You got to give it to Electronic. He's calling some miraculous counter-strike on the T side of Nuke. Definitely one of the more tactically deep maps we have in the pool right now, and Na'Vi are making the most of it. The amount of dry crosses outside we've already seen from this squad in a few rounds of play is impressive. Even more so that Furia half the time haven't had the information. Na'Vi are not buckling under the pressure. They're stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, I kind of hope we see Art take a bit of a breather, man. This guy's been on SMGs, like low buys, what feels like an eternity ever since he kind of first came in with that, you know, overzealous force where he's riding the momentum, trying to keep it vintage Art.
Well, if you buy MP9 every round, Harry, you can buy every round. There's the benefit, but I agree.
I just think he's been so instrumental with the rifles towards outside, right? Yeah. He was so often the guy who could crack rounds open, but instead relegated to the SMG again. Art's got to try and do more with less.
And Na'Vi more would be impeccable on this T side. Again, this top side util that last time Furia saw it was a fake out. Watch Na'Vi commit with it this time. They're doing it early. They're not waiting around. Will anyone make a play off of the back of this nade? Molly should be for the back of the site here. Or it's on Drop's position, top silo. He's aiming wide right, I think it might be. You're about to push Drop off of a very powerful spot. It's almost impossible to clear. And so Na'Vi have done their homework, they've done their research, and they're ready to explode onto this A site.
Re-smoke's well timed for Quaterfinal, but the molly will push him out into the open. Drop, given room up on top of the silo. There's one, but out of ammo now. It's going to fall to Quaterfinal, and he can't hold the line. Yuri's dead out through the heavens. And Safe has to walk this one alone out through main and into the site, but not ready for the swing from the site. Some die young. Seals the deal on the round, and it's another one of these fast switch-ups from Na'Vi. A rough-looking opener, but the trades coming back and forth.
Yeah, just the depth of this T-side alone. We've not seen the typical boring defaulting, which is just fool all the smokes outside, send a fake behind it, chill in lobby, wait for aggression, catch a ramp kill, explode down low with your prober, who's already come through from the yard. Na'Vi being dynamic switching it up every single time. Furia can't seem to put a lid on it right now. Can't stop the force as Na'Vi spread their wings again and flap their way outside. Young very deep, and Blind is safe with his back turned. Can't look up, drop looking down, but might fall as well the same. Electronic gets that kill, and they don't even know, but Young has impeccable timing. He is already heaven. Eyes are not looking upward for Furia. Quaterfinal starts to consider. Simple's in the vent. Na'Vi are everywhere. They're in your head. They're in your lower sight. They're in your spawn.
This is a very well-poised round for Na'Vi. They've kind of got all the power positions right. The whole map feels open to you right now. Simple in the vents is just such a huge blessing for them to have.
This is still a really nice reaction for Furia. They're taking lobby. I don't know if they're going to be able to find the bomb, but if Na'Vi try and regroup through this position, they could get caught. They won't. They make the right call. Realization that we don't have this part of the map. We have everything else. Why not use it? And so Furia clear inside. Will that force them to drop lower, away from this heaven flank? Because again, Na'Vi have these contingencies. They have both options open. They can go wherever they want.
Still, while they got options, you can't afford to be too choosy. Got to be decisive in your actions when they come through. And Young faking out the heaven play into this A-bomb site, making noise, keeping bodies here for Furia, but he will get bested. Down on lower, Yuri waits. There's one before he's gone. An even odds round in the retake. It's Art and Quaterfinal left in it, though. These two have been the heavy hitters. And not waiting around. Holding W, collecting Ws, and finally putting another round on the board for Furia.
That could be a problem for Stewie. Burning, he's got to get the pop.
Oh, he's a madman. We see the consistent aggression. Art with a third, and he's hungry for more. Oh, it's a collateral Zephyr and Leaf taking in one shot. Art is nuts.
In the organization's 5th major appearance, Furia are neck and neck against ex-champions of Na'Vi. You want to talk legends, we often talk Dupree, the only player to have attended every single major in Counter-Strike Go. Na'Vi as an organization are exactly the same. And today their job is to take down the home crowd heroes, to again relegate Furia to a 3rd quarterfinal in a major in a row. Never further. Na'Vi so far up to the task. A winning half on the T side of Nuke is nothing to turn your nose up at. But Furia are waking up and here to respond.
Yeah, I think R gets a much needed final round on the board there, right? Just something to bring his head back into it a little. Something to keep Furia engaged and believing in this series.
They need all the help they can get, and this crowd's certainly offering some assistance, but Simple seems to be playing with his food already. Hands to the ears, despite a couple of shaky rounds in there for Na'Vi. That's a dominant half that typically in CS should at least guarantee you a game, but there are no guarantees in this major, as we've already learned. Favorites falling round after round, stage after stage, and on this stage as well. Second half is just around the corner. Some say Simple's best side in all of Counter-Strike. But talking legends, we got Taco shooting out t-shirts in the meantime.
Absolutely love to see that. Just a little something to keep everyone happy.
I don't know if they got enough though, Harry.
He's going to be there a while, I'll tell you that much.
We're going to need some higher caliber, I think, for Taco. And maybe for Furia as well. Right now, no shaky players though. No one's fallen off. No one's coming cold. Perfecto bottom of the board over on Na'Vi's side. But as much as this can be Simple's best CT side as well, Perfecto is a turret. He is a cannon on the top side of CT Nuke. A player who rarely makes mistakes. And we're going to need that more than ever now.
All right, then, let's get into this second half, shall we? Furia on the T side, a lot of utility between drop and safe. Plenty for them to throw a bit of trickery in, but it looks like this might be something a little bit faster, blowing the door off. They won't commit to the fight just yet. Up on top of the hut, Sumda Young lies in wait with these dual Berettas outside. Arc continues his reign of terror. A lot of damage in the head-to-head versus Simple. And he's used this as a bit of a veil to try and slip through main. Now Sumda Young, cognizant of it, turns his attention to deal with the point man of Furia. Quaterfinal wins one fight, but nothing else is going their way. They need a hero, need someone to step up and try to reclaim some of these kills, and it's not gonna happen. Na'Vi, pistol round secured, up on a 9. And now they got their fingers crossed that they can start to run away with this and put it to bed.
Yeah, I'm not counting on anything right now. You remember those first 6-7 rounds of the first half, back and forth, 4 spies are plenty. No conversion on the pistol for Furia, even though they eventually got the gun rounds under wraps to build up a bit of an early lead. Na'Vi now need to do the same, but actually Furia are allowing it. They want to maximize their rifle rounds in the T side, allowing it for now with Glocks and a fast A-pop, but denied by the nade of Na'Vi, obliterated in the door. 2v5, and it's going to be an easy round for Na'Vi to close out.
$10-7, but don't worry. The goal was never to win that round if you're Furia. You just had Glocks. Where things are really looking to pick up is in the round that you've just saved for now. Electing to bring out the rifles as fast as they can.
Yeah, and this is going to be a real test of art as well, right? Not just in terms of these often opening kills we see from him and fast routing on T sides, which you can get away with on Nuke, but we just saw a masterclass of leading from Electronic on the T side, and now Art needs to show one of his own. He's got a Mac 10. You want to talk pace? This is the guy you think of. Going quick over the top. Silo drop, Simple in main, putting pressure on from the door. They're going to keep his attention diverted. This is a chance to come in on the backstab, but he's already put the first one to bed. Simple tapping away, backstab on the Mac 10. They drop in, Electronic can't plug the hole, and Furia run wild until Perfecto shuts them out.
Still alive, still through! Oh, Perfecto!
That's how you use the MP9R. 4 kills off the top and the lineup to close. They shut the crowd up. And I just mentioned this guy, bottom performer in the server right now. This is his position. This is his site. And Fury are going to have to fight hard to break through it.
Yeah, I really hope that we get more mileage out of Yuri. He's someone I'm looking at right now, and I'm thinking he's got to step this up. Because it's been him and Quaterfinal throughout the other games that have been that high-fragging duo for Furia.
Oh, and again, Art bought a rifle. He bought a Galil in this round. It's already gone. Irretrievable. Electronic, as loud as it is, he can still hear the steps, and Simple's ready to receive and lower.
Holds the line, makes it look easy. Simple quells the threat down lower, and Quaterfinal with a CZ all alone. Might be able to grab the Galil, but it's bait. Electronic. He was waiting for exactly that.
Simple has shown up in championship form. Was there ever a question? Was there ever a question that this guy is here to break hearts on the stage? Hundreds of thousands of people amassed at home, and many more in the Janus Arena today. And Simple is making enemies.
Yeah, brilliant to see Simple showing up in this form. It really is.
Especially after a bit of a drop-off, right? Na'Vi have certainly not had that in their performance. Sure, they've only lifted 1 trophy this year, second at Cologne, some close games, some close tournaments, but at the end of the day, Simple, you know, he's not been the powerhouse in these last couple of months that we usually expect to see. This would be one way to resurge to life in cutting the neck of Furia here in the quarters and going through to what should be an open bracket, a closed book, a free major. Simple, aggressive behind the smoke.
Ooh, hiding in it with the flashbang. Furia might be spamming, but eventually that smoke clears and Art wins it out. The head-to-head between him and Simple continues to heat up here. Furia now in a 5v4, and you kind of have to milk this for all it's worth. You don't want to get caught holding W now. You really need to play the advantage on this one. Because if you can't win this round with Simple out of the picture and an untraded 5v4, then what can you win?
Yeah, Flash Beat gets nothing as well for Na'Vi. It's a top hit coming through for Furia. They've got the util, they've got the flashes coming in, and Sundae is burning and blind. He's 5 HP. This should be a shot from death. Perfecto perfects the protection and stops him from getting out, but he won't last much longer. Drop, saves the round until Electronic comes in from top. It's a massacre on the A site, and the young boy a bit has to stand tall.
Separated, but Safe comes back. Cares the heavens. And heaven sent as he saves the day on that one.
A deep breath for Furia. They almost dropped that one right there in the sight. Those rounds are not easy when you've got crossfires like that at the back of A. But drop the young'un. Double entry to do it back, finding Furia their first on their offensive half. Simple came into the second half 0-3 in opening fights. Not what you'd expect for a man of his stature. He's at least leveled out with his first. But right there again, picked by Art early. You can expect aggression for Furia, right? It was a reasonable play to go behind that smoke. If they fast play the red cross, he's going to get kills. But Furia, in no hurry in their first gunny, may bring a bit more pace today. Molly in main, smoke in the vent. Art's going to make his way down, but he gets stuck. He's lost in the source.
Oh, it's a little awkward for Art here, but he will find his way. Bit already down the vent, ready to tango with him. Ready to face him in the head-to-head, gets the info that they're moving in through secret, and even goes back in for a little bit more. Safe knocked out of the round, and Simple already here, waiting with this AWP at ramp. Gonna try his hand at the swing. There's something from Yuri. We said we wanted more out of this guy, but it's just the one and done in this round. Bit successfully traded it. This round is super awkward for Furia. Quaterfinal and Drop, they're worlds apart. Drop's trying to get into this B-side alone. Gonna try his hand at the spam. It's close, it's damaged, but it's still very much in the picture here.
And right above, Drop's just trying to snuff him out. He's going to draw enough attention that Quaterfinal can get set up in double door or window, but there's already a second rotate. Bit has peeled out of the bomb site. Smoke on single, an open window. Quaterfinal needs this kill, or this is dead in the water.
It is low. This is the best time for it. Quaterfinal wins that first fight. Gonna need more than that, though, as now Na'Vi starts to begin. A bit of a rotate down through the vents, down towards lower. Electronic, the man to Drop. Finds his timing. Drop planting safe. Might get away with it, might not, as Electronic's there. Gets him just after the bomb's gone down, teeing up Quaterfinal. Now, this guy's always been the clutcher for Furia. Always been the man who had to deliver in moments like this, but this time, cut down right away. Unfortunate timing on the ramp swing puts a stop to it, and Na'Vi, lovely protocol, lovely response after catching wind of that lower play.
Yeah, Furia take too long in that lower side, right? They take far too long after they get that pick onto Bit along on the catwalk. They know there's another player. A smoke just came out from ramp side, but they don't know whether that player's pushed in yet or not. And Quaterfinal, you said he's a clutcher, Harry. He's the highest clutcher for this event so far, joint with Inters. So the only one still in the tournament at 10 clutches so far in Rio. But 11 will not be found in this round. Na'Vi close the net and collapse upon Furia in the post plant. Heads up drop for Electronic. Does not doubt himself. And Furia have called every single timeout. They know it's slipping away. 4 rounds in a row for Na'Vi at the start of the half, broken by a single one, and now back to broke are Furia. A bomb plant will relieve some tension. But this is Na'Vi's game right now, and there's no getting away from it.
All right, well, there's the last tack timeout used. The last chance to take a breather in this one. It's full steam ahead for Furia now, at the full mercy of the pace of this game. Lobbing this util into the A-bomb site, making it look like they really want to go. Perfecto has something to say about it, though. Up, over, dead at the hut. Sundai Young blinded. Electronic dead after one, but the bomb gets away from Furia. 2v2 as the A site goes quiet. Yuri waits back in main. He would love Bit to give this kill over. Quaterfinal's waiting for it too, trying to bait him in. Simple from heaven. Won't be given an angle. Instead, it's Bit fighting first. Quaterfinal gets the info. Doesn't want to give this kill away. That's what Yuri's here for. Simple sees him, but a missed shot. And it's Yuri's fight to win. Bit in the 1v2. Knows he has him trapped in main. How long does he wait? Quaterfinal, nasty surprise. Why is he outside, they're asking? Why is he outside?
What a route. What a round. What a save. After again the anchor gets a double on top side, Perfecto can't do enough there for Na'Vi. And Furia, you've got to say, this looks like a different team to the last quarterfinals of Antwerp. They know when to slow down. They know when to pull the brakes out in these mid-round moments. Not jumping the gun, but letting Na'Vi come to them. A 9th taken and money on the rocks for Na'Vi. Will the ice melt? As Furia put out the fire, smoke spam. Everyone on the chopping block. These wall bangs can connect very easily. Furia attempting through the hut, nothing noteworthy. They could try route ramp. Bits here with a FAMAS. Re-smoke down. It's out. Furia, an open path.
Simple's been called for. Moving in with the AWP on the angle, posted, missed shot. Can't get out of there, Bit. Falls at the bottom of ramp. That's an open path down into this B site. For Na'Vi, they are all in on this round. If they go for this retake and come up short, Furia are right back in this map. They might have to save on the back of the money alone, but look at Yuri. Look at this position. He wants to try and take the guns out of it, but Simple won't let it happen. The rest of Na'Vi gonna try and boost to get this gun.
Smart.
They will be saving Furia onto double digits. 3 rounds behind.
Wow, the little leg up there for Simple. throws Sundayung on the roof. Hello, Foon. And they're going to get that gun at the end of the day. Furious still hunting Art with nothing to lose. The money man. Able to get it done with no matter what you give him. But however you slice it, 10 rounds for Furia and seemingly weapons saved, including a sniper. And let's talk about it, Harry. We mentioned how Simple was slow to start in terms of the opening kills. Right there again, back-to-back rounds with the AW. He misses shots, and that's not what we expect of him. His rifling was incredible on T side. But not this kill, the one on ramp, the swing kill, the one that would have made all the difference and set Na'Vi up to rotate down low. And hell, yeah, maybe risk their money, but maybe give them a shot in the 4v4 retake. It doesn't come through. Combine that with the main shot in the previous round. A couple of whiffs for Simple and not the time to show them.
And I mean, right now, credit to him, Quaterfinal is going toe-to-toe with Simple. In terms of the firepower, in terms of what they're bringing to the server. And with Simple cooling off in the last few rounds, Quaterfinal still keeping his finger to the trigger. It's all the makings of something in the water for Furia.
Yeah, this broke money is still the big scare for Na'Vi. But a couple of rifles can get you across that finish line, no doubt about it. Re-smoke at ramp, they'll cool off the boost peak. Simple's here, this time ahead of a potential Molotov. Oh, it looks like he wants to go through. At least clearing close. Furia put pressure on the A site, but little do they know they've already got all of the util out of Na'Vi. It's only a smoke on Electronic. Simple. Another missed shot on the smoke fade. They're going to smoke their way out. He is throwing himself into the fight right now. This is the round on this engagement. Simple wants to start it off. Right behind. Missed shot, and drop takes him out of the round. That might be it. That might already be 11, and Furia run wild.
Desperate times call for desperate measures, and Na'Vi might be feeling exactly that now. Art will die on his play up into the A site. The rest of Furia see that as their signal to go down lower. You like to think that they've done enough already.
2 here, 3 here.
Control room, cool, so the rotate down. The rest of Na'Vi are all moving in. They want to give this a go.
Gotta fake it.
Tap on the bomb. Doors now swing. Quaterfinal with one. Sundayung tries his hand at the trade, but is whittled down low now. Perfecto in decon, still harassing, still being annoying. But it's Sundayung dead. And Perfecto in this 1v2 now. Dropped at the hands of the young gun from Furia. And that is 11 rounds.
Is this really happening, Harry? It felt like a done deal. Not just at halftime, but the rounds following. Na'Vi finding that 12-7. Not enough. Simple feeling the pressure, feeling the burn, and throwing themselves into fights he typically won't miss. But when you do, you see the results. Furia have found 11. Na'Vi, again, economy has been the name of the game. Both teams broke. Sundayung on a shotgun. It's certainly tempting. It can be tantalizing. But Furia are the ones fantasizing about stealing their opponent's map pick away on home soil. What a performance that would be. And we're not too far out from that possibility. And now we've finally got cash for Safe Zorp as well. Last couple of rounds, he's been finding picks with it. Bailing Furia out of awkward spots. Oh, good spam. Perfecto battered and bruised. And Furia look like they want this A site, but that will lead them into the alligator. A long barrel with even sharper teeth on Sundayung. In come the Brazilians.
And they are going into it. This auto shotgun, this is the ideal spot for it. Will it accomplish anything? No, it's dead right away. Perfecto, back of the bomb site, needs to hold on. The cavalry are not here yet. The reinforcements only just arriving, and they're all cut down. Furia on a 12. Oh, man! Listen to this arena sing.
Electric energy, and how can you not crumble under the pressure? Na'Vi, where is your hero now? Where is your GOAT? It's the Panthers, one away from equalization. And Na'Vi broke on the way there. Don't throw these rounds away. While they should be the simplest, can sometimes get out of hand. Na'Vi can play like they have nothing to lose. So Furia very cautiously in the lobby, stacked up with 2 on top, with Molotovs in the ramp room. Make no mistake about it, they will not drop the ball here.
Lovely double from Art. He is feeling it right now. Simple tagged up, this scout outside, gonna struggle to get involved in the round, and knocked out by Yuri. There's not even any danger left. Furia have got this one in the bag. Na'Vi have dropped down lower, taking a bit of a gamble. It's really all they could have done here. They've bet against the house on this one, and the house always wins. 13 all. As Furia tie this game up with their 5th round in a row.
A death, not the end of the world. They'll be able to exit these kills. Sunday Young, a nice tap.
Hang on a moment, guys. Don't go hunting just yet.
Money and guns, that's the aim of the game for Na'Vi, but fingers found by Safe as he clicks him down. Perfecto, a nice shot, but nothing more. And Furia rid Na'Vi of rifles. Equalization. A paramount point in the game now for Na'Vi to recover, to show if they have that championship mentality. The current favorites for the trophy in Rio on their map pick, and it's turning harrowing. Is this CT side getting hollowed out from the inside? Head in hands for Electronic. Played on the mic. But how can you even hear what your coach has to say? These screams are piercing Na'Vi's soul.
As far as the eye can see, there are people preying on your downfall. And with every round that this gets closer, the pressure only builds for Na'Vi. Furia, this is their moment. Do they take the lead here and now? After 5 in a row. Triple outside for Na'Vi. Yuri walks a dangerous path on this one. He's gonna have a lot to do. Electronic just looks away. They don't know that Yuri's made it to red. This could be a way in for Furia right now. Electronic has no idea that Yuri is in this position. Outside smokes going in over the top. Electronic waits, but here's this fight. Opening up, Safe with a TK. A little too fast for his own good, but he can't outrun the guns on this one.
Hey, sometimes you got to take the shot. It may be worth its weight in gold. Furia looking to break diamonds, and they have maybe brought the tools to this T side. Quaterfinal ready to pop into A. That's the end goal, it seems, for Furia. Yuri has lower, he's in no hurry. Perfecto, the topside anchor, who's been doubling up seemingly every single round, is finally locked out in the wrong location. Furia ready to burst A. Perfecto runs the gun! He finds Yuri in the backstab, and now Na'Vi know what's up.
Furia have got to go. They've got to win this first fight, and Sunday Young. Oh, good for the first. Safe trying to make up for that TK.
Winnable.
Does bring it back into a 2v3. Heaven Plant Bit could face this, but he won't. He wants to play it safe. That's given Furia a bomb plant drop. Oh! And there's both! Perfecto! 1v1! Swung! And it's dropped to do it to him! 14 rounds for Furia! And the arena erupts! They know what that round means, Hugo! Na'Vi are broke!
It's not just the money, but the mental as well. To win a round like that starts with you killing your in-game leader, and a spray to save it, a sniper, a much-needed addition to Furia, who fell off after the departure of Henny. Safe puts him in their backpack. Don't Don't rush a ramp smoke now, Furia. Don't throw this opportunity away. Your best chance of breaking Na'Vi on their best map in the most important game of your goddamn life. Stacked up top. Simple drops very low right now. Wallbangs will end him, and drops delivered it. That might just beckon you in. The sight tempts you, it calls your name. Electronic closes that net. He's right behind. A swing through the smoke denied. Sumda Young on top of the hut. The stand-in has got to stand up, and 2 headshots. That 5-7 mauls Furia. Still flank is here. The pistols are shredding them.
Furia are starting to realize this one's getting so out of hand. They're losing control. They're not in control anymore. Na'Vi with the pistols deny map point.
I do think it's Furia's patience that lets them down. If they could get in off that entry through the wall, Simple spammed out. If they could have burst into A, they would have avoided that flank entirely. Sure, it would have come at concessions. The double 5-7 tap out. But if Furia can trade their way into A, it's their round to win. Now Na'Vi have done it back. They've broken a 6-round streak with pistols of all weapons. And now Furia must harness the energy to shut this out before Na'Vi save their bacon.
Electronic close outside. Yuri's going to swing in. Looked a little jittery in the fight, but still wins it out. Oh. Good flash. Oh. Dead in the water. A 3v5. Bit dropping down into the site. Na'Vi seemingly with the read. They could feel that this looked like an A split. And so they're poised to deal with the remainder of this A play. Furia would be going right where Na'Vi want them to go.
Oh, if Bit peeked that, Safe was holding up. It's a game of timings. It's a guessing game. And Na'Vi don't have to guess. They can just rely on this stack, no matter what site. They can retake lower. Triple top. This is a perfect setup. No picks presented. Simple sniping ramp side. And while he's missed every orb shot seemingly this half, he may not be required in this round. Bit, a headshot would cause this to come crumbling down right now. Furia are entering the site.
That Molly's going to force him forward into the clutches of this triple setup. They try to make it down the vent, but Safe does not have safe passage. Drop 1v5, no. Plotting out in the open. No. Simple denies it. The full 30 rounds needed, and Na'Vi, the ones to get to 15 first. The big bad in Rio de Janeiro. And they're just 1 round away from recovering and taking their map pick, 16-14, destroying not just the hopes of Furia, but everyone in this building.
And you maybe thought it was already done. You maybe thought Furia were poised to end it. Well, now they're poised with pistols. A fast rush up top. No waiting around. It's a nade. Sumda Young, again a double. And Furia silenced, as the arena will be as well. This map slipping through their fingers like a cacophony of kills. But a sympathy and the symphony comes up for Na'Vi.
Huge turnaround, going the distance. Simple playing the villain. Everyone hates him right now, but it's Na'Vi, a map up, and now Furia have got to do the dance on Ancient.
Meu Deus, Mossalzão no Rio de Janeiro, mais quente que isso, sou torcedor brasileiro que vibra de coração, corpo e alma pro verdadeiro Cristo Redentor bateu palma. Que bala, que abala as estruturas da arena ou na sala de casa dos vizinhos dá até pena. Quem não me entende acha que é loucura ou zorra, mas é louco mesmo, louco por CS porra. Jamie Time não, agora é rap time. Harry faz a perfeitinha que eu vou de frontline. Faço parecer simples, tipo que o Cipo faz no CS. Cada verso é uma bala, só acerta HS. É que o coração bate no ritmo da C4, tipo Olof no fogo, defusando e queimado. A torcida nunca para porque silenciado. Só o bico da M4. Welcome to Brazil. Nós tem a energia que faz a arena toda tremer. Vem põe o abafado. Até quem não fala português é capaz de entender que nós ama isso aqui. É paixão verdadeira, você pode perceber que nós não para de torcer, se ganhar, se perder. O importante pra nós é nunca ceder.
Hi, guy, gringo here. Won't lie, don't get the lingo here. Might not be made in Brazil, but I'm still feeling welcome. Refill on the caipirinha vibes, I've already felt them, and now I dealt them. I'm just a stick in it, no kid, but I diffuse the situation. It's lit in the Trebo Nation, no shit. This time I got back up, and we gonna slay. Build a fast stack up with MMAK, cause if you wanna see 30 rounds, he's spitting fire today. Brother, turn the beat up, what can I say? I see a noise, hearts beating at their chest. Hold your color, we'll have watching on impress. Like a pendulum where all the swings are blessed. But to play in this park, you'll follow what you guess. Yeah, it's popping off. Let me hear De Janeiro light it up like a Molotov. Guess you can't get enough. The professor never lets you off, but that's the price of your art. Stay up at night after dark, imitating legend masters of their craft. Not just flashes in the pan, you're the goat with the star or the doja giving shaft. You took all the Janeiro, nobody gets the graft. We call that
É que tem
verdadeiro.
umas partidas que são sensacional. Juro que na vida nunca vi igual. Tem game que poderia nunca acabar, que dá emoção até liquidar. É só bala que ejeta a cabeça do corpo, com espírito, fúria e garra até o último sopro. Sempre tem aquele herói que salva quando parece perdido. Mesmo 9-0, sonho nunca tá morto. 0-0 é o número de vezes que nós desistimos. Por isso orgulho do império que construímos. Se eu tô no mic eu tô pesado tipo B.I.G. ou tipo Get Right no tempo da NIP, can you see? Esteja preparado, bebida ao Brasil, bicampeão já conseguiu. O país do fute ficou no passado, agora é CS. Nunca desistiu, nem nunca desiste. Senta e assiste que a caminhada foi dura, mas nunca perdemos a postura. CS é cultura, se é made in Brasil, é made na loucura. Welcome to Brazil. Nós tem a energia que faz a arena toda tremer. Vem põe o abafado. Até quem não fala português é capaz de entender que nós ama isso aqui. É paixão verdadeira, você pode perceber que nós não para de torcer, se ganhar, se perder. O importante pra nós é nunca ceder.
Someone's gotta fall off, there goes gravity. Not so many spots, this shit insanity. Legends have strength, call it vitality. I'm fazed by the pressure, Grand Slam mentality. Down underdogs, which greyhound is larger? Imperial marching, like they're your father. Every last dance needs a backup dancer. Or maybe an OG to push them harder. Fnatic rock up with a good team finally. Cloud9 the same, but a way bit more timely. James the Time Lord nowadays rarely gets so timey-wimey. Call a Doctor Who for you, outsiders feeling fighty. Bad news Eagles in their type to get all flighty. Refresh your ambitions, sprout big dreams, that shit inspiring. We loving and we fighting. IEM, Rio, bright light, straight fire and then lightning. Yeah, it's popping off. Let me hear De Janeiro light it up like a Molotov. Guess you can't get enough. The professor never lets you off, but that's the price of your art. Stay up at night after dark, imitating legend masters of their craft. Not just flashes in the pan, you're the goat with the star or the doja giving shaft. You took all the Janeiro, nobody gets the graft. We call that verdadeiro.
tooth and nail. We get every round in that one, and boy, was it something spectacular. Furia just trying to bounce it all the way back, but ultimately the dribble stops at about 16-14. Ladies and gentlemen, we do just avoid overtime. And Navi's got to be sweating bullets after that one. I'm over here on the desk at the IEM Rio Major 2022. I got Yanko on the far side, and right in the middle, we're stuck with Bled.
I like being stuck with you, Trace, but
stuck in the middle with you.
Yeah. But here's the thing though, this particular game, man, listen, Fallen said it on the desk as well, when it came down to Furia with this crowd, there could be some magic happening, and there was a bit of magic happening at the very end there, almost bringing it back. But they fall to their own sword, their own style of Counter-Strike, and it comes and bites them in the ass.
I think you can tell that, you know, undoubtedly Na'Vi is the better team, and it's just about weathering like the storm and the momentum from Furia. You could see it in the first half as well, right? Winning pistol, losing second round early on, you know, they start losing. Suddenly they stabilize, winning a couple of rounds in a row, and they're looking fine. Second half, 5-0 start, looking great, and then Furia brings it back from 13-8 to 13-13, and that's where you're like, whoa, what's going on now? And Na'Vi's looking shaky. Simple's going for some questionable plays in the middle there in a round or two, right? And ultimately they do bring it back. You could just tell on the faces of the players from Furia, right? Like they know it was a missed opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, the opportunities, we could start to look at some of the rounds. Hell, we even break it down in the first half. I'm looking at 10, maybe even 11, probably in sync like that.
Yeah, like the thing when it came to Furia is some of the early rounds they won came off some pretty aggressive plays, risky plays coming out from them, and then they go for this this particular push working out for them, initially getting a couple of kills, but then Na'Vi, the patience and the composure and how good they are in this low man situations.
This is a 2v5. This is simple and electronic against the world, right? Round 11, you can see Furia, they're getting some momentum, they're doing well. All of a sudden, in a matter of 2 seconds, it's 2v2, and Trace, the name of the game for me here is self-inflicted injuries by Furia, right? Like the initial push is fine, the aggression, but you're just like overdoing it a little bit, especially considering the economy, right? And we're going to see it in back-to-back rounds here, Electronic with a big clutch, right? And now the following round, after just like 10-15 seconds, they have 3 guys dead.
Yeah, and you know, we had Fallen up here pre-game. He talks about, we're not going to see this sort of aggression from Furia right out of the gate, but it feels like they wanted to take the fight to him right away.
I mean, that's something they did on the CT side. It worked out for them initially, right? It's just that Na'Vi were patient enough. They're going to keep aggressing a little bit too much. They don't know how to rein it in, and that's when Na'Vi were able to strike and kind of punish them for it.
And I think Furia absolutely needs to go for plays like that, but not all the time. You need to like pick your fights and pick the rounds. If they don't have a great buy, right? Like you don't need to force that. You're making it easier by going for those close quarter fights, right? So I think, yes, it was about Na'Vi sort of handling the aggression for Furia, and you could see there that Furia helped them a little bit in doing that.
Let's talk about back-breaking rounds, which is absolutely what we're about to take a look at. Round 28 rings a bell, doesn't it, Yanko?
Well, in case there's any Brazilians watching the English stream, watch Gaules right now, right? Because you want to avoid this. So you're thinking here, Navi's on a half buy here. They're ecoing, they're conceding the 15th round. They give up the opening kill, right? But then the hero, Sam Dai-Young, with a 1v2 clutch in the first half, in the second round, now stepping up Electronic with a timely flank, and Furia completely crumbles in this round.
And this has happened so many times in this particular game, right? And Sam Dai-Young, sure, there were a couple of questionable holds coming out from him on that upper bomb site, but here he had to be the hero, just the pistols. And this was a backbreaker round for Furia, because after that, you know, Na'Vi just went on and closed it out. But this would have been an incredible, almost a god-tier comeback from Furia. And I was starting to believe in a magic there, but in the end, it was all an illusion.
Yeah, that T side really did leave a lot to be desired. After you know, you get all the way up to a close contention like that, and it does leave quite a few question marks towards the end, but perhaps Heku and Peacemaker have found them.
Yes, Dana, as you can see, I have none other than Peacemaker. Peacemaker, I had the opportunity to talk to Na'Vi, and Blade said it's incredibly hard to actually hear each other. We could even hear, like, we could see him like just holding the microphone. This is a first time for me in Brazil, but as a Brazilian, did you expect this madness?
Well, you know, Heku, like, it's not a coincidence that I'm wearing black and white today, you know, all the way for Furia. And yeah, I'm not surprised with Blade answer. This crowd is insanity. Like, I've been in many arenas before, guys, like Katowice, Cologne, but nothing is compared to this. I promise you, like, the Brazilian fans are crazy. They're supporting Furia all the way. And you know what? This is about to get even louder, you know, like for the second game, for the second map and the rest of the series, they will go even louder. So I'm just looking forward to it.
Well, I'm also looking forward. We can barely hear each other, so I hope it's all good for you, Des. What do you think? Are we getting a third map?
So let's shift gears and start talking Ancient. Of course, Furia's map pick
but handing Na'Vi CT side where they are absolute monsters. And in this game against Team Liquid, they had a monstrous CT half. So we're going to see why. And the man to look out for is absolutely Electronic. So on this round, fairly standard stuff. Just the early default nades onto mid to prevent a rush. And what's going to happen is Team Liquid, they want to pop through this smoke, they want to get aggressive on some flashbangs, and we need to look at Electronic because he has a mighty round. He moves up and onto the B catwalk area, just about dodges the flashes and gets 2 massive kills to put Na'Vi in a huge advantage. Let's jump forward a couple of rounds, and this one's a similar start. Early nades on towards mid, Electronic on site, as always, patrolling the area. And what we're going to see actually from Liquid is fairly similar stuff, trying to pop through this smoke on just 1 flashbang. And as we'll see, Electronic is a match for the moment, takes down a Liege and puts his team in a good position. Now what we're going to see here on B, this is exactly the same round as we just saw from Electronic killing a Liege. They start off this one with double molly in towards this B lane position. And what SDY wants to do is swing out from Jaguar and find some cheeky frags. So to help SDY out, what he actually does is bounce a nade over here, and he's going to peek behind the nade smoke whilst Perfecto throws a flashbang to make it all the easier. And coming through, SDY finds a good frag and backs out of dodge to give his team a 5-on-3. So just before I talk through these rounds and how great Na'Vi can be at shutting down defaults on that CT side, will we see this up against Furia? I'm not sure, but maybe the desk does. Back over to you.
Yeah, that's the plan, and he is just standing right there. Speaking of which, that next map being Ancient, before we get there, I want to tell you about something special going on here in Rio. We're talking about awarding a Player of the Decade tomorrow. We have something very special planned before those semifinals. At IEM Rio, we will announce that Player of the Decade is voted by 75, that's right, 75 of the top pros across the entirety of the pro circuit. It's going to come down to just 2, and the votes were based on longevity, success, and influence on CSGO. Now, of course, you're going to want to be around for that. You're going to want to watch that on Twitch at home. Hell, if you're here in attendance, you never know who it might be. Maybe they're already here. We don't really know. I know that we were asked, some shoulder content, who you thought it might be, where it might be, but all it takes is that vote. Again, 75 players just coming together to decide who that Player of the Decade is. And for us, we get to dive into Ancient quickly and briefly. In doing so, I don't want to sit here and say that Furia's road ends.
I just want to give a shout out to Perfecto and SDY for that first map. Not talked about a lot. SDY, usually not being criticized, right? But they stepped up immensely and delivered for Na'Vi. Simple was the lowest rated player for Na'Vi on that first map, right? So coming into Ancient, yes, Furia's peak. It's all about the first half. Na'Vi, yes, they lost to Liquid, giving up that comeback, but the CT side wasn't the problem, and they get to start on the CT side.
Yeah, and absolutely. And when you talk about Ancient, as you said, it's going to be the attacking side for Furia. They like the B bomb side, and the 2 guys you mentioned there, it is going to be some Die Young in the Jaguar position. It is going to be, of course, Perfecto on the B bomb side. They're going to have to step up to the plate here if they want to take it 2-0, Trace.
Yeah, and that's what all eyes are on, the prize down here in Rio. Gentlemen, thank you very much. We have to go backstage. We have to watch how this one unfolds. Perhaps we find ourselves going to that 3rd map. That'll be Mirage. Before we get there, it's Ancient. FYA having a grand old time down there, as you can see outside of the fan zone. In the meantime, the in-between time, we will be right back with Ancient and Na'Vi Furia.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Hey everybody, welcome to Hard Hitting Journalism. Right now I'm joined by Vid, by Sam Dayang and by Simple. And, ребята, у нас во втором помещении ваши сокомандники, там Электроник, там Перфекто. И мы должны придумать к им 2 вопроса. 2 вопроса каждому. Но такие вопросы, типа, не по ЦСу, именно, может, из повседневной жизни, которые, может быть, им будет немножко неловко отвечать. Они вот включат эту стесняшку и будут сидеть, просто краснеть и, знаешь, себя так чувствуют. Предложение?
Ну, у нас есть такой мем в Нави, что Илья
это не мем.
встречается с Тони.
Это не мем.
Это не мем?
Просто все
это официально. Это
все это мем, но просто правду знаем только мы, как команда. Поэтому первый вопрос, Илья. Когда и как произошло ваше первое свидание с Антониной?
Второй вопрос будет у нас адресован Денису. Я бы хотел спросить, что бы ты выберешь, Денис? Глютен или свинина?
Денис ухаживает за волосами, можно спросить его рутину утреннюю ухода за волосами. А для Ильи... О, точно, он любит рыбачить. Самая большая рыба, которую он когда-нибудь ловил.
Не, ну это, знаешь, тогда он будет им нахвастаться, но он от этого не будет краснеть. Он будет какой-то, знаешь, это будет только глаз, она была такого-то размера.
Ну, может, самая ужасная рыбалка в его жизни.
Не, как поймать рыбу на крючок?
Как поймать рыбу на крючок?
Ну, да, это интересный вопрос. Это же не просто рыбу поймать на крючок.
Но будет мне чуть-чуть неуютно.
Так это можно же как-то задуматься. Это ж не только настоящую рыбу. Девушек рыбками называют.
А, ну вот тогда можно, что как поймать рыбку, и такой типа серии Winky Face. Как поймать рыбку? Хорошо, ладно, давайте пойдем проверим. Ребята, ваши сокомандники подготовили вам несколько вопросов, и я хочу знать на них ответы. Вы готовы?
Нет.
Вы верите, что они подготовили хорошие вопросы?
Нет.
Сомневаюсь, очень сомневаюсь.
Хорошо, первый вопрос. Перфекты. Илья, когда и где у тебя было первое свидание с Антониной?
От кого вопрос можно узнать?
От твоих сокомандников?
Окей. Не было его.
Не было?
Нет.
Как так? Они сказали, что вы встречаетесь, что все официально.
Не буду отвечать на этот вопрос.
Не будет? Ну ладно.
Они лучше знают.
Они лучше знают? Ну тогда значит все официально.
Они не хотят афишировать просто.
Понимаю, типа low-key, все такое,
да,
типа, чтобы не было проблем. Ну понятно, хорошо. Они еще сказали то, что ты увлекаешься рыболовлей, да? Вопрос, как нужно поймать рыбку?
Как именно?
Ну
как?
рыбку.
У тебя спрашивают, братан.
Поэтому я хороший рыболов, я не рассказываю секрет.
Ты не расскажешь секреты, как ты смог сходить на свидание с Тони?
Какой, блин, зачем вы это спрашивали?
Сказали, что ты краснел.
Так я уже красный.
Ладно. Да, это все, ты отстрелялся, все.
Мне страшно.
Уже страшно.
to IEM Rio. It is the major, and this is the Fan Fest. I know you've seen it the last couple of days, and I'm in front of the Furia booth, as you can see, and they haven't lost hope yet. But I gotta say, when it hit 16-14, I saw some disappointed, sad faces, but that's never gonna stay like that for long because I know they still believe in their team, and as you can see, it's a bit more calmer out here today outside because it's so loud inside, but believe me, when they get into the game, it's gonna be incredibly loud. There we go, we'll leave you at that, and let's hope Furia can bring this one back. Over to you.
Well, here we are, ready to head in to our second map of Ancient. Furia's map pick. It was here, back at the PGL Major in Antwerp, where the wheels fell off the car for Furia, where it all came undone. They got dominated on their T-side of Ancient, getting just one round over the entire second half, leading to a dismal elimination. But here, home crowd in Rio, the stage was set for a Furia upset win. They had Nuke in the palm of their hands, and now we have this real test for Furia. Do they have that championship mentality? Can they weather the storm on this one, knowing that they were so close to being a map up right now, only to have it taken away right as the doors close.
Yeah, does that break you is the question. 13-14, and Na'Vi win a near full eco round to send us all the way to a map up in this series. And yeah, you're right, Furia did have it in the palm of their hand. Not just here, but back in that Spirit game at Antwerp as well. They start T-side here, Harry. It's their map pick. They've got to come out all guns blazing on the T-side to begin this map. And you got to say, I mentioned this quote in the first map. Perfecto, in an interview with HLTV, talked about the crowd. He said, "We don't have any fears facing this crowd. I've always wanted to play against or play with a crowd that's completely against me. It's more motivation," and Na'Vi are channeling that motivation right now. Every screaming fan against them, and they are powering through to take this series away. Na'Vi can do it in 2 right here, right now, and break Furia's 6-match winning streak, eliminating them in the quarterfinals. It's do or it's die for the Brazilians.
Yeah, everyone was, loud, proud even heading into that last map, Hugo. But now, it's kind of apprehension in the air. Everyone's a little bit worried. How will the results of Nuke affect them? One thing I'm going to say that's going to go their way here, Hugo, is that Quaterfinal, back at the last major in the quarterfinals, he fell off of a cliff, right? The numbers just were not there, not the kind of superstar performances we needed to see if Furia wanted to long it out. Well, in this matchup, he looked lights out. He was going toe-to-toe with the best in the world on the other side.
Yeah, and you're going to need to, because he's already here. He's already here to play. Simple actually bottom in terms of the stats in the first map. Had some highly impactful rounds on his T side. Definitely fell off with the AWP once he switched over CT. Rare to see, but now we go to another great map where hopefully that AWP can come in. All guns blazing, and it will need to. For Furia, their best opportunity to steal this series away, already pocketed by Na'Vi. And as they enter the stage, a team huddle, the boos surround them, but it hasn't broken them yet. Why would it start now? And you've really got to give it to Na'Vi. I don't think many teams could hold up against this pressure and not crack under it. That is the difference between a legend and a champion. And Na'Vi are aiming to be the latter.
Yeah, that little huddle on stage, they're the only people in Na'Vi's corner.
You want to look at positives of Furia, you want to flip the script a little bit. Well, this is ancient. It's a map that Na'Vi haven't been touching as of late. When it came into the map pool, a lot of teams decided to adopt it immediately, especially teams with an insta-ban like Na'Vi, like FaZe, with that Vertigo pick that they rarely faced, right? That was FaZe's downfall at this event. For Na'Vi, they just keep banning it. They go to this map. They surely knew it was coming. It's been Furia's go-to, to steal away in terms of numbers recently. But Furia have never played a team of Na'Vi's caliber on this map. Sure, they've taken on Liquid, they've taken on G2, and to good results as well. But when you're facing 16 rounds away from elimination, when you're going up against one of, if not the best team in the world, at least the best team left alive in the playoffs off of the proof we have, the questions do come into your mind for Furia. The numbers are good, but again, it doesn't matter about the game plan, it matters about the execution. And Na'Vi are here to behead Furia in front of thousands of fans.
Yeah, this map decides it. Will this be a series that ends up getting remembered as one where Furia was so close but couldn't complete, couldn't lock in a victory? You're always going to look back at it and think, well, if one of those eco rounds had gone a little different, if one of the clutches had gone the other way, could have been a whole different story. Or is this the start of something magical? Is this where we push it the distance, we go all 3, and we settle the score on Mirage?
Yeah, and they say Inferno rather is the best map to finish the series. I think Mirage would be incredible. I hope we get there. Furia have to step up to the mark today, folks. A lost opportunity on Nuke, but that can be all ancient history if their map pick comes up better.
Let's get into it then, shall we? Furia. Everyone grouped, looking like it's going to be a B hit, just called out a spawn to open up the pistol. It's fast, it's ferocious, it's signature Furia. As they move in up the ramp side, Na'Vi, it's already dawning on them, this is a retake round in the 5v5.
It's not what they wanted, they made a read on the A site. That means they didn't buy a kit and they gave up B. This is going to leave Na'Vi lacking the time, lacking the clock. Furia favored strongly in this pistol round, and with the players still on default, Art can cause so many problems. Smoke in the cave is nice, but Furia can fire through.
Na'Vi really need this opener. They need space into the site, and it's Art to win the first engagement. Tucked in, he's dead after one. 4v4 as the man inside of the site falls, but so much time to get off this bomb. They're on it. The peak's got to come through. Furia getting churned up, but they're not going to get you off the bomb. Bit still sticking it. Just denied. Just denied. Right at the end. A buzzer beater of a round. But it's a Furia pistol to open up Ancient.
What a way to begin. That looked like it was falling apart, Harry. That cave smoke cut Furia out, but cut and dry in the final few seconds. A kit would have made all the difference. It would have been a one round for Na'Vi. Absolute certainty on that pistol. But Furia, bring that Fury. Don't get ahead of yourselves. I'm not just talking late game eco wins. Na'Vi did the same thing back on Yukon, found this force buy in round 2. They look to do it again. 5-7s, headshots galore, electronic cut down, and mid opened up.
Spam damage goes either way, but it's safe on the receiving end of it. That nade is juicy. Simple gets it in. Still smoked off at cave. Furia are not jumping the gun on this moment.
I love this stack for Na'Vi, gambling that Furia won't move a single player through A main on their own with a rifle. It does leave Donut to A open as well, but they've read it right. Furia 3 towards the site. Bit covering the flank through red in a very precarious position, one that will almost certainly not be cleared. Oh, he actually moves. He might be caught in rotation, caught in tandem, knife out, back turn. Furia here to finish the job. Flanking this B bomb site. Bit doesn't know, but they're so close.
Yeah, he's going to get the spot at least, so now Na'Vi know, but there's the double. Art causing trouble. Paints a pretty picture in this round as Furia claps upon the B site. Some die young, thinks he might have a route out through cave, and he will win that engagement there. But can he take it any further as everyone looks to hunt him?
Wallbang from B. That was from the site. Right through the pocket. And Furia convert a pistol. A massive round to win, to just start strong. Have momentum in your pocket, get those early rounds, right? When it comes down to a 30-round loss, a 16-14, you think about every eco you drop, like you say. Not just the one late in the game, but the ones early as well. It all matters. Every moment of this major madness. Another eco, another stack on B, but this one should be a little more simple for Furia.
Flash in at the ramp, drop, farming kills. This might be his chance for the ace. There never was a time. Yuri steals that away, but it's a big 4K round for drop. Bit of a confidence builder there for the young gun on Furia.
And again, we talked about it a lot, and it's mainly because we're in the Academy era, right? We look at Maus, the NXT generation, rising to the occasion and taking down Cloud9 on this very stage yesterday. And so many other teams with examples of these young players rising up through the ranks. Drop is one of them. His only previous team to Furia is Furia Academy. His age is 18, and he's performing well above his years.
Out in the middle, flashed, but it's still alive. Backed into a corner now. It's a little bit weird. They know he's here. Gonna be hard-pressed to win this fight. Oh, it's ugly. Still, they give him the swing. They give him the engagement. You don't want to get electronic. Don't want to let him get away with this one. You need a nade to trade it, and no one can offer one up. A 5v3, Furia hit the go button on a B play. Drop tries his hand at the entry. Now trying to set his teammates up to take long control, but Safe's going to win that first fight. Drop wins another. Bombs out on an island, but Safe still fighting. Still looking for frags. Now trying to join up with Yuri. What do they want to do here? Do they want to try and play mind games? They want to try and finagle these rotations. It's a deep push all the way through Spawn.
Oh, they finesse the best. Na'Vi have no idea the penny has not dropped. No. Finally, the realization sets in, but it might be too late. Furia is setting up to take the site.
Oh, Yuri trying to catch the rotates.
All right.
They're not even in position yet.
They saw him.
They've seen him over in red. Sundar Young's got this info. The main wrap won't be expected. Bit is in a real power position. 2 fights decide the outcome of the round. And with Safe dead, Yuri's got to make a move, has got to be the hero. 1v3 as it all begins, but they're already on the bomb. Bit sticking it, not plotted for Yuri, so he's got to run up, he's got to run in. Wins the first fight. Big and Yuri with 3! The hat trick! And another round for Furia. This T-side lights out to open up.
There should have been no question for Na'Vi. They knew exactly where he was. They had him pinned in, boxed, coffin, with nails getting pressed in the top, and still he breaks his way out, digs from underground, and pulls out the clutch. That will get the juices flowing. Blood pumping, heart beating. Furia looking for 5. And again, you mentioned it earlier, back in Antwerp, in the same matchup, on the same map, on the T-side, Furia fell apart. They were their own demons. They were rushing the gun. Crumbled on a T-half of Ancient. Right now it's building them up. Flowing through the opponent's spawn in yet another round.
Yeah, just to put some numbers to it, Quaterfinal got 5 kills on Ancient on the entire map last major.
He's on track right now.
Sure, Safe's dead over in Spawn, but the alarm bells aren't going off yet. Furia, it's free flowing. It's all across the map. They've got all this control. They're winning fight after fight. The world's their oyster. And Sundar Young's just living in it. Quaterfinal hunts him down.
There's those 5 kills, Harry. But I don't think he's going to stop.
Now, this time something's different, Hugo. You can feel it.
And some said, many said, despite the crowd, Furia would still get strangled in this series. Well, yeah, they dropped the ball on you, no doubt about it, but you can't doubt the fact that they took it to 30 rounds. They remain competitive throughout. And now this is one step further. 5-0 up, Na'Vi on the favored side, yet to get the ball rolling. Safe. Looking for his B pick, blinded off again. No one in the sight, and they know they've got a room. Perfecto's locked out by Spawn. Cave Molly onto Sundar Young. He does get spammed, it's good damage, but Furia still have a foothold in the round. Back turn, electronics on it, like a car bonnet. 3 kills in an instant. And 2 players left standing with no bomb, but an empty bomb site. Simple's here to plug that hole, and he knows Art's nearby.
Slippery fish through the net, but a 1v5 for Art. Gonna have to take us on a clutching masterclass. Out in the middle he goes, but Bit is waiting here on the jump. Looking for him. Lots of money for Furia. Art can justify trying to do damage. And that can be enough to set you up for rounds to come. Sure, you might not win the 1v5, but nothing wrong with making your life just that little bit easier down the line. And if he could find 3 kills here, that would be a great round ending for Furia from the most dire of circumstances. Instead, it's a flawless one for Na'Vi.
And the game begins. A little late to the party, but Na'Vi show up fashionable as ever on the CT side. What a flank for Electronic. The last thing they were expecting, right down the ramp, in the rump. And Furia rumbled. Art's got a Mac 10. He had money for more. It's screaming pace, Harry. I expect nothing less.
And it was in these pacier rounds back in Antwerp where things really took a turn for the worse. Let's see if now that signature style's been fleshed out a little further. They're already in the site. Art is alongside Perfecto. Good for the double. He's done his part in the round, but Sundar Young smoked off, and the B site It belongs to Fury. A chance at the plant now. And Art's taking space, taking real estate. Mogul of his own making. Pushed up into the spawn. Waiting for this retake. He knows that 2 kills in this moment could be enough to seal the deal on the round. These smokes are on a timer. Flash is going through, but Art's turned from them. There's one. Traded by Electronic. Safe now in position. Missed shot from the AW, and he's boxed into a corner. Quaterfinal has to do it alone.
Molly.
They're on the bomb. They're sticking it. He's got
Too
this
late.
Molotov, but it's way too late. Electronic with the defuse. A second round for Na'Vi. They get past the Furia players that had tried to go deep, tried to take space away. Well, Na'Vi moved in. And under the cover of darkness, under the cover of all this util going into the site, they grabbed the defuse right from under Furia's nose. That molly just seconds too late to have the impact that it needed.
Yeah, electricity beats fire, and the lightning pace of Furia puts them down by another round as Na'Vi build back in. They don't want to stop. They don't want to relent. Perfecto again needs another double on the defense, alone in the site, and they isolate him, but to no better situation, no better scenario. He dodges death again. That nade could be the end of Art. Pushed up on the short side. Perfecto blanketed by fire and utility. He hides in a smoke. Flashback out. Everyone's blind. Furia may have the site, but they're far from comfortable. They chase the kill. Another double. This guy's come alive, and Simple now needs to put it to bed.
Simple up through the short side. Oh, swings him!
See ya.
And wins the head-to-head. The numbers on this head-to-head between Art and Simple have got to be looking good for Art.
Oh, absolutely. In that first map, it felt like every single fight was coming up in favor of the Brazilian in-game leader. If you want the numbers, Harry, it's 8-3 in favor of Art in that first map alone against Simple. Previously an AWPer, now just a nightmare. These speedy rounds for Furia are working.
Oh, literally on his anime storyline arc, he says, you leave the big guy to me. You guys handle the rest. And that's exactly what he's been doing. Na'Vi on a low buy, trying to make it work.
Oh, cave spam goes a long way. Sumdayoung will have to give it up eventually. No more grenades to stall this offensive. It's a slower approach for Furia, who know that off of these back-to-back B rushes, they will get all of Na'Vi's util out in the opening seconds. Look what they've done. One smoke, one nade, one flash, and a gun in the hands of the right man. Simple misses his shot. It's nuke CT all over again. Some uncharacteristic misses from multi-time, best in the world. Art's up ramp. This is a huge fight. He falls. Perfecto holds the line. Now they're coming in through cave. Another MP9. Sumdayoung will not give them any business. It's up to Drop instead, who does deceive one. Got to go down for the ramp, for the gun. Sumdayoung gives up the sight, but it's still Na'Vi coming in late for the retake.
Yuri is on a crazy late flank, but it is going to take so long for him to play into this round. For the time being, Furia, they need this plant.
TikTok.
They need to put Na'Vi on the clock, and so Save will plug in the numbers, but now he's trapped. They know about him. He's boxed in inside of the site. The longer Na'Vi take, the more the wraparound is. The bit checks for it, brings Yuri down low. And now he's working with slim margins, an awkward spot. Yuri dead. Quaterfinal, we said this guy's off in the clutcher. Gotta be that now. More than ever. 1v1. Simple to beat. And Quaterfinal isn't budging. Finally swings it. Kit grabbed. It's so close. And Na'Vi, fist bumps all around. They've grabbed the defuse. They've stolen that round away.
Oh, that was close, but he could feel Simple creeping up on him. Simple wasn't budging. He wasn't moving a muscle. And despite Quaterfinal's best efforts, Jumpy will let him down. The shot that had to be hit by Simple saves Na'Vi's economy from rupture. You can miss some, but it's all about the ones you hit. And Simple saves the day there. Furia tame just that little bit, but not towards A. Drops leading the charge up in the front line. Bit eating a smoke, eating a flash. He's still surviving out on an island. That smoke has denied this rush round for Furia. They wanted to go, and they will go back instead. Art brings the bomb in tandem. It's not the pace Furia wanted. It's up to a mid-round now. A late call. Gonna get that red smoke in, util to the middle area. Na'Vi just have to shuffle, and they've left this B site in many rounds thoroughly undefended. Not this time, 3 strong. Bit smoked off, even leans back. Trying to deal with these flanks that we've seen frequently from Furia. Drop, a lot to do, a lot on his plate, and he can't finish his meal.
Yeah, 1 for 1, not the end of the world for Furia, right? All in all, still gives them a bit of a leg up as they move in towards B. Constricting Na'Vi's resources, you're restricting them now. Art's gonna have a chance with the back 10. Making that money, baby! And so now Bit and Simple, 2 versus 4. A lot of teams will be looking to save right about now. Simple dead, Bit followed up onto, and it's Art with a huge round.
That's a stubborn attempt for Na'Vi. They are feeling the burn. Simple running in. We saw it on Ramp on You. We've seen it in many rounds. Furia, so great at slowing down in these mid-round moments and letting the kills come to them. This round is no exception. They don't rush the plant. They aren't caught fiddling with grenades. Picking at the brains of Na'Vi right now. 7-3, another broke by. But no hope in this round with a B stack. Furia go back to what they tried last time. Just popping that A site. Contact as ever. No clue for Na'Vi. They'll only know when it's too late.
Yeah, this is a great bit of conditioning out of Furia, that they even threw the cave smoke right at the start of the round, cut off that information over at the lane. It's forced Na'Vi to take a bit of a gamble, tried to get ahead of it. Now they're all sprinting back over towards this A side of the map. Simple is armed and deadly. Head off of Serato. Furia, this is starting to resemble how they lost that last anti-eco to close out Nuke. Going a man down early on, having to really slow it down, giving a little too much respect the other way. There's the important trade. Simple knocked out, and the rest should just fall into place now.
3 from safe on the AWP. Patience pays dividends. And Furia collect the check.
I've got to say, this is starting to feel like a real testament to both the form and the work that Furia have put in. Right, contrasting this to the last major, it's night and day. It's not even a fair comparison. Everyone's switched on here, everyone's pulling their weight.
Even Na'Vi know it. A timeout. No cheers, just jeers. Blade getting very animated as well. A lot to say. Na'Vi have had the right reads, they've had the right gambles. But it's sometimes not been enough. And when T-side AWP is getting away with business like this, that is a problem. Simple's got his. But this is not a map that lends itself to T-side AWP. Safe is changing the game on that one. Serato through the mid-smoke. Disrespectful opening kill, but he can't get back, surely. Bit's going to get that trade, and Sundayoung even helps out in the cave, finding a B-lane player. Big gap, Bit plays ahead of it. Off looks away, but then decapitates his opponent. 3-on-3 with room to move. Furia take top red. They're only trying to keep Na'Vi interested as they group back up to another bomb site. And again, the lack of kit in this round is resounding for Na'Vi. If you're going to play retake, if you're going to allow Furia to walk their way into a bomb site, that clock is going to be against you.
Facto doesn't realize it yet, but they're already in the sight. They've crept out of cave, they found this timing. It's a bit of an awkward one for Na'Vi. Perfecto,
what a save.
Dead, but some die young already here. Sends that bomb tumbling away from Furia. Yuri's been quick to grab it. Art posted with the AWP. For the longest time after losing Henny, we saw Art with his stint on this gun. The second AWPer of the squad. Well, now him and Yuri, they've got to deliver in the post plant. Art with a miss flick. And now they're getting close. The second time's the charm for Art. And Yuri wins his fight. Brings the fury. It's Yuri and Art painting pretty pictures. Beautiful little round out of them.
And Na'Vi crushed crayons in their fingers. Or is that blood? Yet to know. 9 rounds on a T side of Ancient. I don't think I've seen something quite like it in a long time. On a stage, facing elimination, up against the best team left in the tournament. This is incredibly well done for Furia, but they can't stop. They can't let off the gas, and so they shall not. Already in donut, Bit doesn't know, and Quaterfinal with an entry. Furia just gonna roll out this red carpet. The A site is theirs for the taking. Smokes over the spawn, drop here to cut, rotate, safe. Making a move of his own, and once he's in position to play, Furia will just overwhelm A. Na'Vi don't even care. They're still gambling, they're hoping, they're praying. Fingers crossed that Furia overread the situation and come back. Oh! See ya. And maybe they will. Back on this B side, the re-aggression's caught. There's double trouble. Yuri deals with it, and the Deeg, while it connects for Sumdayoung, that should be all said and done.
Yeah, he's flanked through. Oh, what a turn! Hang on a moment. Sumdayoung, surely not. You're not believing yet. Yeah. And then safe to snuff it out.
Fancy flicks. But Furia's footwork dances their way closer and closer to the finish line. 10 T Ancient rounds. And Na'Vi are not known for their T side on this map. Electron is going to have to dig deep on the other side. We're not even there yet. Will there be more? Will it be a steeper mountain to climb? 3 in mid. Na'Vi have to make concessions elsewhere. Whoa. Safe blinded off the angle, gives up the entire area. And so Na'Vi can peek off a deep B lane. But Furia again tucked in. This is going to be a very patient default round out of Furia now, the likes of which we've yet to see. Simple finds drop under the smoke, and now they have to dig deep.
There you go, a man down early. It's a rough place to find yourself, and now you learn about Simple's AWP as well. The worst thing about seeing it there over in mid, you know it's not hanging around. Now it's a bit of a guessing game. Out into the A site, and they've chose right. Only one man here, and he's mopped up right away. Bit dead. Oh. Simple on the rotate, gonna get the better as safe. Quaterfinal and Yuri, the 2 top performers for Furia throughout this event. They're the ones left in the hot seat. Trying to tap in a spawn. Quaterfinal on a very small angle. Simple sees an arm, takes a leg. Quaterfinal, the last of the dismembered Furia, and there's Na'Vi swinging for the fences, rotating for that A play, and trying to recover this CT side. The best they're looking for is 5. It goes without saying, this is already a great first half for Furia. And to build upon that even more, this is the most dominant half scoreline we've had against Na'Vi at the major.
Yeah, they have yet to drop a map in the BO3s, right? Obviously went down 1-2 back in Legends, recovered. Those BO3s were flawless. Right now, Na'Vi getting tested. But that's the most aggressive round yet. They finally flex their muscles, remember who they are, take some space, and Sumdayoung does again towards the cave, ahead of the molly, trapped by the flames, and Art's very low. Otherwise, he would have pounced. Unwavering for now. Here's the spams. Might go off of a reload.
Yeah, reloading's scary here.
He'll allow it.
They don't pressure the issue. Art's too low, I think, to really want to justify swinging this. It could be a double setup, so he's going to play it safe. And amidst all the madness, Na'Vi, they've started to hedge their bets a little, taking an early rotate out of Simple, sending him over into mid, where he's going to back up Electronic. This will leave this B site just a little more strapped for resources here. Safe and Art trade the AWP, and that one nade is enough to tempt Simple back over.
It's a perfect rotate, right? Na'Vi in so many of these rounds have just given up B, and it's let them down massively. They will not allow it this time. They will fight for the site. Leg shot denied. Perfecto finds Art. They may be low, but Na'Vi are still fighting in this round, and the bomb may have to go. 30 seconds, no bailing now, and Simple shuts down that bomb. This might be it. 5 at the end of the half, unless something of disaster strikes.
Yeah, safe flash through. Full blind is some Die Young, but he will deliver. Yuri clutching at straws in the 1v4. He's going to get shot in the back as soon as he plays his hand. And so Na'Vi, they find 5, but it's far from ideal. Furia are still blazing the trail ahead, trying to take us all 3 maps.
So you don't see many teams run this over and over again, but it works for Na'Vi. They seem to get on the bomb side and hit their shots. That's really what it's all about.
First found, Twist aggressing. They have to double peek. He's getting his shot. He's hitting it. Simple.
This is a shooting gallery for Simple. It's practically deathmatch. Just the greatest. Simple with 5. Get out of my server.
After pushing Na'Vi the full 30 rounds on Nuke, only to have it taken away right at the last hurdle. Here on Ancient, Furia are delivering a 10-5 T-half. An incredible uppercut from the Furia squad, and it's left Na'Vi a little starstruck, a little startled, slow out of the gate, and only barely recovering towards the end. Either Na'Vi have this ludicrous comeback now on their T side, or this quarterfinal goes all three.
Yeah, shattered into tatters in a defensive side of Ancient, not what you are used to seeing. And to think the Furia, in quarterfinals of majors against CIS squads, where they've fallen twice before the last two majors, right now on home soil, it might all be coming up Brazil.
Regardless of your colors, regardless of what team you're supporting, you kind of want this to drag on, because this is Counter-Strike. This is the beautiful game that we all love.
What a response.
Simple to open up, and Bests are the guy who's been causing him nothing but problems in this game. It's quite a statement to make to open up the T-side pistol.
Look at his fake out as well. While Arts had his number, Na'Vi might be drawing Furia into a fake out bit with a re-smoke on the site. That's 2 smokes on a fake, and Furia have not been flustered. They have not fallen for it. Still 2 CTs, steadfast at B, moving no muscles. And a Molotov might give it all away. Na'Vi now entering the bomb site, entering the stack, entering the fray.
Yuri waiting, dual Berettas, great place for them. The dually is only good for one, but it drops, sending the bomb tumbling. It's 3v2, Na'Vi still a man up. Simple crossing out in the open. P250 looking for a kill, but now running out of ammo. Safe's tapped out, Perfecto. Simple, 1 quick shot, and Quaterfinal 1 HP. He needs this kill, and he needs it quick. He can't sustain a long fight here. Quaterfinal's got to live up to his team's namesake. It's got to be quick, stealthy. All of that like a Panther as he's around alongside. Bit just won't give him the fight. Quaterfinal stalks his prey on the bomb. It's a stick. Bit locks on him and gets him off the bomb.
That's tense. That's scary. You might not always want to call it, but Bit finishes what he started with that kill. 1 health and no stick on this site. Na'Vi now poised for a recovery on a T side. A half they've never shown us before has to happen here and now. Furia Force, why would you not try and flip the script early? It's happened so far in that previous map, both pistols. And will the Force Up find those results? Lots of util. Furia don't rush to use it. Na'Vi lay their claim to middle. Smokes to reinforce this decision. Furia lose vision. And Na'Vi wait.
It's swung off. It's going to throw the timings for a bit of a loop on this A play. And Quaterfinal, in the meantime, has succeeded in cutting the head off the beast for Na'Vi.
Go back.
They might have to go back here.
If they go quick, they've got it, right? Like, look at Electronic. He's already clearing out B. It's smoked off right now, but it's fading. His chances open. The doors beckon him into the B site, but the 50-50 angle is not of his liking. A re-smoke at A. It's a failed re-smoke, I'll give it that, but will Na'Vi be tempted in, or will the Force Buy find its results? They are looking tamed right now, cautious, and maybe too much so. The clock could let them down.
Perfecto. Yeah, someone calm that across. Drop into the back of the site, tries his hand at the swing, gets the info that the bomb is still A-ward bound, but with Electronic out through Donut. This might be the recovery, safe down low, but gets out to keep the 2v2 dream alive. We're all born into it. Damage done, they're both low. Yuri, 1-1, but Bit will trade. Denies the pistol victory for Furia. They won't give it back the other way.
Back to back for Bit in the clutch as well. This is similar to the turnaround for Perfecto back on Nuke. He was a bottom performer. It was here in the first half. He's now won 2 clutches to keep Na'Vi in this one, to deny the Force Buy that Quaterfinal so desperately tried to enact. Na'Vi now frothing at the mouth, and Furia baited in for the buy. Risk versus reward. Which will Furia find? A single rifle, donut side, flashed in for a fight, simple call, and he can't finish the kill. That was your chance, your opportunity. But now Na'Vi again, take mid back. Furia really want to fight for it. They might even aggress to the cave side as well. Yuri's got the gun for that. Simple's going to try and flash his way back out of this dangerous box position. And the smoke spams net nothing for Furia. Their best option at an opener conceded.
This round more than most encapsulates the kind of IGL that Art is, the kind of style that he likes to play. Not averse to taking risks. But with that comes the chance of consequences. Now Furia, they put it all in to try to win this round here and now. And it's a good opener out of Quaterfinal. That hero M4 prevails in the head-to-head.
Oh, they're set up really well for this as well. It's going to be an A split. You've got two players on the bomb site and this rifle included. This could come crumbling down for Na'Vi right now, but they both swing and Na'Vi win the engagements.
Side now conceded. You wouldn't be amiss to save here. Not at all what Furia were hoping for. And there's always that voice in the back of the head telling them to give it a look in, but Drop's already written it off. Save's hoping he can grab the gun. But even that is pretty spooky. It's deep within enemy lines. Na'Vi, they do so well to deal with that A-side setup. The kind of positions were perfect for Furia to put a stop to that one.
And I don't want to jump the gun. We're only 3 rounds into the half. It's been 4 spies for Furia put down by Na'Vi. But if they were to pull this back, Harry, if they were to close this game, especially with how they did it in the previous map with that eco win, and then a 10-5 comeback on the T side of Ancient, what a way that would be to eliminate Furia from a third quarterfinal. Not just that, but it would put the naysayers to bed. The CT-sided tournament that we've all witnessed here in Rio, the comebacks of 12-3 on defensive halves, the banging on about the A1S and the 5-7, while justified, don't get me wrong, Na'Vi could put that all to rest with what would be an incredible T side. And you can't count them out of that opportunity. Yet to drop around and yet to falter against the Force. Any other game in the tournament, I would count them out of a T-side comeback of this magnitude. But Na'Vi are sticking to their guns. Sat outside mid with another late take. Safe, the only man here to stop it. Na'Vi do their due diligence. Molly close, clear it with flashes. Red smoke and a blanket of information thrown over Furia. They can't see a thing.
Options open. Something you've really got to love about Electronics calling is it feels like there's always another choice. There's always a backup plan, and in this round where you might have been poised to take mid and A early, you're able to swap it up on the fly. Gonna rejoin Electronic over here towards B. Furia 3 strong on this side of the map, and with this smoke still in play for Drop, ready to go in at the 30-second mark, that could make life dire for Na'Vi. They kind of have to go through this. The alarm bells are going off now. They're starting to realize they might have bit off more than they can chew.
It's all this cave kill. They're not even going to go for it. Na'Vi decide to bail back. They don't have this backup plan. They don't have a player or a piece in place. They've just got to run it right in dry. Again, Safe, they break through the deagle. Red kill, and Art alone trapped in. Needs to deny this bomb plant, but they're going to go in for the check. Back turn, and the bomb denied, but still allowed the second time. Simple can't cover. Bit will respond, and the attempt is miraculous, but it's not enough.
That would have been some real sleight of hand to rob that round away. Instead, Na'Vi deal with the threat right when they needed to.
Can you feel these 4 spies digging Furia's grave? We are yet to see a full rifle round. This is it.
Yeah, it's got to happen now. It's got to happen now. You're allowed to have the excuse of, getting it close in the first 4 spies, so you reinvest again. Then when you lose that one, you're just on the scuffed end of the money. right? You took the risk, you made your choice, it comes up short, but now you have to deliver. This is where any championship team would. And so Furia have got to show they've got what it takes. If you give Na'Vi the equalizer here and now, they start having their way with you, and you've got no leg to stand on at that point.
And Blade's only now pulling out the notes as well. The permission slips, the admission slips to the semi-finals. An open book, an open tournament for Na'Vi if they can take down Furia here. Possibly the toughest task. Quaterfinal pushed in main, not cleared. Almost a double kill, but almost will not cut it. Na'Vi don't want to jump the gun. A 4-on-4 and re-smoked out. They cool off the util. Simple will not execute. Back to the late mid molly. And near infinite time for Na'Vi to make their mark on middle. It's an area that Furia haven't given up, and well, it was Na'Vi's way back into their CT side. Those late mid takes, those climbs up lane, that's what got that 5-round half right at the end, the bitter end. Or will it be Furia left with an awful taste in their mouth as Na'Vi yet again dodge the stack and execute the sight?
Util going in, going over. Molly gonna burn out some Die Young. Brazilian barbecue over in main.
Oh, that smoke.
Tap on a while, but more where that came from. Safe drops the ball, and even more than that.
Okay.
Hero player needed to step up, and Safe showing that it can't be him.
Na'Vi are anything but safe now. The ball has begun rolling. Can they put a stop to it? Orb saved, plenty of players alive. And even though Na'Vi dodged the stack, Furia hold it back. 5 rounds from a third map in this quarterfinal. And this arena is erupting as we speak.
It's never over till it's over versus Na'Vi. Furia can't get ahead of themselves.
Maybe they did last map.
Take your finger off the pulse for a moment, you'll end up a dead man.
They learned the hard way.
Na'Vi slow it right down as they come back in with another rifle round. This time waiting to see if Simple can work that AWP early. Util over towards lane. Na'Vi have got the control they were looking for.
Everywhere. They fake out B, but then they retake A main with some Die Young. The final smoke on A used. Drop and safes are too far out for now. Electronic just dodges cave death. And Furia almost realizing Art was just about to rotate, but now they're going to know.
Yeah, Art is starting to make his way over. He's got the read. Quaterfinal holding the line. There's one, but needs more. Quaterfinal! Insane! Right when they needed him to put up numbers, he stands and delivers. Sends Na'Vi packing, and it's back to the drawing board now. In all my years covering this game, Hugo, I never heard an arena erupt quite like that, and the game's not even over yet.
We're up top. We can feel the stage shaking. The stamping of his feet, the rumbling of thousands of Furia fans, and Na'Vi crumbling in front of your very eyes. A mini comeback at the start of the half, put to rest with back-to-back rounds from the Brazilians. Are Na'Vi running out of gas?
Man, in the Brazilian legends of old, Cold's era always talked about as one of the defining characters in that chapter of Counter-Strike. Well, Quaterfinal was kind of touted as the guy that could fill those boots, that could be, that next generation star of Brazilian Counter-Strike. And yet Furia always fell short when it really mattered. Well, here, he's stepping up in spades.
Oh, absolutely. The 5th rated player of this event. the top clutcher of this event. Right now, giving Furia the goods that they so desperately desire and maybe even deserve. Na'Vi, broke boys, bad boys. Deagle's out on the site, and Quaterfinal mauls two. Odds behind the boxes. He's got support with no smokes down. A couple of Deags connect. The Glocks break through, but the bomb denied. You can't cash your checks here. Your money's no good. It's happening, Harry, whether you like it or not.
Suspend your disbelief. There might be magic in the air after all. Out in the middle, Na'Vi, a last-ditch attempt at the mid-play and bit knocked out of the round to open. Alarm bell starting to go off as ground is gained over at B, and Simple, sick and tired of waiting around. He's sent back to the lobby. Safe deletes him. Molly going to slow down the cave play. Safe is solely responsible for this B bomb site. The weight of the world on his shoulders. Is that going to be too much to bear? Or will it craft a diamond?
One kill, that's all he needs. One kill, give it up, play that retake. They've got the util, they've got the numbers. Safe just needs the shot.
There it is. There's the third hat-trick in the round, but why stop there? He's moving in, hungry for more. Taken out. Perfecto throwing into the clutch, but his teammate's gone. 1v2, Quaterfinal and Art, the two experienced boys to beat, and Perfecto's found the first.
He doesn't know.
They don't know about him. They don't know, and there he is! Arriving just a little late, but fashionably late, to Na'Vi's funeral on Ancient.
Showing up in style, Harry, and no better time for it. Mirage is our final battleground. Furia will drag Na'Vi there, kicking and screaming. Unless we have a late resurgence in this T side, but it already felt insurmountable at the half. Na'Vi gave us a moment of belief, but it's being stripped apart. Quaterfinal and Yuri, these guys talked with Banks earlier. These guys said they were calm, they were confident, their hearts weren't racing, they weren't feeling the pressure, nothing to lose. Not favorites in the first place. But crowd favorites, that much is undoubtable. And when there's a will, there's a way. God, look at the nades!
God, the util roasted Na'Vi. This round's basically over before it even begins. Electronic and Perfecto, the walking wounded, bitten. Some die young, are feeling the pressure to try and step up in this one, but the aggression from Drop has snatched a crucial man from the pile. Nade's good, bit just gets away from it in time, but Ramp's still owned by Furia. You've got to go back. You've got to retake this control.
What a ballsy play, picking up nades at this late in the game, and Drop's now got a re-smoke for the ramp. Na'Vi, the doors shut in their face, bolted gate, and they've got to break their way through an insurmountable round that they should just save in, but no one wants to give up without a fight. Least of all Na'Vi.
Earlier on, we were saying it felt like there was always a backup plan for Na'Vi. Electronic always planned for the worst case, had solutions to the problems that Furia would bring to the table. Well, this This might be one that's even too much for Electronic, who's looked phenomenal since swapping onto the IGL role to cook up a solution too, because Safe, it's out of the frying pan into the fire. This AWP was not the only defense in a B. Drop spin here the whole damn time. Map point for Furia. 1 round, 5 kills away from that third map of Mirage. And the run through this playoff still very much up for grabs. This was the start of the round. This was the way it all opened, and maybe the way it all comes undone.
And what a great way to see Simple shut out of this series, right? It was Art in that first map. He was dominating him 8-3 in that head-to-head from the captain of Furia. And now burning out Simple to start the second from last round. That's what it could be here. Furia want to make their mark. And Na'Vi are left quaking in their boots. 5 straight rounds and 1 more. That's all it's going to take. How do you recover from this?
Unreal scenes, and the arena lit up, illuminated. 1 round away for Furia. Na'Vi clutching at straws to try and stay alive on Ancient. Fast play into the A site. It's a good opener for Bit. There's no response out of Furia. They're a man down in a bad way. Serato tries to be that man, tries to be that hero, but it's only a bit of damage. Still, the nade's going to flush out Electronic. This was a 3v5 when it began, and now this A play's far from certain. The bomb was dropped back in main earlier on, so Na'Vi have got to go back, and Serato won't let them do that.
Ducking and weaving their way out. Na'Vi still need to reroute for that bomb. This rotation can get cut off.
Dude,
Simple's in a corner. Yuri has no idea, but he's not in a hurry. Bomb yet to be retrieved. Na'Vi slow it down, and the pace change by payoff. Simple shuts him out. Serato, we call in the clutch shot. The best of the event, the best in the server right now. And a 1v2 to end Na'Vi's run on Ancient, to take us to 3.
Bit so uncertain. Simple said, mate, I'm going through Donut. We got to play this one together. That's the only way we can beat him. It's a numbers game now. That's how you try take an edge versus Serato, who just sits back, unfazed by the pressure, waiting in spawn. Molly gonna give it away. He knows that it's the A play now. For years, we've talked about his clutches. Well, now he's gonna go for the throw out through CT. 2 back in the donut side, trying to play around the bomb. It's info for Serato, but the second man is a nasty surprise. Smoke on the bomb makes things a little more interesting. Spam damage connects, tap on it. Bit's moving in, they're spamming. Oh, he knows that someone's out in the open, but Bit discovers him. A missed jump sails him down the river. And Na'Vi keep it in good standing. Well played between Bit and Simple to not get away from that one.
Yeah, Simple could have really jumped the gun on that flank as well in CT. He held there so long until the kills came to him. And the reroute to go back through Donut, in through T-spawn to get that bomb, very dangerous. But it's a decision that saves Na'Vi for at least 1 more round. That is the first rifle round win for Na'Vi. The first. And Furia want to make it the last. Every other round has come off of 4 spies at the start of the half. Now Na'Vi have to work harder than ever to find 5 straight into overtime. This would be a throw of monumental for Furia. You feel like there's no way They can let go now.
Oh, Quaterfinal's sick and tired of waiting around and playing on their terms. Furia are taking space in this round, but Electronics ready for it. Fed the double opener for Furia. Sometimes it's the aggression, that signature move they go to, that can end up giving these games away. This cannot afford to be another example of that, and this is them trying to show just how much they've grown. A 3v3.
Not another 3v5 comeback. Furia fight for it, tooth and nail, claw and jaw. As Furia find a way to win this round, that could break Na'Vi's morale going into a third map. Young looking for a gun, man. He's playing with a goddamn Glock. There's one on ramp, but he won't go for it. Perfecto's going to set him up. This is desperate, but they finally found another rifle. It's all worthwhile. Lean over from Art. He's made the move. He's made the read, and it's the right one. Na'Vi's death warrant signed in this 3-on-3.
Smoke down, but Art's called a good defense here. Him and his AWP back to back, trying to hold on. It's a whiff spray, but he's still alive. And they're safe. The lightning strikes twice out from long. Oh, goes back in. Does give that kill over. Perfecto is wounded. One shot away from death. They've caged the animal inside of the B site. And with Quaterfinal wrapping up through cave, Perfecto's on a timer. Every second counts. And there just isn't time. Surely, no blood. That's done it. Furia, a third map.
They say curiosity killed the cat. Well, right now, ferocity might take down the goats.
All right, number 5 or 6, whatever number we're on.
Yeah, it's the first win for Na'Vi.
Yeah, this was the first. Was this your first tournament with Na'Vi as well?
Yeah,
New York, right?
my first tournament. Yeah. Oh no, my second tournament. But yeah, this one is normal. I mean,
nothing crazy, just a cool clutch.
It was nice. I mean, I didn't expect that I got AK at the end.
Yeah.
My teammates told me, and I think it helped me to spray on Neo.
Last guy.
Last guy. That's what.
You want to put that in the top 10?
That's last place.
Yeah, this is the one.
Oh no, this one, the first one highlight, I think, ever on big stage.
Holy shit, this
it
is
was
all the
CSWC 2014. We played against NIP, like everyone scared of this NIP, you know?
Yeah.
When I played FPL or when I see these nicknames, I was like very ready to show what I'm capable against these players. But there they played like a bot, to be honest. Look what they do.
Yeah.
They think that I'm noob back at the time. And that's why
they didn't have respect for you yet.
Yeah, I mean,
it's funny looking back at these really old highlights because you see all the players making mistakes that like nowadays will never happen.
Yes.
You will never get these looks again. That's cool. Where would you put this one?
Number 8.
Here we are against G2.
What's this? Oh, there is much better highlight from Cologne where I did the record. I even had chance at the end to knife Hunter. He was going like catwalk like this, and I was here, and I could turn around when he turned around like this and knife, and I have a good t-shirt, Navi made it, with record kills.
Oh, really?
And there was like AK, Deagle, oh, but there
one
would be,
knife kill?
Yeah, knife kill would be awesome.
Did you put Hunter's name next to it just for the eternal shame factor?
I mean, this is not even top 15. This is
okay. Yeah.
This is bad, yes. I mean,
not even top 15.
This one is it's just normal.
Not even in there.
Yeah.
That's much more like it from the home crowd. Furia storming in here, taking Ancient like they own the damn place. And if you ask anybody around here, they pretty much do. If you're inside of this arena, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Perhaps you just watch it from home, but I can assure you that right now, things are looking good for a third map. For Furia, they bounce back in the second map, and that's Ancient in the books. It's done, it's over with, and we've broken a nice little viewership number there, didn't we, Blair?
Yeah, 1.4 million, if I'm not mistaken, right? They're watching Furia pull off a masterclass on the T side, right? Starting things off, I'm like, all right, might be able to get 3-4. We were talking about Navi CT side. There was no CT side to be found. That was an incredible T side being put together by Art.
Yeah, and I think it's very important that Furia actually came with that style, you know? Like, after losing first map in that situation, 16-14, a very tight game, and the way they lost, my biggest concern coming into this one would be their mentality. You know, if they would come and play aggressive and play fast-paced, if they would play with confidence. And wow, like they started really well on that map. You know, they even rushed a couple times towards B. Like you could tell that their mental fortitude. You know, they were all about like, let's take the duels, let's not play scared, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, and that has to happen at a certain point, right? You can't just let the other team dictate where the fights are. Round 4, we've got evidence.
Yeah, we can take a look at this round right now. They got into a great start, and this round is actually when it's Navi's buy round. They actually, it's a little messy initially. We have a couple of duels taking place here. What I like from Furia, though, is in a very uncomfortable position. I do believe it's a 2v3 situation they find themselves in. It is going to be the walk-in all the way through CT spawn. They're going to get the bomb down on this A bomb site here. Now, I do believe this play is going to fall right here, leaving Yuri alone in a 1 versus 3, and he just plays it to perfection. And this round was very crucial for Furia because it enables him to get that 5th round. And then on, they were looking strong. They were looking like there was no stopping them, right? And the B bomb side, you pointed it out as well, Lewis. I said earlier before this particular map that the B bomb side, it's where Furia like to go. That's where Samdai Young and of course Perfecto were going to be tested. And boy, oh boy, did they get tested, Trace.
Yeah, there was. I mean, it's just all over the place at certain points. Obviously, the crowd is still adding to that factor. You have to look at that and you have to take it for what it is, Luis.
Yes, absolutely. Like expected, right? Like the crowd has been insane. Like it's been a struggle for the players, I'm sure, to be able to hear each other, communicate with each other. And you know, Furia has to take advantage of that somehow. You know, they have all the crowd supporting them. They have all these energies, amazing arena. Like, I mean, they have what it takes, right? Like they've shown us on this map, they have what it takes to beat Navi. They just have to make sure they play with confidence.
Yeah, and that's what we're looking for. We might have found some evidence of that as well. We do have Yanko standing by on the telly. Start drawing, Yanko.
Thank you, Trace. There's an example of, you know, Furia playing with confidence, but also Navi and some of their miscommunication. So let's go into round 10, reset round. Obviously very important for both teams because of the economy. 4v4 situation. We see Electronic check cave. Art is creeping up to come towards there, right? And now they're going to say, I want for you guys to look at this guy, look at Bit, and look where he's looking. He's worried about that mid flank in this sort of a situation, but you really have to communicate if you're Perfecto and Electronic, right, that you're giving up cave. so that he can come and pick that position up for you. What happened here, they wanted to creep up towards Banana. Art with a Mac 10 obviously just jumps out of cave, because what else would Art do? Gets 2 kills there, swaps out for an M4, gets a 2 more in the post-plant situation, ends up with a 4K. So really for Na'Vi, some miscommunication there. They just started coming back after being down 5-0, end up in the hole losing 10-5, and in such a CT-sided map, it was very difficult for them to come back into the second half. Trace, back to you, just over there.
Hey, man. Hey, peace up. Hey, no, but for real, Ancient in the books, we now get to look at Mirage, the final map of this quarterfinal. You know, we're looking to send one of these teams into the semifinals, all starting out tomorrow. Mirage, is this a fair fight, Luis?
Well, I think it's a fair fight. I think both teams have shown us like a lot of potential on Mirage. I think specifically for Furia, you know, like I think there is one thing that they should take from this map. They're playing with confidence. They're playing really strong, going for plays, playing the after plans really aggressively. But if I'm Furia right now, I would be worried about the fact that Na'Vi is a really strong team, very experienced. I think Na'Vi will understand the way Furia is playing. They will expect those type of like fast-paced plays and, you know, the rushes and everything. So I think for Furia right now, they have to mix things up and they have to be really strong mentally to be able to adapt mid-game. Because if they go all the way aggressive, rushing and everything, I think it could go really bad for them.
I think that's a great point you made right there, is the fact that Furia is sort of team that they like really, you know, just going for the calls from the spawn itself. They don't really play for too many defaults. Very fast aggression, especially towards mid. And guess what Na'Vi likes doing at mid? They like fighting mid. It's going to be bloodbath at mid, Trace. It's going to be amazing.
Of course it will be. Mirage, what a port of call there for the third one. Everyone's like, oh, Inferno. No. Mirage, I'm telling you, that could be the ticket. Actually, the ticket does take us on down to Heku. Where are you at, Heku?
I am at the arena, and I mean, I saw the Twitch chat, I saw Reddit. You were complaining. You were complaining that the arena is empty. Is it though? It's obviously not. We have so many fans. We are losing our voices. We are losing our hearing. We are just losing our mind, because this is not going to be an easy 2-0. We are actually going to 3 maps, and who knows what's actually going to happen on Mirage. We luckily have experts, and they will definitely tell us. So, Desk, what's going to happen on Mirage?
Heku looks like she's having a good old time down there, which does make sense. Everybody here seems to be having a great time, even all the way out to the Fan Fest. But ultimately, Mirage, that's the real test play.
That's absolutely going to be the real test. Look, this is a map both these two teams like to play. I kind of thought if Furia picked Mirage initially, it's going to be a little risky, but now it's even Stevens, baby. And this is where we get to see what Furia have in store against the best player in the world.
Yeah, I think that especially like when you play Mirage against Simple, it's just very important that you try to set the pace of the game. Simple is a player that, in my opinion, like he feels the game. And if you play scared against him, allow him to go for peaks, allow him to feel comfortable in the game, that's where he pops off, and that's where he makes a huge difference for Na'Vi. So for Furia, on the CT side specifically, they have to make sure Simple doesn't go for as many peaks. On the T side, the same thing. Like, you cannot let Simple float around the map, go for his aggressive peaks, and shut down everyone, you know? So I think that's the most important thing for Furia.
Yeah, and I don't even think for Simple's sake that he could come all the way down here to Rio and turn this place into a library. That's just never going to happen. It was not built for that. Gentlemen, thank you very much. We do have one more map to decide the winner of this quarterfinal. It does happen to be on Mirage, and we do go to a quick break. Na'Vi talking it all over, making sure they don't lose in 3. Or is it Furia? Let us know. Hashtag IEM. We'll be right back.
don't really care how people perceive me. If I had listened to what everyone said, I wouldn't be playing CS to begin with. I mean, there have been times where early in my career, when we would lose on LAN, I would feel so embarrassed.
Mathematics in a difficult road for the side, but
I would think to myself, like, I never want to lose again. The community or the casters, they like assign a role to you or a play style to you, and there's this narrative that kind of controls your career. And I felt like I was kind of stuck in a narrative that wasn't really me, you know? Like, the people who have played with me and been in a match server with me on LAN are probably the only people that really know me. I just like having a way to express myself. CS has always been the only way that I've ever really felt like I was being myself. When there's a lot of stress and a lot of pressure, I feel like that's when you really show who you are. Don't listen to what other people say, and just find your way to do whatever you want to do.
No, cash. Yeah, this one huge. This one definitely top 3. In top 3, yeah.
Now, is this top 3 because of the moment and because of the legend around it nowadays?
Yeah.
Or because of the actual play itself?
I mean, there's a bit of luck, of course.
A bit, huh?
Yeah, but like it was crazy in TeamSpeak.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand that nobody understands what happened because they didn't show it on stream.
Yeah.
I understand
they
it
didn't
after,
catch the
after this round, during the next round, I heard that like people, they were shocked because...
Oh, you heard the delayed reaction when the replay came up.
Yeah. And that was great. That was a great moment. Yeah, that was...
Well done. You said top 3?
Yeah, on 3rd place.
Yeah.
Just want to see some others. Yeah, this one is very good because, I mean, of course, next he peaked. And at the end, when I was killing next, I heard the guy rushing me behind. And here I was like, I didn't know that he's ramp. I was trying to plant for timing. There's, I can see him after jump.
Oh, you saw him there, and he shoots.
Yeah, understand. He can be closing door. If he's close, he open, I close. And here I'm just picking on time. So yeah, put this, I don't know, I mean, so let's just leave it.
Let's leave it out for now.
Yeah.
Walking's help is able to get the better of it. Not only that, he's transferred 2 more good headshots. Where's the kills from Navi? There aren't any. It's simple in a 1 versus 5. He's down to 2, he's got a 3rd. All headshots, he better show up.
How do you play these? Because these are, how's the feel of like, because there's always a conversation, do you bail out to the other bomb site, do you stick around?
It's always, yeah, it's mind game. Here I could fake drop, but I decided just go slowly, so from this point he won't hear me. I know that he has good timing. He's probably gonna stay here and on timing pick the wood, you see?
Yeah.
And now he's picking the wood. And yeah, I catch this timing, yes.
So where you put this one? You stopped the comeback, you win a 1v5, you're giggling, you can't believe you just done it.
Man, I mean, there should be top 50. Okay, top 7, let's go.
You're probably the only person who could fill up a top 50, so that wouldn't be fair to everyone else.
Well, we've ended up with a dream, really. It doesn't quite feel real, does it? But here in Rio, Furia have longed it out all the way to a 3rd map. Gone are the jitters from Antwerp. And a new Furia set to rise in front of the home crowd. Na'Vi blowing out the water on Ancient. 16-10, most dominant victory in the series so far, and it went the way of the Brazilians. Now we get ready to head to Mirage.
Unbelievable to even think that this could have been a 2-0 if not for that eco win for Na'Vi right at the end of Nuke. But now they've got to fight onwards, fight forwards into a third map. Pinch me indeed, Harry. Mirage, the notebooks are out. But at this point, I think somewhat prep out the window. We're going to see some unbelievable rounds in map 3. And I think it's worth noting Simple. We all know this guy's name. 1.31 rating in this event coming into this quarterfinal. He is now the bottom performing player in the series at a 0.8 rating. Having trouble, but has Furia's first map win awakened the monster, awakened the beast, or has it put this bad boy to bed? These are the questions, and we're not far from the answers, are we, Harry?
Yeah, Simple was always this kind of immune god. You never felt like the pressure would get to him, but it has in this quarterfinal. And I think when you look at the kind of stars we were looking towards, really, I was looking at Quaterfinal and Simple coming into this matchup, and it's been night and day between the two of them.
Yeah, nightmare for Simple. Pesadeo in the server right now.
Bit of a callback on that one.
Why not? Brazil rears their head and now sits even keel with Na'Vi. The best team left in the tournament put to their last legs on the final map. Na'Vi have got to play like they never have before, and that's just to survive the quarterfinals.
Yeah, you know, you end up thinking that if Furia can get over this hurdle in the quarterfinals, then the sky is the limit.
It's what we said coming into this series. Whoever wins this game is set up to take the trophy in Rio, and what a way it could be done on home soil. Mirage to finish, Furia on Na'Vi.
Coming into this, I said it feels like a dream. Well, now we have to see if we will have that dream caught by the dream catchers of Na'Vi, or are we straight lucid on this one? Furia, eyes on the prize. Let's get into Mirage. Na'Vi with a T-side start, and Furia, CT to open. They want to fight mid right away. Smoke down and in the way, and now Na'Vi picking up the pace. Safe looking for faces, but can't find anything. In connector, it's Bitten Yuri going blow for blow. In the end, Na'Vi come out ahead. Oh. They find another. Oh dear, Quaterfinal will hold the line. Just gets out after taking one of the dome, but now he's got to go above and beyond here. It's him and Art in the 2 versus 3.
It's a goddamn bloodbath in the A site. There's a kit down in spawn. The Furia are far away from that pickup. Art catches the cross as Simple gets his head cut off, and that Molotov is a problem for Bit. He's got to move back, pinched into a corner. Art hunts him down. Perfecto, a shot from his demise, a shot from death. Can he survive? Tucked him back behind the boxes, buying time. Seconds remaining. Oh. He hits ahead, and he might silence this whole stadium with a few seconds to spare. Art runs him down, but I think the clock decides it.
It's so close. Everyone waits. Everyone waits.
Rio roars! There is no better map to finish this series on. A map where individuals can shine, where stars can show, where Simple will force by, whether it's right or wrong, into a Glock round. But he needs to stand tall like never before. First pick in mid, but he's dinked.
These are normally the moments where Simple is Mr. Dependable. Oh, something's looking to go his way. He's going to juggle the AK out of there. Thanks to his lucky stars, he's still alive. Furia, a man down. This has been how these rounds have gotten away from them. Absolutely. When that first kill is untraded, when they really try to stick to their guns, you don't have the resources, you don't have the manpower to get super aggressive anymore. And this is where Na'Vi have often rid the wave, rode it all the way to success. Let's see if they can. Furia, unwavering, not budging. Waiting 2-2, beckoning Na'Vi in.
And they will come. 30 seconds. A shot from Bit. Eviscerates Safe on the top. And now Yuri needs a multi-kill. They throw themselves at him round the corner. And Yuri decimates their opposition. 4 kills, 3 health. Simple shutdown. And it's a Furia round.
This is Yuri's moment. What a sequence. Look at this.
It may only be pistols, Harry, 1 rifle in play, but these are the rounds that have flipped this series on its head. Non-converted pistols, forced by Zico wins. These are the ones that matter when the going gets tough.
When you go the full 30, these are the rounds you look back on, right? So Furia at least hold on there. Na'Vi back in with guns again. Fast up short, but Quaterfinal's got the info. Gets the spot off, drops off now, and repositions inside of the B site. Rotates coming over. Bit, first man a frag, but suddenly Furia respond back. Drop, trying to hold on to the B site. Electronics up through the short side, but out on an island. He's cut down. Perfecto, 1v3, up and over, into the B site, into the belly of the beast. And Furia are hungry.
Digested. Consumed by the stomach acid. Furia melt Na'Vi in a 3rd round, and you'd be crazy to say you weren't believing. Energy harnessed, momentum building. Are Na'Vi really gonna crumble in a game of this magnitude? In a momentous matchup? It's early. It's early in the map. But Furia are here to play all day. Dangerous angle for drop, but he can't do exactly as his name suggests. Fall off after 1. There's the 1. There's the drop, and Nate to follow. If Na'Vi run his way, there's already 3 in the sight.
They might have to call this off. This is a pretty dire way for it to start, and that smoke in your face is only going to slow it down. Perfecto looking for a little gap. But he's been spotted, he's been dealt with. It's a complete and utter failure at the fast B. Every fight that you needed to win goes against you, so you've got to look elsewhere. And Simple, well, he has come up with the goods with that frag over in mid. It's still a ways to go before Na'Vi have much riding on this round. Swing in a mid, Quaterfinal keeps them in check, denies the mid-play, and then some! Hero round after hero round for Furia!
It's multi-kill madness, Harry. Yuri's done it. Quaterfinal's given us the goods. Art picked it up at the pistol. And if this many players are popping off with multi-kills, Na'Vi are in for a world of hurt. It's Furia's world. Another buy for Na'Vi, an attempt at least coming down early, but now it matters more than ever to stop this momentum from building. Double AWP for Furia. Throwing it out of the window.
Can't even imagine what this is starting to feel like, you know, Furia riding this high. For someone like Art, this must feel incredible that they're longing it out, that they're looking so good coming into the 3rd for the longest time. He was, you know, one of these doubted players, the kind of mad scientist behind Furia who shaped the identity of this team, but was also the one blamed for why they would fall off in playoffs. Well, that Furia style, it's a little more refined, a little classier this time around. They've grown, they've adapted, they've gotten better. Now Na'Vi just looking for one round on the board, and Perfecto at least has started them the right way.
Minute on the clock, Bomb regrouping up top mid and drop even, rushes that flank. Perfecto's throwing himself over the stairs to find a second. Na'Vi have broken their way through, but Perfecto on a tear. It's a tear for Furia. Blinded eyes for Art sends him back into the B-bomb site, but executed from behind by Bit. Leaves Quaterfinal in the wrong place. Na'Vi finally break their way in to this map.
They want to try and hunt down Quaterfinal. They want to try and knock this orb out of the picture. He wants to do everything he can to keep his hands on it, but they're already here. The enemies are at the gate on this one. Quaterfinal won't survive the crossing. And so Na'Vi, they don't just get there first, but they make it an expensive one for the opposition. That's a double orb knocked out of it for Furia.
Map 1 was us just giving credit to Electronic. Some incredible calls on T-side and Nuke, netted them a winning half, netted them so many amazing rounds. Well, now he has got to dig deep. The new captain for Na'Vi as of this year has to show us what he's here for. It's a loose map. It's one where your stars can be given freedom, where Simple can take his spawns. 5 pop-off rounds off the orb. But Electronic still needs to put the pieces of the puzzle in place, and not a piece missing. Flash in the face, Simple blind, missed shot, they chase him. But smoke down will allow us escape for now.
All right, Na'Vi looking to go. But in case you can't tell, everyone still believes Fury has got this in the bag. 3 strong over at this A side of the map. That bomb toying with the idea of going back. Will decide to stick to their guns, looking like this A split going to come through the pipeline for Na'Vi.
This could get awkward if Sumdayoung doesn't perform here, because Simple close range AWPing against pistols can get very hairy. Yeah. They're relying on a flank and they're running out of time.
Yeah, this double mid setup's got to be lovely from Bit and Electronic, right? On top of that, you're dead on. Sumdayoung's got to win this opener, or else Simple is alone with the bomb at ramp. Sumdayoung lives up to his side of the bargain. Bit up through the connector. Yuri under Palace, helped out by Quaterfinal, but he can't survive much longer. Drop has to just write this one off. He's not a madman. He's going to let them get away with it.
It's that reposition for Safe. That is everything. That was a dry ramp hit. If Safe stays on ramp and gets that opening kill, that round can come crumbling down. The reposition back to default to fight Con with an AWP. It leaves Furia in the mud. A very broken buy anyway from 5-7s to AWPs, and Na'Vi managed to succeed. Bit, beautiful con luck with Electronic, shreds them. And Furia save almost nothing. Great to see Bit with a hot start on a fantastic A map for the young aimer. 19 years himself. We talk about drop. Bit must be in that conversation. Pinpoint precision on his rifle. And he started very cold on Ancient. Cannot afford to happen again. And Bit begins this map brilliantly for Na'Vi.
Yeah, back when he first joined the team, Bit looked like a real X-factor. Wasn't until you kind of saw a bit of a dip in the performance, you really figured out just how valuable he is when he's feeling it. And so if we have Bit getting switched online here, we could have that second wind out of Na'Vi. What?
Jesus.
Oh, it's just 2-tap Sumdayoung out of the round. Still, Na'Vi poised to deal with this. Oh, how much can a USP really do here? He's mollied out. Burn under the Palace, and this A-bomb site falls into enemy hands. Na'Vi, they're good in this one.
That spot alone for Electronic signaling that the vent was closed, opened up the site. They knew they had room. They knew it was a B stack. Na'Vi get a plant. They spray the spawn. Simple lights him up with damage. Perfecto here to close it out. Drop picks up the pieces of his save, but even that molly goes under the balcony, not where he wanted it. Perfecto, that nade will end a round, or end a life at least, as Drop dies. And this is Furia falling like flies in a 2-on-3. just looking for damage. One more kill would be nice. It would make it a good eco. For now, though, Na'Vi giving away nothing, finding a third with ease. Any guns?
Ooh. Nothing at the end for Quaterfinal. But right now, we're all furious, Imp's son. Oh, that's a lovely little tap down the ramp.
You know, at the end of the day, no matter who wins, who loses.
Oh, it's delivered, hasn't it?
Yeah, we got a game. And I don't think Furia, even though they're still, in my eyes, not the favorite on a map like this, they are going to put up a fight. It is inevitable. But Na'Vi have that tenure. They have those maps logged. Wins over the best in the world. Close losses to Cloud9 at this event. And some real series that feature this map as a mainstay of their pool this year alone. Na'Vi are no strangers to the dusty roads of Mirage. But can tenure overwhelm this? That's yet to be answered.
Yeah, what hits harder? Passion or experience in this case? Furia have more than enough heart to win this, but Na'Vi are the ones with the history. In the mid we go. Na'Vi trying to take middle away. Furia, it's game, set, and match as they poise in middle, not to fight for the control, but to deal with the protocols once Na'Vi have got mid. You're holding down damn near every little alleyway that becomes accessible once mid's been gained. The one gap is over here towards shore at the B site. And if Na'Vi tee up towards this side of the map, then suddenly Drop is in very hot water. Lucky for him, Na'Vi go lower first. Info flash from Quaterfinal in window, won't find a thing. Gonna try his hand at it again. This time a smoke dropped for Yuri in the connector. Very easy does it on this mid-take. Na'Vi, they've been lavish with the time they've dedicated to it, but it won't leave them with a lot when they actually set up to hit a bomb site. So things have got to go flawlessly here. No util for Furia other than this one Molotov on Art. It is in the right place. It's going to go into the connector now. Na'Vi boosting into the window. They've left this one really down to the wire. We've got 20 seconds as the play's coming in. One kill in the right place at the right time from the right man. Could do it. Yuri drops the bomb. And even though he's gone after that kill, Electronics doing all he can. There's no winning the round. There's no recovering this one.
Yuri brings that fury. This guy does not relent, and what a time to step up. Him and Quaterfinal have been the kings of this series for the Brazilian side. And the typical names that we expect on the top of the board for Na'Vi absent so far. Will they survive the tide of Rio? Yuri will not allow it. Not easily, at least. And you talk about riding that wave, Harry, that wave of energy the crowd is bringing. If Na'Vi panic for a moment, they will drown in it. They have to swim to the shore. And they can feel themselves drifting.
Still, right now, the shore's within vision. Salvation's right there. If they win this, they're going to break the money of Furia, and suddenly Na'Vi are right back in it. Pressure still there for Furia in a pretty big way, despite holding a lead. Paramount to recognize, in reality, they're one round away from having this go to an even odds game. Opener secured as Yuri spams the smoke. Na'Vi trying to get out ramp, but they don't like what they see.
Yeah, it's a crazy opening kill for Yuri to find through the smoke. Bit wasn't even spraying at him, and that's a top performer. That's a guy cracking open these rounds for Na'Vi, dead early. 3 and now 1 in those opening duels. He dies first. Na'Vi have to pick up where he left off. Flashes into mid, will find information for Furia, but it's down to the ramp crunch. Already Yuri starts strong again. This guy has put up a performance in this map already, and he's even done further damage to Sumdayoung. Simple's not given a chance. If they swing, he will hit it. No! Sumdayoung bails him out. Time ticking, Simple clicking. 3-on-3 into the A site.
Art's already here, so is Quaterfinal, but you better hope that someone can deal with Simple, who comes over the top of the stairs. Quick flick to find Art. Knocks him out of the round. In the molly. This might be enough. 2v2, and it grinds to a bit of a hold plant. For Na'Vi's tenuous, and the nade! Oh, it's brutalized them! Sumdayoung dead! And Quaterfinal nade and dreams to make it happen. A home run for the hometown heroes!
Despite Simple's best efforts, he hit those shots. He hit everything he had to, but he stumbles backwards into a Molotov, and Na'Vi are so constricted, constrained to the default box. Furia unleash Hellfire. The utility to do it for a 6th. They hold their nerve.
For Na'Vi, I can't imagine they've ever experienced anything like this. Everywhere they've ever played, it feels like there's been some corner of the stadium that was rooting for these guys, but not here. That much is for certain.
Perfecto said he wanted to be the villain. He wanted the crowd against him. Well, how do you like them apples now?
Na'Vi, they don't want to let this get too far gone.
This is a recommit on A. So it looks like. Is that bomb really going to go up? They have no real estate there. They throw in mid-util late in the round. Bids coming out from under. This is an expectation. Miss smoke. Big mistake for Na'Vi. At a paramount time. Gives on that info to middle. They will flash him off for now. Na'Vi are going for that recommit into A, trying to hope that they've got the util out of Furia. It's not quite the case. There's still nades in play. Missed shot from the orb, caught from the palace. Man down under, got to dig their own grave. And Sumdayoung and Electronic combined for entries apiece. 5-on-2, Furia flushed out, down the bowl.
That is actually a very scary round from Na'Vi, right? They kind of try to compose themselves a little bit heading into it. They have this belief that if they just nail down this exec, then they're going to be able to do it in spite of the numbers there, in spite of the Furia setup. And they don't just do it, they do it cleanly. There's barely a lick of damage done here to Na'Vi. So that's like a real round to put you back in this game if you're Furia.
We want to talk worries for Furia. What we've already seen in a few of these rounds now, Safe's positioning has been absolutely out of the picture. Yeah. He has been pushed out with the AWP.
He's been great on the other map.
Right,
so
constantly changing position, caught out on the CT side. This is a CT side AWPer's dream. Safe should be performing, but he keeps getting caught out on CT.
Glad you've called attention to it, because now we have to keep an eye on it, right? We have to see if Safe can turn this around. He's had the AWP a handful of times now, and getting caught out here in this fashion, kind of similar to in rounds gone by, really. Now is not the time you want to emerge as the weak link, especially after not just matching up against Simple in this series, but far out exceeding him on the other 2 maps. Let's see if it's just a case of the jitters, if he's able to brush it off, because Simple certainly believes he's up to the task. Holding for this jump, that's not one you want to repeat. Drop gets the info at least, that's something for Furia.
Very hard shot. Even attempting it is optimistic. R gets flashed out under, but they don't peek with it. The flash comes far too early for the fight. And R just regains the angle. Why not? No fear in the round. he takes matters into his own hands. And if he flanks now, it frees up the entirety of the B-side defense to rotate out. They don't want to jump the gun. Art started to move forward. Smokes land over on A as Na'Vi again blanket this bomb site. Again, it's the double dip. But Furia won't fall for it once more. They've moved everyone in.
Yeah, they're calling the bluff in Na'Vi here. They've kept everyone over towards A. All in the right place, right time. Let's see if Furia can hold the line. They're starting to doubt themselves now. Quaterfinal's up and left, but the calls come in. You've got to come back. Oh, just looks away. It's a weird fight down in lower. Meanwhile, this A site thrown into chaos. Yuri responds with the opener, but his teammate's dead. Back of the site, drop with a Famas, and Quaterfino swinging at CT. This one's all over the place. Talk about made in the madness. Now's the time. Simple. There's a quick shot. Quaterfino waits with bated breath. They don't know, but Simple makes it look easy. Quite a fashion to find the round. It's so chaotic.
What a save from Simple. What a save. I mean, that was going all over the place. To think that was a 5v5 in the A site with the smokes down in the middle of nowhere, and Na'Vi don't know where to look. They're just getting thrown player through smoke after smoke, and Simple shuts them all out. The pressure really is on his shoulders, and while it's never been a problem before, it has been to start this series, not to finish it though. He's here for that finishing blow. Another opener from the aforementioned man after he closes the previous. And Furia, re-aggression on the ramp into a Mach 10. Not only the multi-kill potential, but even if they kill him, little to work with.
Oh dear, oh dear, into the meat grinder. Sumdai Young making money.
Shredded.
And Na'Vi still showing that they're very much in this series.
Yeah, I'm glad we've had that. These last couple of rounds have been very reassuring. We wanted calls out of Electronic to bail Na'Vi out. They've had some really nice double pump XX into A. The Furia have fallen for not once, but twice now. If they believed in their gut last time, they could have won it off of the stack, and now that only creates the conditioning. If Na'Vi go back to early A smokes, do Furia want to believe it? Or will that be the time that Na'Vi fake it and hit us with a B play?
That's the mind game, isn't it? That's the game within the game.
Oh!
Up in the top mid, Art tries getting involved early. The IGLs clash, but will Art survive the crossing back? He does, getting into that smoke. He's secured his path to safety in the round. Going back in for more. It's ballsy. It's a very Art decision here.
Yeah.
Leaving himself in a vulnerable position, but winning the gunfight makes it all worth it. High risk, high reward, and in this case, it's the latter. Now, Simple. No. That was almost on. Out through the balcony, Sumdai Young leads the charge into the A play. Smoke's going down. There's a wrap through spawn.
Oh my.
Art's got to finish the job he started, and he will. That's the bomb getting away from Na'Vi.
He wasn't even holding the flank. He was trying to leave. He was checking the T-spawn with 4 health. It's left a bomb on an island. Art won't hurry to find it. He allows Na'Vi to pick it back up in full well knowing their smokes will fade by the time they attempt A again, and it allows the stack to stay stoic. Unwavering is Yuri, and recommitting into their inevitability is Na'Vi. 2-on-5, picked apart, Simple low. There is no way out of this. Na'Vi have to fight for it.
Oh, Simple tag and finished off now. Sumdai Young cut down.
What a play for Art, man. What an experienced play. Not just to flank that bomb and drop it, but to give it up. A middle finger to Na'Vi, take it. I've got the round already. And he drops bit again. This was the guy who started this T-side for Na'Vi, and Art is ending it.
It has to be said, he's not just been brilliant in terms of the calling. His individual numbers have looked real pretty in this quarterfinal. Art leading by example. Quaterfino, that's a good dink to open up this round. Sumdai Young going into Art's lair. lower tunnels belongs to this guy. And he won't even look to leave. Art is planting the Brazilian flag down in the lower tons.
And Na'Vi, can they grip it? Can they pull it out? Or will it slip through their fingers yet again? Art is still oppressive, down under. Digging to the core of the earth. Bit, a massive fight, gotta flick back. Is there a flash? It doesn't seem like it. Art's in no hurry. He lets them have Cat. We might see a B play after all. Shot in the legs, hop, hop, skip, jump. Electronic finally takes him. It's Bit actually on top. Will stop the in-game leader. 4-on-4, up Cat into B, desperate.
Missed tiny shot for safe, and now Drop's got to be the one to deal with it. They're up close, they're right here. Oh, holds the line, but there is another man coming at him fast through. Shaw, Drop drops the bomb. And now the alarm bells are going off, but Drop's unrelenting. He just won't give up. Scenes, Hugo!
The nade pull, that is a psychopathic play. To pull a nade when you know they're coming in for the trade, and still he makes it look pretty. From AK to Orb, Drop, digs Na'Vi a shallow grave. He ain't got time to dig 6 feet. Fury are running to the semi-finals.
Head on a swivel. He's fighting both top, mid, and lower tunnels. Only a matter of time. And now Simple responds. They've woke a vengeful god, and Simple out for blood in middle. Scope with the Orb.
I mean, they've been winning all half in middle. Na'Vi have had this real estate the entire time. It's only the last 2 rounds with Art's obtrusiveness dropping down lower that Fury have even started to make their claim here. It finally bites them back. And now Na'Vi, what's the plan of attack? 5-on-3, group should be a surefire round to finish this half with style. At the end of the day, 17 rounds, it's great for Na'Vi. They'll take it, they need it.
But
they can't drop the ball here.
Safe with a missed shot again, man. 2-11, having a bit of a rough go at it. This is his last go to see if he can recover right at the end of the half. Gonna need him to step up. 2 men down, missing the resources, missing the manpower. This would be the time for a hero to emerge. Gamble stack called, and Furia in the right side of the map.
Oh no.
Art knows they love these A plays. It's been the bread and butter of Na'Vi. Well, he's here lying in wait ahead of time now. Quaterfinal dead after 1. Drop can't hold on.
No way.
Safe left up in the clutch. Nails that first shot. Oh, but not any further. Bit puts a stop to it. And it's neck and neck in this 3rd and final map. Na'Vi and Furia rages on.
we are in the big arena, and right now by my side is like probably the luckiest person that I have ever met, because Melon, you won the golden ticket in Cologne, and the reason why you are here is actually because you got this whole deal of going to Brazil, going to a major. Is this your first time in this country?
Yeah, it's like the first time I'm in Brazil, like in America, South America. It's like amazing experience here. Yeah.
And is this your first ever major?
Yeah, it's like the first major. I was at IEM Cologne. It was my first event, and luckily I got sent to here by DHL. Big thanks to DHL. Yeah.
Big thanks to DHL. I'm sure that you're really enjoying this whole thing, but like we have a third map to watch, so like let's get to it.
As this third map rages on into the night, only one team can stand tall at the end of things. One half between elimination and qualification to the semi-finals here in Rio. This major has been a long time coming. 2 years of planning and waiting, and there will be tears at the end.
Win or lose, it's been an incredible game. Neck and neck into the third map. We either watch 15,000 dreams die all at once, or we see elation. One thing's for certain though, let's just enjoy the best fucking game of all time, shall we? Furia, T-side start, out towards this A side of the map. Molly gonna force some Young into the open, and now they look to cross. Towards Yuri on the receiving end of that. Electronic with a keen headshot to find him. Plant coming in the meantime. Damage done for Simple. It's an advantage siding with the Brazilians, siding with Na'Vi rather. Furia able to equalize. A big kill to find. Quaterfinal holding on, but now they look to move in. Flash goes high. Quaterfinal blinded. Has to just tuck his teammates now. Trying to watch the cross, and Quaterfinal keeps nailing shot.
From the young gun and the experienced player of Brazil. Furia find a pistol round in their pocket, and Na'Vi quake in their boots. That is one way in. Na'Vi were poised perfectly. Simple jumped the gun on his CT fight, not set up with flashbangs. Na'Vi can feel it slipping, and in this round it certainly will. Furia ferociously fight their way through, and Na'Vi have nothing to offer in terms of their buy. Bit dropped in. Oh, he catches a player. Sideline though. Electronic the same, and the cover is there. The Brotherhood of Furia fighting tooth and nail, trading every kill, allowing no way back into this round. It's 10 digits, and 6 will do it. To deck the king of Counter-Strike and his merry men.
And how poetic would this be? Furia, they've been on the grind. They constantly fell short in playoffs. Able to get here, but never able to stand the test of time. Well, that might be about to change now. Safe opens the round. Traded by Electronic, sure. Quaterfinal fast out through the apartments, maybe a little deeper than they're ready for as he gets behind the van. Facto sees that util going over, should know that there's a man here, tries to get in behind the bench, but is tagged up through that smoke. Quaterfinal waiting for them to cross. He invites them to try and get to the bench, and they will make it. Bit deals with him. Furia grinds to a very awkward halt. The idea of getting out of apartments seemed like a sound one with the real estate they had on Quaterfinal, but it's come to an abrupt halt here. Drop desperately looking for a way back in. Gonna try and probe the site now, gonna try and move in. Takes this initial fight. Perfecto sees him on the jiggle. Drop Sees the head but can't find the kill, and with Bit just playing a patient game here inside of the site. He should have the drop on the aforementioned man. Closing the gap now. Flash goes in. It's a good flashbang drop. Wins the first fight, but that's when Bit pounces. They never knew about him. Oh, God! Electronics naded him out of the round. That can't be a decision they come to regret, and it's not, thankfully.
Jesus. We have not seen a round pace like that in this map. Na'Vi were not rushing sites like that. Furia stayed true to their style. But that slowdown for Na'Vi, that double smoke wall put in the bomb site, no time to even use it in the apartments. They get stuck in and wait for Furia to fall and commit. That they do. 8 rounds now to Na'Vi. A chance of redemption when no one thought possible. They said the same with Nuke. It was set up for Furia, and Na'Vi saved the day. They can do so yet again. Bit here to stop this B rush. Perfecto ahead of the smokes. Furia running and gunning yet again. They go 1-for-1, but these flashes blind both sides, and Bit needs a surprise from the short side. Simple helps. Bit firing off, out of ammo. They're getting deeper.
Na'Vi are all here knocking on the door of this B-bomb site. Drop is an unknown entity. He's super deep within the site, and they shouldn't know, but Electronic goes looking, goes hunting, and checks the close angle. Quaterfinal and Yuri a bullet away from certain death. This looks to be a done deal for Na'Vi. If they just hold their ground here, it's going to be real rough for Furia to get back in. Quaterfinal knocked out a bit, and Yuri, might just have to admit defeat on this one. These B rotates out of Na'Vi have been fierce, I'll tell you that much. It feels like Electronics got a very good read on how Furia were hoping to play this T side.
Yeah, you have to admire the attempt, right? Back-to-back B rushes, just trying to play the momentum game, trying to break their way through early in the half. If they win them, they shatter Na'Vi's money, they shatter their confidence. They probably end this entire series. But Na'Vi throw another spanner in the works. Stand tall. And continue to try and break hearts to be that championship team we know them to be.
One thing I am super nervous about is saving the Galil armor here. That's going to hamstring you into a bye, and we've already seen how, you know, the money management can be the death of Furia. It's led to their demise before.
It wouldn't be the first time, but it might be the last. If Na'Vi have their way. Still waiting for the late activation of Simple. Gone a bit quiet at the start of this half yet again. And the reason we bring it up so much is because this is the guy, this is the one reliable piece of Na'Vi, the one player who you can always expect to see at the top of the server. An average performance in a game that matters most. Furia don't bite the bullet though, Harry. They allow Yuri to take a back seat. Pistols round this one saved rifle gives Furia more room to move later in the map.
It's still going to throw the money into a weird place, man. It still makes me concerned just knowing how kind of misreading the forces has been the death of Furia many a time. And this, I feel like, only tempts you to do that. Sure, not in this round now, but down the line. If Na'Vi start to come back into this one, you will face scenarios where it's all a bit all over the place for Furia. Na'Vi very cognizant that mid was the aim of the game here. They're all grouped to deal with it.
Oh, this is a dangerous pick. They're going to try and walk together. Oh, Zink onto both sides of the equation. Electronic closes the gap. Catches drop right below and running away. Drags him into Simple. He will drag them to hell with him. Flashed out. Electronic remains in the connector. Simple now waits for him. They swap sides to the same success. Art falls. Simple aggresses. And he's going to catch them with their pants down in middle. Na'Vi 5 alive at the end of that forced buy, or rather eco for Furia. And now we're going to look to a buy round, but as you said, money problems, one player lacking. The rest have to pick up that slack.
As you're coming back into this one, this is where, you know, Na'Vi, they start to almost feed off of, you know, preying on Furia's downfall, as it were. This is the villain arc they said they were so keen to take up, and it could come to fruition before our very eyes.
If Na'Vi steal this series away with how dominant HM was, with almost, you know, dropping the ball back on Nuke, relying on 5-7s, and with a comeback here off the back of Furia, taking that pistol and that momentum into their T side, what a win that would be for Na'Vi. And what a devastating loss for Furia.
Yeah, if you want to lay all your cards on the table, you'd say, well, this is it, you know? It's a pretty quiet, simple performance by all standards. The usual suspects aren't really showing up for Na'Vi. If you can't do it now, when were you ever meant to do it?
Same with Sepa Cloud9, eliminated yesterday. An open field, Furia came to play ball.
I do like this from Furia, though. Art's changed it up a little bit in this one, right? There's a bit more mobility to this T side right now. I think one of the big problems is that thus far, it's felt kind of one note, kind of flat. Wherever you see the first player is where you're going to see the next four. This time, they're throwing a bit of trickery in, hoping that this util over towards B is going to force a rotate out of Na'Vi, as many previous rounds have. But because nothing else other than that smoke rains out from Quaterfinal in the apartments, Na'Vi call their bluff. They keep bodies over towards A, so Drop's going to put him in bags.
Electronic flashed in, Bit fires out from under, and he does get a kill. Young rather stealing it with a swing. Out of ammo, Bit's still trapped in. They don't have a Molotov for his position. He buys time with a smoke, and it's time Furia don't have. They can't afford to waste. Up through the connector, caught by Perfecto. Quaterfinal slips the net. No one knows as the cool killer comes in to backstab Na'Vi.
Oh, I don't think Perfecto saw that. It was close. Oh, everywhere. Still, he's going to beat Bit in the head dead at 1 HP, the difference. Back in CT spawn. Young spammed out. Perfecto's got to do it alone. Up through the connector, looking for a way back in. Everyone's wounded on the other side. Not out of the realms of possibility. But Quaterfinal on this wraparound, holding him from window, gives that fight over. That can't afford to be the kill that tempts him in, and it won't be. Perfecto writes it off. Furia break the silence.
And maybe break the sound barrier as well. They will with 5 more, no doubt about it. Well, the going's still good. Na'Vi have to get going on this CT side. 3 in a row broken. But this save was the right call. Up by 1. And solid anchoring for Na'Vi, like you put it wisely. They did not fall for that fake. That one smoke play into the B site. Simple even had lower, clearing the underpass rotation. And while Na'Vi's anchor is going to kill a piece, it's still Furia to break their way through. Anyone's game here on Mirage. Perfecto starting to activate late as well. We saw the same on Nuke. A dismal start to that game, but a rock-solid CT defense. And now Na'Vi need it now more than ever.
I gotta say, for Furia, it is very, very cool how for the longest time it felt like since that departure of Henny, this squad struggled to replicate the successes they were having, to, you know, rebuild that hype that we used to have. It's been a long while since he was in the server for him now. And when Drop first moved in, a lot of people would doubt as if this was the solution. Well, right now he's up there alongside Yuri and Quaterfinal making this game happen. Can he keep it up? He's been one of the hero figures here, and he's the first man out at ramp trying to get this A play started.
Oh, they saw him over the smoke.
Looking for a way in, tries his hand at a chance, but it's spam, but it's Drop trying to make waves inside of the site. Young gets out of there, goes with the flow back in a sport. Nade going in, Bit dispatching a Drop. The numbers starting to swap back the other way. Na'Vi once again here with these very, very fast rotates. And now that the smokes have faded, there's no illusion, there's no cover. You're going into the waiting guns, hoping that you can win these fights. They will win 2 of them. Battling this round back over in mid. Electronic. Oh, timing! a chance!
And Perfecto's made the call. He's tried to make the read. While K-Serato is a clutch, and Perfecto's known to do the same. He won't step too far. He won't go to B. He remains in the right site with success in his mind. Perfecto must perfect this round. 20 seconds out from the palace. He looks back, a flick, a chance, and Safe saves the day. 3 kills from the struggling Orpa. The rifle comes to life and keeps Furia alive.
This third map looked like it was going to go one or two ways for Safe. Either it's remembered it's one, or he wins the one round he has to tip the scales in favor of Furia.
It doesn't matter.
One where he goes quiet and never even gets to play. And he wants it to be the former. That is a big round from someone who has been silent all map. And it's tipped the scales, it's turned the tide. Just pistols for Na'Vi as they're broke.
It's not just the in-game money, it's the mindset as well. He remembers what he can achieve, and he saves Furia from devastation in a 1v1. Furia foaming, frothing at the mouth. Rabid at ramp. Here to end another round, and it's one that Na'Vi have no business being involved in. Double drop, cartwheel forward, the pistol's fine too.
This happened back on Nuke, it can't happen again. Furia need the hero and drop. He's trying to be that guy. There we go. Forged in the fires of Furia Academy, and now perfectly ripe come land time. Drop with 3, simple back in spawn, quick tap, but dead. 2 drop.
The future of Counter-Strike is bright. And it's not just the young players.
It's so crazy, man. As mentioned, when Drop was brought in, a lot of people thought it was a short-term deal. It was a plug and play just to hold the place, to keep the seat warm. Oh, well, he's doing more than that now. This guy, really, alongside legends of the game, he's the one that we're talking about. He's the one that, as this third map has raged on, has really risen to the occasion.
Yeah, and the rookie on the other side, right? Back in that T-half, it was Bit's brilliance that baffled his furious foes, but right now, even younger, but even more ready. Drop is setting Furia up for success, setting them up for a semi-final. Na'Vi, a requirement is this round, or playing for overtime they shall. You don't want to be there. It let them down on Ancient. Another A attack, Furia throws smokes, and they run right out ramp.
You can't hear a thing right now. Na'Vi trying to stop this one, trying to stop the drop. Oh, they've whittled him down, they've poked the bear, but now he's angry. Simple back in CT, Scope posted with the orb. Don't often miss these, don't often get the wrong read in these spots. This Simple, but drops on the angle. They're doubled up here, they want to try and trade this. Drop, not even needing the help. Nails Simple, but is dead after his one. K-Serato now being called for, now being asked to hold the line again in this clutch. This will be another must-win round from the bottom-performing player of Furia. Over the stairs, over the top, Perfecto spams him out.
And that's what he's known for. That's the late game. Oh, he's lost it! No kids! No kids! Na'Vi fumble the bag! Divine intervention in Rio. Furia's redemption. The semi-final rears its head as Na'Vi's is cut off.
Oh, you said it's what he's known for. This is not what he wants to be his memory in Rio, but he doesn't have a choice.
And that's another clutch for Safe. Just staying alive, just buying time. Sometimes it's not the fights you take, but the fights you don't. Ferocious again.
That's it. Na'Vi are all in up against 14. If they don't win this round, it's done.
Oh, a second earlier, Simple would have found a 5-on-4. But these openers have all come up in favor of Furia on the T side. A solo B play. Electronic has slipped right by them by accident. It's only Perfecto. He needs help. And there's no one to save him. There's not even someone to bury the body.
It's Vintage Art. He's in your spawn before you've even left it. Drops alongside him, fighting every step of the way. Safe reaches double digits and Furia on to 15.
It's meant to be. Forged in the fires of Brazil and eviscerating major champions on the other side. Back-to-back grand finals for Na'Vi. No longer. Not if Furia can find just one more.
Can you feel it?
Na'Vi can. And not in the way they wanted.
Is this really happening? If Furia win this, this might be the beginning of something bigger for the new generation Brazilian team. Someone that we can all get behind.
And they make Na'Vi stew in it. Another timeout. Catch your breath, folks.
They're savoring the moment. They're figuring out how to take this one home. And as a cardboard cutout, the old legend watches on. The guys up on stage, they're solid gold.
Fallen warp so Furia could run. And Art sprinted every step of the way. This is a major of madness. A major made for Furia. And one round makes them the favorites.
They're the furthest this squad's been able to get through the majors as well. Everything's on the line here, Furia. 5 kills is all they need. Drop top fragging. He went to the Furia Academy, all right, and now he'll teach you a thing or two about this game. Art gonna try and take this first fight. Clash of the IGLs over in Connector, and Art wins it. Electronic, the first domino to fall. Simple might trade it back, and that will hush the crowd up for just a moment. Still believe in Furia. Undeterred, have their sights set on middle and safe. Quiet all the way till the very end. Now roaring to life. 2 more kills for Furia, and they've seen this man at shore.
This is it. You're never going to get a better opportunity. And Furia grasp it with 10 fingers, both hands. A major semi-final in the palm of it. And Perfecto accepts his fate.
They've done it! They're going to the semi-finals! Furia able to beat back against the best. And I don't even know if you can hear me right now, so let's just take it in.
empurramos. E empurramos demais. Vem pra cá, Yuri, vem pra cá. Olha, eu acho que esse é exatamente aquele jeitinho brasileiro, né? De sofrimento. Chegamos nesse momento ali de sofrimento, primeiro mapa, vocês não conseguiram levar. No segundo começaram bem, eles quase deram um comeback, mas vocês conseguiram levar. E agora a gente estava aqui, abaixo, desesperado. Mas, mais uma vez, vocês conseguiram levar. Como que vocês conseguem manter a calma e fazer isso acontecer? Primeiro você, Cacerado.
Olha, a gente tá em casa, rapaziada. A gente tá em casa. Os caras não vão vir na nossa casa e tirar a nossa vaga, tio. Aqui é Brasil, porra.
I asked them how they make this. This is a Brazilian style. Put hang our head in sorrow and come back to the victory. They lose the first match and after that they come back and won the second one hardly, but now they are they had the victory right now. Yuri, como que você está se sentindo? I'm sorry. And Cacerata answered me that all of these people that he is in his house, so they will. I'm sorry because I'm so emotional right now. We are screaming a lot. Yuri, como que você está se sentindo agora, nesse momento, depois dessa vitória maravilhosa, depois desse comeback? Vocês estão preparados para jogar amanhã contra a Heroic?
Cara, como eu disse, esse campeonato está sendo diferente para nós, o sentimento está sendo diferente, tem algo mágico acontecendo, a gente está jogando nosso jogo, jogo por jogo, então a gente está bem focado, está bem confiante, e hoje a gente mostrou um jogo de gente grande. E eu acho que a gente vai fazer história, a gente pode fazer história, e a gente está muito confiante para isso. E vocês estão fazendo a ajuda de vocês e a gente está fazendo o nosso trabalho. Muito obrigado a todos.
He's saying that they are keeping the focus match by match to win the victory. He thinks that this championship is different to them and they are feeling safe to the play tomorrow against Heroic. Eu quero que vocês deem agora um recado para essa galera maravilhosa que está aqui empurrando o dia inteiro vocês, usando toda a energia deles para empurrar vocês.
Meus parabéns, rapaziada. Vocês fazem total a diferença pra gente. Vocês inspiram a gente demais. Vocês são incríveis. A gente joga por vocês.
Galera, muito obrigado por isso. O que a gente está fazendo aqui é surreal. A gente nunca teve isso. E para nós é um orgulho pro jogador ter isso que vocês estão fazendo para nós. Muito obrigado mesmo.
They say they appreciate a lot all of this crowd here and all of the audience being cheering for them. So thank you ever so much and until tomorrow. Vamos! Vamos! Fúria! Vamos empurrar amanhã de novo, galera!
All year long, it's been the story of FaZe and that of Na'Vi with glory, but the glory all belongs to Furia. Today, they came out here, gave it their all, and ultimately, they will see the fruits of that labor as they move into the semifinals. Holy smokes, what a match.
What a game indeed. Listen, man, like Fallen said at the beginning, there's some magic there that's going to be happening. I could feel the magic in the air. Furia, I didn't believe it. I didn't believe they're going to take the series. They bring it back, and they do it in style. They play the way they like to play. The Fangs of Furia, they delivered. And what a way. I mean, drop of all the players to really step up and take them through to the semifinals, the young gun does it.
Guys, this has to be it, right? Like, you know, they had this mental block coming into this event, you know, playing in this arena against Natus being serious, like what we just witnessed, you know, like it's amazing to see the mental fortitude from the Furia roster. You know, as you said, Drop as the youngster in the team, a guy that has been doubted so much when he joined the team, to stay mentally composed in this amazing series, very tight game. It's just impressive.
Everything came together for Fury in this one, right? The stars were playing extremely well. Cerrado, Yuri doing their thing, of course. Drop on this map, close to 30 kills, really stepping up, playing with a lot of confidence, right? And they stuck to their game. They just kept playing it. They kept it simple. In the second half, it was, you know, keep hitting the bomb sites, right? Put pressure on Na'Vi to adjust to adapt. They were always playing behind, sort of retake. Sam Dayang with the defensive smokes and playing around him. It's like it felt like Furia was really prepared for that, and that's what they were hoping for. They got it, and they just outplayed Na'Vi in those mid-round situations.
Like the very crucial rounds, the very crucial parts of the round, the minutia that keeps the game in one way or the other. And obviously, today it was in the favor of Furia play.
Yeah, absolutely. Like that A bomb side is where the action took place across both halves, right? Who were the defenders? It was Yuri, the other fang of Furia. He was standing tall on the defensive side of Furia. Whenever they wanted to go towards B, towards short, Drop was waiting for them. But when Furia were on the attacking side, they kept abusing Sam Dayang. And unfortunately for the side of Na'Vi, the GOAT, it was nowhere to be found today.
Yeah, I think that also for Na'Vi, it was a little bit frustrating, you know, because like they just kept going A, and when you're playing in a close series like this, at some point you have to think like, well, they're gonna switch the pace, they're gonna have to do something else. And Furia just kept going, and then eventually they actually did, you know, and also catch Na'Vi off guard. So I think it was incredibly good call by Art on that T side, you know, the fact that they kept going and didn't change anything. And sometimes that's what it takes, you know, like it's working. Why the hell are we going to change anything? Let's just keep going.
And the problem is also those are exactly the rounds where Simple can have a lot of impact. Just have a kill or two, right, that slows down the attack, buys time for the rotation or for the flank to come in, alleviate some of the pressure that comes on that A anchor, which is Sam Dayang, right? So he picked the worst timing to have an off game, especially for someone like him, who we know is a big moment player who shows up on the stage time and time again, right? And for Furia, I mean, what a moment.
Yeah, an amazing moment, one that we're going to captivate forever. I'm going to say goodbye to Peacemaker in this moment specifically. Thanks for joining us, Luis. We're going to bring a special guest up here from the side of Furia. It does look like it's going to be the man that has put several names to the tally now. And, of course, moving forward into the semifinals, we've got Art joining us on the desk. As soon as he gets this headset on, I'm sure he's going to be more than ecstatic because people are starting to overrun our desk as we do this segment live. And in doing so, Art.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Can you hear me?
Hey,
hello.
Art, can you hear us? That's the real question.
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly.
Better yet, Art, congratulations. And could you hear your teammates throughout the entire duration of this match?
Was it
hard to hear your teammates?
It was. The Brazilian crowd is loud.
Yeah. It's a pretty wild scenes, all things considered. Art, you know, you go to the semifinals, you do it here on home turf. This is a big day for you.
It's the best day of my life. It's crazy. Playing this kind of thing like Na'Vi at my home with this kind of crowd is something I just dream of.
I just want to ask you, right, coming to this game, obviously the pressure's on. Home crowd, everyone supporting you, and sometimes some teams crumble under the pressure. What did you tell your boys heading into this game?
Through the tournaments, we play Challenger and Legends. We learn to embrace the pressure and take it to our advantage. So we are using them to boost us, to give us the confidence, and never don't believe, always believe.
Yeah, my question is, like, you had that talk, and you know, the opening game for you guys at this whole tournament against Big, you gave up a big comeback, right? So here, I don't think there's anything you can do to prepare for this crowd. So did you at start feel a little bit nervous when the game started? It took you some time to adjust to this whole madness?
I think after the big game, we kind of dealt with it. I would say that the first game, we kind of felt the pressure and was shaking hands. But after the first game, we just managed to embrace it, and it was just fine after that.
Cool. I wanted to ask you specifically about the game, this Mirage game, right? We saw you guys hit the sides a lot of times, a couple of, you know, in a row A executes or so on, putting a lot of pressure. Was that something because you saw that Sam Dayang, for example, plays passive and you thought like you could put pressure on him?
It's hard to say. We know that they are a team that loves to play Mirage. What we thought that would be their pick, so we knew that they were prepared, and I kind of just tried to make everything on the way, like just play the rounds and think what's good, what's not, and just play around their heads, not do like end strats very heavily. So it was a mixture of both.
All right.
Yeah, you know, and grabbing it right then and there, you know, the job is kind of just started, but obviously, you know, you're getting further and further and further. You're stacking up next against Heroic. In that matchup, you know, that's a semifinal, and surely this place is going to be packed out yet again. Tell me a little bit about some of your thought processes going into what is just tonight to prepare.
We know it's going to be a tough game. Heroic is doing an amazing run on this major, so we need to get prepared and be on point like we did today. We cannot stutter, not even a little bit, so we're going to take this momentum from Na'Vi to play Heroic, and let's see how it goes.
Man, I imagine it's been a hell of a day in the office for you, so I think it's only fitting, man. Tell them people what they need to hear, Art.
Vamos, caralho, não desacredita nunca, mano. A gente vai ganhar isso aqui, confia, continua apoiando a gente até o final, que a gente vai dar a vida por isso, rapaziada. De verdade, brigadão pela torcida. Vocês são foda, vocês são tudo. Obrigado por tudo isso. Vocês estão mudando a minha vida de um jeito que eu nunca esperava ver antes, velho. Obrigado a todos aí. Um abraço pra minha família, um beijo pra toda minha família, meus amigos que estão aqui me apoiando. E um salve especial pra torcida. O carinho dela tá demais.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Art. No, I'm not kidding. They're about to tear this place down.
Yeah,
they're trying to get to you, man. They want to take a photo with you. Imagine that. Thank you very much, Art. Go join your team, buddy.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
Damn. A lot of stuff going on right there. You got to think about that one. Thank you very much to Art and obviously Furia. Condolences, you know, consolations over there in store for Navi. This has been an up and down year, not only for them, for FaZe. There's a couple things to grab onto them, but ultimately for Navi, this is the end of the major for them, and I don't think anyone would have saw this coming, Blood.
I don't think many people saw this coming. Rip everyone's pick'ems, by the way. I'm just going to put it out there. Here's the thing. For Navi, this was the best opportunity to get that second major. You've lost all the 4 of the top 5 teams are not there, and now all 5 have lost, right? So Navi only have themselves to blame, especially when it came to the map of Mirage. Clearly, Furia, they had a better game plan. They knew what they wanted to do and executed it great. And unfortunately for Simple, he only has himself to blame.
Even on you with this scrape by the skin of their teeth, right? I mean, that pistol round win in 14-13 down. So, yeah, I think you can tell, right? For Navi, they're not on top of their game, right?
Yep.
We heard some weird things coming from their cap about some Young, you know, he's sticking around, he's on trial, he's not on trial, right? It just felt a little bit off. And yes, the bracket on paper seemed open for them and tournament was theirs for the taking, but, you know, in this sort of an atmosphere, it just gave Furia an extra gear, and they were able to take them down.
Yeah, that extra gear is something Furia is going to have to, you know, dig deep and find tomorrow even. You know, they don't have too much time to just go into it. Heroic looked like they had the place lit up. This place might be a little awkward tomorrow.
It's the first playoff. It's the first win in the playoffs of a major for Furia. They made it a couple of times before. So yeah, just even stage games in general for LAN tournaments. They only beat, I think, G2 in Dallas. That was the one that they've had. So maybe this is a sign of things to come.
Yeah. So what we've got here now is a consolation interview, and having just watched him walk off the stage, I can tell you that he endured some things from a few members there in the audience he should have never have had to. But ultimately, we do appreciate his time. It's simple with Heku.
Unfortunately, Navi is out from the run for the major title. Simple, thank you very much for joining me here, because we want to get some answers, because right now we saw so many teams the top 5 had so many problems during this tournament. What do you think caused you the loss?
I feel like we didn't play our game at all on third map especially. There was so many unlucky situations. I'm talking about my game, but just excuse. We just played scared on city side.
You're saying you were playing scared. Is it maybe because of the audience? Because usually you'd never face a scenario where the audience is kind of against you. Here, the whole crowd was supporting them. Was that kind of getting maybe in your mind or maybe into the mind of your teammates?
Yeah, sometimes it was hard to hear game, but I think it's not because of this. Because Furia played the same. Just they prepared better, and we were so scared to do some moves when we needed to do them.
You just said it was really hard to hear. We even saw Blade holding his microphone next to his mouth. Do you feel maybe a lot of information was actually lost just due to that the sound?
Maybe sometimes, but overall I think we lost because they were better and we played better.
All right. Do you know what might now happen to Navi? What's the plan? Will you focus on something specific? What's going to happen?
We have 2 more tournaments left, so we'll try to get at least one. And I mean, I don't know, just need to fix mistakes and play more brave, I guess.
Right, then looking forward to see you the next tournament, but I hope you'll still be able to enjoy Rio.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the ending that we thought of for Navi here within Rio, nor did your pick'ems agree. I'd have to, beg that most people now ultimately have their pick'ems rocked. It's probably kaput.
I think Harry put Furia through.
Of course Harry did. Of course. Of all of us.
There's always one.
It's always that one guy.
But interesting interview from Simple. I mean, just being honest, and I really appreciate that from him, saying that they just haven't been brave enough in some rounds.
I agree.
They were too scared. You could tell they were playing some of the players not to lose instead of to win, right? They didn't want to be the reason why the team loses you know, this map. And when you start playing that way, that's usually what happens. You know, prevent defense prevents you from winning, basically, is what it is. And, you know, it's unfortunate for them. He's saying he's been a little bit unlucky. You really have to delve deep into the map and see what's been going on. I'm sure he feels like he could have done more and should have done more for his team, but props to him. Furia was just better on this day.
Yeah, I think he was pretty honest about that, right? And I have to agree with him as well. You look at a Mirage game, it looked like they were playing it from behind. Furia was kind of dictating the pace of the entire game, which is not something I honestly expected to really see in that game. And maybe the occasion kind of got to them. Maybe the pressure was a little bit too much for Na'Vi.
Yeah, especially you think going into Mirage like that, there's surely some comfort levels there that Na'Vi could have grabbed onto. It just didn't happen.
Last time they played it, Na'Vi beat them 16-2. Like, you know, that's how big of a difference this is, how big of a discrepancy. Yes, they lost both pistols. That definitely hurts on a decider map to have to battle with that as well. But they had their chances. They were still in this game in the second half, right? It's just they couldn't do it when it counted.
Nah, and that's actually what matters the most when it counts. Gentlemen, I think there's just a couple more housekeeping ideas that we have to go through here, and one of them being that ESL Pro Tour DHL MVP. It's time to vote for your ESL Pro Tour DHL MVP. Use your Twitch channel points to vote, and we will catch up with that winner at the end of the grand final. And I actually say that hopefully the team that you vote for, the player you vote for, makes it that grand final because it's still a little wide open, isn't it, Blay? We got a few candidates up here to look at. Drop, Perfecto, Bit, a little Queserato action there. Safe, someone that, you know, I don't think we mention all that often, but truth be told, he's in the building.
I think everyone kind of stepped up for the side of Furia over here, right? Art, even though, you know, he was not necessarily the top of the leaderboard, finding so much impact. Go back to the Ancient map, for example, and drop absolutely phenomenal performance on this winning map. But for me personally, the MVP, if I was voting right now, and I just might, it has to be this guy. Queserato, lights out, absolutely a monster in this game, and he continues that trend he started ever since the player break. He's probably right now, in the current form, one of the best players in the world, and deservedly so.
Is that vote manipulation if Bless says, well, I would vote for?
Well, I would. Let's put it out there.
Trace, you know more about that than me, but yeah.
Fair enough.
Absolutely a great tournament from Queserato.
Yeah.
So far, it's been in incredible form the last year and a half, or even 2 years at this point in time. So happy to see that Furia is finally capitalizing on that and finding some team success as well.
Yeah, team success when it matters at the major, which is awesome. What are they saying over there, Yanko?
I think he loves you.
Oh,
yeah.
I was talking to you guys.
Saying I rock.
Yeah, so that's your DHL MVP, brought to you by the ESL Pro Tour, and of course, use your Twitch channel points. Go ahead and get your votes in. For us, we still got a whole slew of things to think about in consideration to the tournament that keeps on delivering. We have come all the way down to Rio, and the show is feeling like it's just getting started in here. Today was packed out to the brim. The results kind of speak for themselves. We had 2 great quarterfinals today. We had 2 great quarterfinals yesterday, and now we set ourselves up for the semis. Heroic Furia, Mao's Outsiders.
Exactly as we all predicted, Yanko.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but
who would have thought that these 4 teams would make it all the way into the semifinal? Maybe a couple of them here and there. But, you know, they've all played really, really good CS in this tournament. Much better than some of the big names that we're not seeing. And, you know, Furia, I don't know if they'll be able to get some sleep tonight, but they better do because Heroic has been looking sharp themselves.
Yeah, and they came in here trying to kind of sway and pander to the crowd just a little bit. It was working.
It was working.
Well, we'll see them tomorrow.
Tomorrow,
good luck with that.
It was working yesterday. Today, tomorrow, they might just, you know, wear their greens and their whites and whatever jerseys they want. I don't think they're going to find the same sort of love they did today.
Yeah, guys, that does it for us here. I think we can close it up. We can wrap up shop here, and ultimately, I want to thank you for all watching today. It's been a hell of a day here in the arena, and ultimately, tomorrow, semi-finals. We're going to kick it right back off where we left off, and we'll see you there, ladies and gents. Good night.
Introducing the Black Friday Madness. The biggest sale in ESL history. Special weekly deals just for our fans. Shop now at shop.eslgaming.com.